Section 1 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Marion Fay, Volume 1, Chapter 1. The Marquis of Kingsbury. When Mr. Lionel Trafford went into Parliament for the borough of Wednesbury as an advanced Radical, it nearly broke the heart of his uncle, the old Marquis of Kingsbury. Among Tories of his day the Marquis had been hyper-Tory, as were his friends, the Duke of Newcastle, who thought that a man should be allowed to do what he liked with his own, and the Marquis of Londonderry, who, when some such falling off in the family politics came near him, spoke with indignation of the family treasure which had been expended in defending the family seat. Wednesbury had never been the Marquis's own, but his nephew was so in a peculiar sense. His nephew was necessarily his heir, the future Marquis, and the old Marquis never again, politically, held up his head. He was an old man when this occurred, and luckily for him he did not live to see the worse things which came afterwards. The member for Wednesbury became Marquis and owner of the large family property, but still he kept his politics. He was a Radical Marquis, wedded to all popular measures, not ashamed of his Charter days, and still clamorous for further parliamentary reform, although it was regularly noted in Dodd that the Marquis of Kingsbury was supposed to have strong influence in the borough of Edgware. It was so strong that both he and his uncle had put in whom they pleased. His uncle had declined to put him in because of his renegade theories, but he revenged himself by giving the seat to a glib-mouthed tailor, who, to tell the truth, had not done much credit to his choice. But it came to pass that the shade of his uncle was avenged, if it can be supposed that such feelings will affect the eternal rest of a dead Marquis. There grew up a young Lord Hampstead, the son and heir of the Radical Marquis, promising in intelligence and satisfactory in externals, but very difficult to deal with as to the use of his thoughts. They could not keep him at Harrow or at Oxford, because he not only rejected, but would talk openly against, Christian doctrines. A religious boy, but determined not to believe in revealed mysteries. And at 21 he declared himself a Republican, explaining thereby that he disapproved altogether of hereditary honours. He was quite as bad to this Marquis as had been this Marquis to the other. The tailor kept his seat because Lord Hampstead would not even condescend to sit for the family borough. He explained to his father that he had doubts about a Parliament of which one section was hereditary, but was sure that at present he was too young for it. There must surely have been gratification in this to the shade of the departed Marquis. But there was worse than this, infinitely worse. Lord Hampstead formed a close friendship with a young man, 5 years older than himself, who was but a clerk in the Post Office. In George Roden, as a man and a companion, there was no special fault to be found. There may be those who think that a Marquis's heir should look for his most intimate friend in a somewhat higher scale of social rank, and that he would more probably serve the purposes of his future life by associating with his equals. That like to like in friendship is advantageous. The Marquis, his father, certainly thought so, in spite of his radicalism. But he might have been pardoned on the score of Roden's general good gifts. Might have been pardoned even though it were true, as supposed, that to Roden's strong convictions Lord Hampstead owed much of the ultra virus of his political convictions, might have been pardoned had not there been worse again, At Hendon Hall, the Marquis's lovely suburban seat, the Post Office clerk was made acquainted with Lady Frances Trafford, and they became lovers. The radicalism of a Marquis is apt to be tainted by special considerations in regard to his own family. This Marquis, though he had his exoteric politics, had his esoteric feelings. With him, liberal as he was, his own blood possessed a peculiar ichor. Though it might be well that men in the mass should be as nearly equal as possible, yet, looking at the state of possibilities and realities as existent, it was clear to him that a Marquis of Kingsbury had been placed on a pedestal. It might be that the state of things was matter for regret. In his grander moments he was certain that it was so. Why should there be a ploughboy unable to open his mouth because of his infirmity, and a Marquis with his own voice very resonant in the House of Lords, and a deputy voice dependent on him in the House of Commons? He had said so very frequently before his son, not knowing then what might be the effect of his own teaching. There had been a certain pride in his heart as he taught these lessons, wrong though it might be, that there should be a Marquis and a ploughboy so far reversed by the injustice of fate. There had been a comfort to him in feeling that fate had made him the Marquis, and had made some one else the ploughboy. He knew what it was to be a Marquis down to the last inch of aristocratic admeasurement. He would fain that his children should have understood this also, but his lesson had gone deeper than he had intended, and great grief had come of it. The Marquis had been first married to a lady altogether unconnected with noble blood, but whose father had held a position of remarkable ascendancy in the House of Commons. He had never been a Cabinet Minister, because he had persisted in thinking that he could better serve his country by independence. He had been possessed of wealth, and had filled a great place in the social world. In marrying the only daughter of this gentleman, the Marquis of Kingsbury had indulged his peculiar taste in regard to liberalism, and was at the same time held not to have derogated from his rank. She had been a woman of great beauty and of many intellectual gifts, thoroughly imbued with her father's views, but altogether free from feminine pedantry, and that ambition which begrudges to men the reward of male labour. Had she lived, Lady Frances might probably not have fallen in with the Post Office clerk. Nevertheless, had she lived, she would have known the Post Office clerk to be a worthy gentleman. But she had died when her son was about 16, and her daughter no more than 15. 2 years afterwards our Marquis had gone among the dukes, and had found for himself another wife. Perhaps the freshness and edge of his political convictions had been blunted by that gradual sinking down among the great peers in general, which was natural to his advanced years. A man who has spouted at 25 becomes tired of spouting at 50, if nothing special has come from his spouting. He had been glad when he had married Lady Clara Montresor to think that circumstances as they had occurred at the last election would not make it necessary for him to deliver up the borough to the tailor on any further occasion. The tailor had been drunk at the hustings, and he ventured to hope that before 6 months were over Lord Hampstead would have so far rectified his frontiers as to be able to take a seat in the House of Commons. Then very quickly there were born 3 little flaxen-haired boys, who became at least flaxen-haired as they emerged from their cradles, Lord Frederick, Lord Augustus, and Lord Gregory. That they must be brought up with ideas becoming the scions of a noble house there could be no doubt. Their mother was every inch a duke's daughter. But, alas, not one of them was likely to become Marquis of Kingsbury. Though born so absolutely in the purple, they were but younger sons. This was a silent sorrow; but when their half sister, Lady Frances, told their mother openly that she had plighted her troth to the Post Office clerk, that was a sorrow which did not admit of silence. When Lord Hampstead had asked permission to bring his friend to the house, there seemed to be no valid reason for refusing him. Low as he had descended amidst the depths of disreputable opinion, it was not supposed that even he would countenance anything so horrible as this. And was there not ground for security in the reticence and dignity of Lady Frances herself? The idea never presented itself to the Marchioness. When she heard that the Post Office clerk was coming, she was naturally disgusted. All Lord Hampstead's ideas, doings, and ways were disgusting to her. She was a woman full of high bred courtesy, and had always been gracious to her son-in-law's friends, but it had been with a cold grace. Her heart rejected them thoroughly, as she did him, and, to tell the truth, Lady Frances also. Lady Frances had all her mother's dignity, all her mother's tranquil manner, but something more than her mother's advanced opinions. She too had her ideas that the world should gradually be taught to dispense with the distances which separate the dukes and the ploughboys. Gradually, but still with a progressive motion, always tending in that direction. This to her stepmother was disgusting. The Post Office clerk had never before been received at Hendon Hall, though he had been introduced in London by Lord Hampstead to his sister. The Post Office clerk had indeed abstained from coming, having urged his own feelings with his friend as to certain unfitnesses. "A Marquis is as absurd to me as to you," he had said to Lord Hampstead; "but while there are marquises they should be indulged, particularly marchionesses. An over delicate skin is a nuisance, but if skins have been so trained as not to bear the free air, veils must be allowed for their protection. The object should be to train the skin, not to punish it abruptly. An unfortunate Sybarite Marchioness ought to have her rose leaves. Now I am not a rose leaf." And so he had stayed away. But the arguments had been carried on between the friends, and the noble heir had at last prevailed. George Roden was not a rose leaf, but he was found at Hendon to have flowers of beautiful hues, and with a sweet scent. Had he not been known to be a Post Office clerk, could the Marchioness have been allowed to judge of him simply from his personal appearance, he might have been taken to be as fine a rose leaf as any. He was a tall, fair, strongly built young man, with short light hair, pleasant grey eyes, an aquiline nose, and small mouth. In his gait and form and face nothing was discernibly more appropriate to Post Office clerks than to the nobility at large. But he was a clerk, and he himself, as he himself declared, knew nothing of his own family, remembered no relation but his mother. It had come to pass that the house at Hendon had become specially the residence of Lord Hampstead, who would neither have lodgings of his own in London, or make part of the family when it occupied Kingsbury House in Park Lane. He would sometimes go abroad, would sometimes appear for a week or two at Trafford Park, the grand seat in Yorkshire; but he preferred the place, half town, half country, in the neighbourhood of London, and here George Roden came frequently backwards and forwards after the ice had been broken by a first visit. Sometimes the Marquis would be there, and with him his daughter, rarely the Marchioness. Then came the time when Lady Frances declared boldly to her stepmother that she had pledged her troth to the Post Office clerk. That happened in June, when Parliament was sitting, and when the flowers at Hendon were at their best. The Marchioness came there for a day or two, and the Post Office clerk on that morning had left the house for his office work, not proposing to come back. Some words had been said which had caused annoyance, and he did not intend to return. When he had been gone about an hour, Lady Frances revealed the truth. Her brother at that time was 22. She was a year younger. The clerk might perhaps be 6 years older than the young lady. Had he been only the eldest son of a marquis, or earl, or viscount, had he been but an embryo baron, he might have done very well. He was a well-spoken youth, yet with a certain modesty, such a one as might easily take the eye of a wished-for, though ever so noble, a mother-in-law. The little lords had learned to play with him, and it had come about that he was at his ease in the house. The very servants had seemed to forget that he was no more than a clerk, and that he went off by railway into town every morning that he might earn 10 shillings by sitting for 6 hours at his desk. Even the Marchioness had almost trained herself to like him, as one of those excrescences which are sometimes to be found in noble families, some governess, some chaplain, or private secretary, whom the chance or merit has elevated in the house, and who thus becomes a trusted friend. Then by chance she heard the name Frances without the prefix Lady, and said a word in haughty anger. The Post Office clerk packed up his portmanteau, and Lady Frances told her story. Lord Hampstead's name was John. He was the Honourable John Trafford, called by courtesy Earl of Hampstead. To the world at large he was Lord Hampstead. To his friends in general he was Hampstead. To his stepmother he was especially Hampstead, as would have been her own eldest son the moment he was born, had he been born to such good luck. To his father he had become Hampstead lately. In early days there had been some secret family agreement that in spite of conventionalities he should be John among them. The Marquis had latterly suggested that increasing years made this foolish, but the son himself attributed the change to step-maternal influences. But still he was John to his sister, and John to some half-dozen sympathizing friends, and among others to the Post Office clerk. "He has not said a word to me," the sister replied, when she was taxed by her brother with seeming partiality for their young visitor. "But he will?" "No girl will ever admit as much as that, John." "But if he should?" "No girl will have an answer ready for such a suggestion." "I know he will." "If so, and if you have wishes to express, you should speak to him." All this made the matter quite clear to her brother. A girl such as was his sister would not so receive a brother's notice as to a proposed overture of love from a Post Office clerk, unless she had brought herself to look at the possibility without abhorrence. "Would it go against the grain with you, John?" This was what the clerk said when he was interrogated by his friend. "There would be difficulties." "Very great difficulties, difficulties even with you." "I did not say so." "They would come naturally. The last thing that a man can abandon of his social idolatries is the sanctity of the women belonging to him." "God forbid that I should give up anything of the sanctity of my sister." "No; but the idolatry attached to it. It is as well that even a nobleman's daughter should be married if she can find a nobleman or such like to her taste. There is no breach of sanctity in the love, but so great a wound to the idolatry in the man. Things have not changed so quickly that even you should be free from the feeling. 300 years ago, if the man could not be dispatched out of the country, or to the other world, the girl at least would be locked up. 300 years hence the girl and the man will stand together on their own merits. Just in this period of transition it is very hard for such a one as you to free himself altogether from the old trammels. I make the endeavour." "Most bravely. But, my dear fellow, let this individual thing stand separately, away from politics and abstract ideas. I mean to ask your sister whether I can have her heart, and, as far as her will goes, her hand. If you are displeased, I suppose we shall have to part for a time. Let theories run ever so high, love will be stronger than them all." Lord Hampstead at this moment gave no assurance of his good will; but when it came to pass that his sister had given her assurance, then he ranged himself on the side of his friend the clerk. So it came to pass that there was great trouble in the household of the Marquis of Kingsbury. The family went abroad before the end of July on account of the health of the children, so said the Morning Post. Anxious friends inquired in vain what could have befallen those flaxen-haired young Herculeses. Why was it necessary that they should be taken to the Saxon Alps, when the beauties and comforts of Trafford Park were so much nearer and so superior? Lady Frances was taken with them, and there were one or two noble intimates among the world of fashion who heard some passing whispers of the truth. When passing whispers creep into the world of fashion, they are heard far and wide. End of Section 1. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Section 2 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 1, Chapter 2. Lord Hampstead. Lord Hampstead, though he would not go into Parliament, or belong to any London club, or walk about the streets with a chimney-pot hat, or perform any of his public functions as a young nobleman should do, had, nevertheless, his own amusements and his own extravagances. In the matter of money he was placed outside his father's liberality, who was himself inclined to be liberal enough, by the fact that he had inherited a considerable portion of his maternal grandfather's fortune. It might almost be said truly of him that money was no object to him. It was not that he did not often talk about money and think about money. He was very prone to do so, saying that money was the most important factor in the world's justices and injustices. But he was so fortunately circumstanced as to be able to leave money out of his own personal consideration, never being driven by the want of it to deny himself anything, or tempted by a superabundance to expenditure which did not otherwise approve itself to him. To give 10 shillings or 20 shillings a bottle for wine because somebody pretended that it was very fine, or £300 for a horse when one at £100 would do his work for him, was altogether below his philosophy. By his father's lodge gate there ran an omnibus up to town, which he would often use, saying that an omnibus with company was better than a private carriage with none. He was wont to be angry with himself in that he employed a fashionable tailor, declaring that he incurred unnecessary expense merely to save himself the trouble of going elsewhere. In this, however, it may be thought that there was something of pretence, as he was no doubt conscious of good looks, and aware probably that a skilful tailor might add a grace. In his amusements he affected two which are especially expensive. He kept a yacht, in which he was accustomed to absent himself in the summer and autumn, and he had a small hunting establishment in Northamptonshire. Of the former little needs to be said here, as he spent his time on board much alone, or with friends with whom we need not follow him. But it may be said that everything about the Free Trader was well done, for such was the name of the vessel. Though he did not pay 10 shillings a bottle for his wine, he paid the best price for sails and cordage, and hired a competent skipper to look after himself and his boat. His hunting was done very much in the same way, unless it be that in his yachting he was given to be tranquil, and in his hunting he was very fond of hard riding. At Gorse Hall, as his cottage was called, he had all the comforts, we may perhaps say much of luxury, around him. It was indeed hardly more than a cottage, having been an old farmhouse and lately converted to its present purpose. There were no noble surroundings, no stately hall, no marble staircases, no costly salon. You entered by a passage which deserved no auguster name, on the right of which was the dining room, on the left a larger chamber, always called the drawing room because of the fashion of the name. Beyond that was a smaller retreat in which the owner kept his books. Leading up from the end of the passage there was a steep staircase, a remnant of the old farmhouse, and above them 5 bedrooms, so that his lordship was limited to the number of 4 guests. Behind this was the kitchen and the servants' rooms, sufficient, but not more than sufficient, for such a house. Here our young democrat kept half a dozen horses, all of them, as men around were used to declare, fit to go, although they were said to have been bought at not more than £100 each. It was supposed to be a crotchet on the part of Lord Hampstead to assert that cheap things were as good as dear, and there were some who believed that he did in truth care as much for his horses as other people. It was certainly a fact that he never would have but one out in a day, and he was wont to declare that Smith took out his second horse chiefly that Jones might know that he did so. Down here at Gorse Hall the Post Office clerk had often been received as a visitor, but not at Gorse Hall had he ever seen Lady Frances. This lord had peculiar ideas about hunting, in reference to sport in general. It was supposed of him, and supposed truly, that no young man in England was more devotedly attached to fox hunting than he, and that in want of a fox he would ride after a stag, and in want of a stag after a drag. If everything else failed he would go home across the country, any friend accompanying him, or else alone. Nevertheless he entertained a vehement hostility against all other sports. Of racing he declared that it had become simply a way of making money, and of all ways the least profitable to the world, and the most disreputable. He was never seen on a race course. But his enemies declared of him that though he loved riding, he was no judge of an animal's pace, and that he was afraid to bet lest he should lose his money. Against shooting he was still louder. If there was in his country any tradition, any custom, any law hateful to him, it was such as had reference to the preservation of game. The preservation of a fox, he said, stood on a perfectly different basis. The fox was not preserved by law, and when preserved was used for the advantage of all who chose to be present at the amusement. One man in one day would shoot 50 pheasants which had eaten up the food of half a dozen human beings. One fox afforded in one day amusement to 200 sportsmen, and was, or more generally was not, killed during the performance. And the fox during his beneficial life had eaten no corn, nor for the most part geese, but chiefly rats and such like. What infinitesimal sum had the fox cost the country for every man who rushed after him? Then what had been the cost of all those pheasants which one shooting cormorant crammed into his huge bag during one day's greedy sport? But it was the public nature of the one amusement and the thoroughly private nature of the other which chiefly affected him. In the hunting field the farmer's son, if he had a pony, or the butcher boy out of the town, could come and take his part, and if the butcher boy could go ahead and keep his place while the man with a red coat and pink boots and with 2 horses fell behind, the butcher boy would have the best of it, and incur the displeasure of no one. And the laws, too, by which hunting is governed, if there be laws, are thoroughly democratic in their nature. They are not, he said, made by any Parliament, but are simply assented to on behalf of the common need. It was simply in compliance with opinion that the lands of all men are open to be ridden over by the men of the hunt. In compliance with opinion foxes are preserved. In compliance with opinion coverts are drawn by this or the other pack of hounds. The legislature had not stepped in to defile the statute book by by-laws made in favor of the amusements of the rich. If injury were done, the ordinary laws of the country were open to the injured party. Anything in hunting that had grown to be beyond the reach of the law had become so by the force of popular opinion. All of this was reversed in shooting, from any participation in which the poor were debarred by enactments made solely on behalf of the rich. 4 or 5 men in a couple of days would offer up hecatombs of slaughtered animals, in doing which they could only justify themselves by the fact that they were acting as poultry butchers for the supply of the markets of the country. There was no excitement in it, simply the firing off of many guns with a rapidity which altogether prevents that competition which is essential to the enjoyment of sport. Then our noble Republican would quote Teufelsdrock and the memorable epitaph of the partridge slayer. But it was on the popular and unpopular elements of the 2 sports that he would most strongly dilate, and on the iniquity of the game laws as applying to the more aristocratic of the 2. It was, however, asserted by the sporting world at large that Hampstead could not hit a haystack. As to fishing, he was almost equally violent, grounding his objection on the tedium and cruelty incident to the pursuit. The first was only a matter of taste, he would allow. If a man could content himself and be happy with an average of 1 fish to every 3 days' fishing, that was the man's affair. He could only think that in such case the man himself must be as cold-blooded as the fish, which he so seldom succeeded in catching. As to the cruelty, he thought there could be no doubt. When he heard that bishops and ladies delighted themselves in hauling an unfortunate animal about by the gills for more than an hour at a stretch, he was inclined to regret the past piety of the Church and the past tenderness of the sex. When he spoke in this way, the cruelty of fox hunting was of course thrown in his teeth. Did not the poor hunted quadrupeds, when followed hither and thither by a pack of foxhounds, endure torments as sharp and as prolonged as those inflicted on the fish? In answer to this Lord Hampstead was eloquent and argumentative. As far as we could judge from nature, the condition of the 2 animals during the process was very different. The salmon with the hook in its throat was in a position certainly not intended by nature. The fox, using all its gifts to avoid an enemy, was employed exactly as nature had enjoined. It would be as just to compare a human being impaled alive on a stake with another overburdened with his world's task. The overburdened man might stumble and fall, and so perish. Things would have been hard to him. But not, therefore, could you compare his sufferings with the excruciating agonies of the poor wretch who had been left to linger and starve with an iron rod through his vitals. This argument was thought to be crafty rather than cunning by those who were fond of fishing. But he had another on which, when he had blown off the steam of his eloquence by his sensational description of a salmon impaled by a bishop, he could depend with greater confidence. He would grant, for the moment, though he was by no means sure of the fact, but for the moment he would grant that the fox did not enjoy the hunt. Let it be acknowledged, for the sake of the argument, that he was tortured by the hounds rather than elated by the triumphant success of his own manoeuvres. Lord Hampstead ventured to say, this he would put forward in the rationalistic tone with which he was wont to prove the absurdity of hereditary honours, that in the infliction of all pain the question as to cruelty or no cruelty was one of relative value. Was it tanti? Who can doubt that for a certain maximum of good a certain minimum of suffering may be inflicted without slur to humanity? In hunting, one fox was made to finish his triumphant career, perhaps prematurely, for the advantage of 200 sportsmen. Ah, but only for their amusement, would interpose some humanitarian, averse equally to fishing and to hunting. Then his lordship would arise indignantly, and would ask his opponent whether what he called amusement was not as beneficial, as essential, as necessary to the world as even such material good things as bread and meat. Was poetry less valuable than the multiplication table? Man could exist, no doubt, without fox hunting. So he could without butter, without wine, or other so-called necessaries. Without ermine tippets, for instance, the original God-invested wearer of which had been doomed to lingering starvation and death when trapped amidst the snow, in order that one lady might be made fine by the agonies of a dozen little furry sufferers. It was all a case of tanti, he said, and he said that the fox who had saved himself half a dozen times and then died nobly on behalf of those who had been instrumental in preserving an existence for him, ought not to complain of the lot which fate had provided for him among the animals of the earth. It was said, however, in reference to this comparison between fishing and fox hunting, that Lord Hampstead was altogether deficient in that skill and patience which is necessary for the landing of a salmon. But men, though they laughed at him, still they liked him. He was good-humoured and kindly-hearted. He was liberal in more than his politics. He had, too, a knack of laughing at himself and his own peculiarities, which went far to redeem them. That a young earl, an embryo marquis, the heir of such a house as that of Trafford, should preach a political doctrine which those who heard ignorantly called communistic, was very dreadful. But the horror of it was mitigated when he declared that, no doubt, as he got old, he should turn Tory like any other radical. In this there seemed to be a covert allusion to his father. And then they could perceive that his communistic principles did not prevent him from having a good eye to the value of land. He knew what he was about, as an owner of property should do, and certainly rode to hounds as well as any one of the boys of the period. When the idea first presented itself to him that his sister was on the way to fall in love with George Roden, it has to be acknowledged that he was displeased. It had not occurred to him that this peculiar breach would be made on the protected sanctity of his own family. When Roden had spoken to him of this sanctity as one of the social idolatries, he had not quite been able to contradict him. He had wished to do so, both in defence of his own consistency, and also, if it were possible, so as to maintain the sanctity. The divinity which does hedge a king had been to him no more than a social idolatry. The special respect in which dukes and such like were held was the same. The judge's ermine and the bishop's apron were idolatries. Any outward honour not earned by the deeds or words of him so honoured, but coming from birth, wealth, or from the doings of another, was an idolatry. Carrying on his argument, he could not admit the same thing in reference to his sister, or rather he would have to admit it if he could not make another plea in defence of the sanctity. His sister was very holy to him, but that should be because of her nearness to him, because of her sweetness, because of her own gifts, because as her brother he was bound to be her especial knight till she should have chosen some other special knight for herself. But it should not be because she was the daughter, granddaughter, and great-granddaughter of dukes and marquises. It should not be because she was Lady Frances Trafford. Had he himself been a Post Office clerk, then would not this chosen friend have been fit to love her? There were unfitnesses, no doubt, very common in this world, which should make the very idea of love impossible to a woman. Unfitness of character, of habits, of feelings, of education, unfitnesses as to inward personal nobility. He could not say that there were any such which ought to separate his sister and his friend. If it was to be that this sweet sister should some day give her heart to a lover, why not to George Roden as well as to another? There were no such unfitnesses as those of which he would have thought in dealing with the lives of some other girl and some other young man. And yet he was, if not displeased, at any rate dissatisfied. There was something which grated against either his taste or his judgment, or perhaps his prejudices. He endeavoured to inquire into himself fairly on this matter, and feared that he was yet the victim of the prejudices of his order. He was wounded in his pride to think that his sister should make herself equal to a clerk in the Post Office, though he had often endeavoured, only too successfully, to make her understand how little she had in truth received from her high birth. Yet he felt that she had received something which should have made the proposal of such a marriage distasteful to her. A man cannot rid himself of a prejudice because he knows or believes it to be a prejudice. That the two, if they continued to wish it, must become man and wife, he acknowledged to himself. But he could not bring himself not to be sorry that it should be so. There were some words on the subject between himself and his father before the Marquis went abroad with his family, which, though they did not reconcile him to the match, lessened the dissatisfaction. His father was angry with him, throwing the blame of this untoward affair on his head, and he was always prone to resent censure thrown by any of his family on his own particular tenets. Thus it came to pass that in defending himself he was driven to defend his sister also. The Marquis had not been at Hendon when the revelation was first made, but had heard it in the course of the day from his wife. His radical tendencies had done very little towards reconciling him to such a proposal. He had never brought his theories home into his own personalities. To be a radical peer in the House of Lords, and to have sent a radical tailor to the House of Commons, had been enough, if not too much, to satisfy his own political ideas. To himself and to his valet, to all those immediately touching himself, he had always been the Marquis of Kingsbury. And so also in his inner heart the Marchioness was the Marchioness, and Lady Frances, Lady Frances. He had never gone through any process of realizing his convictions as his son had done. "Hampstead," he said, "can this possibly be true, what your mother has told me?" This took place at the house in Park Lane, to which the Marquis had summoned his son. "Do you mean about Frances and George Roden?" "Of course I mean that." "I supposed you did, sir. I imagined that when you sent for me it was in regard to them. No doubt it is true." "What is true? You speak as though you absolutely approved it." "Then my voice has belied me, for I disapprove of it." "You feel, I hope, how utterly impossible it is." "Not that." "Not that?" "I cannot say that I think it to be impossible, or even improbable. Knowing the two as I do, I feel the probability to be on their side." "That they should be married?" "That is what they intend. I never knew either of them to mean anything which did not sooner or later get itself accomplished." "You'll have to learn it on this occasion. How on earth can it have been brought about?" Lord Hampstead shrugged his shoulders. "Somebody has been very much to blame." "You mean me, sir." "Somebody has been very much to blame." "Of course you mean me. I cannot take any blame in the matter. In introducing George Roden to you, and to my mother, and to Frances, I brought you to the knowledge of a highly educated and extremely well mannered young man." "Good God!" "I did to my friend what every young man, I suppose, does to his. I should be ashamed of myself to associate with any one who was not a proper guest for my father's table. One does not calculate before that a young man and a young woman shall fall in love with each other." "You see what has happened?" "It was extremely natural, no doubt, though I had not anticipated it. As I told you, I am very sorry. It will cause many heartburns, and some unhappiness." "Unhappiness! I should think so. I must go away in the middle of the session." "It will be worse for her, poor girl." "It will be very bad for her," said the Marquis, speaking as though his mind were quite made up on that matter. "But nobody, as far as I can see, has done anything wrong," continued Lord Hampstead. "When two young people get together, whose tastes are similar, and opinions, whose educations and habits of thought have been the same." "Habits the same!" "Habits of thought, I said, sir." "You would talk the hind legs off a dog," said the Marquis, bouncing out of the room. It was not unusual with him, in the absolute privacy of his own circle, to revert to language which he would have felt to be unbecoming to him as Marquis of Kingsbury among ordinary people. End of Section 2. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Section 3 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 1, Chapter 3. The Marchioness. Though the departure of the Marquis was much hurried, there were other meetings between Hampstead and the family before the flitting was actually made. "No doubt I will. I am quite with you there," the son said to the father, who had desired him to explain to the young man the impossibility of such a marriage. "I think it would be a misfortune to them both, which should be avoided if they can get over their present feelings." "Feelings?" "I suppose there are such feelings, sir?" "Of course he is looking for position and money." "Not in the least. That might probably be the idea with some young nobleman who would wish to marry into his own class, and to improve his fortune at the same time. With such a one that would be fair enough. He would give and take. With George that would not be honest, nor would such accusation be true. The position, as you call it, he would feel to be burdensome. As to money, he does not know whether Frances has a shilling or not." "Not a shilling, unless I give it to her." "He would not think of such a matter." "Then he must be a very imprudent young man, and unfit to have a wife at all." "I cannot admit that. But suppose he is?" "And yet you think—" "I think, sir, that it is unfortunate. I have said so ever since I first heard it. I shall tell him exactly what I think. You will have Frances with you, and will of course express your own opinion." The Marquis was far from satisfied with his son, but did not dare to go on further with the argument. In all such discussions he was wont to feel that his son was talking the hind legs off a dog. His own ideas on concrete points were clear enough to him, as this present idea that his daughter, Lady Frances Trafford, would outrage all propriety, all fitness, all decency, if she were to give herself in marriage to George Roden, the Post Office clerk. But words were not plenty with him, or when plenty were not efficacious, and he was prone to feel when beaten in argument that his opponent was taking an unfair advantage. Thus it was that he often thought, and sometimes said, that those who oppressed him with words would "talk the hind legs off a dog." The Marchioness also expressed her opinion to Hampstead. She was a lady stronger than her husband, stronger in this, that she never allowed herself to be worsted in any encounter. If words would not serve her occasion at the moment, her countenance would do so, and if not that, her absence. She could be very eloquent with silence, and strike an adversary dumb by the way in which she would leave a room. She was a tall, handsome woman, with a sublime gait. Vera in sensu patuit Dea. She had heard, if not the words, then some translation of the words, and had taken them to heart, and borne them with her as her secret motto. To be every inch an aristocrat, in look as in thought, was the object of her life. That such was her highest duty was quite fixed in her mind. It had pleased God to make her a Marchioness, and should she derogate from God's wish? It had been her one misfortune that God should not also have made her the mother of a future Marquis. Her face, though handsome, was quite impassive, showing nothing of her sorrows or her joys, and her voice was equally under control. No one had ever imagined, not even her husband, that she felt acutely that one blow of fortune. Though Hampstead's politics had been to her abominable, treasonable, blasphemous, she treated him with an extreme courtesy. If there were anything that he wished about the house, she would have it done for him. She would endeavour to interest herself about his hunting, and she would pay him a great respect, to him most onerous, as being second in all things to the Marquis. Though a republican, blasphemous rebel, so she thought of him, he was second to the Marquis. She would fain have taught her little boys to respect him, as the future head of the family, had he not been so accustomed to romp with them, to pull them out of their little beds and toss them about in their nightshirts, that they loved him much too well for respect. It was in vain that their mother strove to teach them to call him Hampstead. Lady Frances had never been specially in her way, but to Lady Frances the stepmother had been perhaps harder than to the stepson, of whose presence as an absolute block to her ambition she was well aware. Lady Frances had no claim to a respect higher than that which was due to her own children. Primogeniture had done nothing for her. She was a Marquis's daughter, but her mother had been only the offspring of a commoner. There was perhaps something of conscience in her feelings towards the two. As Lord Hampstead was undoubtedly in her way, it occurred to her to think that she should not on that account be inimical to him. Lady Frances was not in her way, and therefore was open to depreciation and dislike without wounds to her conscience. And then, though Hampstead was abominable because of his republicanism, his implied treason and blasphemy, yet he was entitled to some excuse as being a man. These things were abominable, no doubt, in him, but more pardonably abominable than they would be in a woman. Lady Frances had never declared herself to be a republican or a disbeliever, much less a rebel, as indeed had neither Lord Hampstead. In the presence of her stepmother she was generally silent on matters of political or religious interest. But she was supposed to sympathise with her brother, and was known to be far from properly alive to aristocratic interests. There was never quarrelling between the two, but there was a lack of that friendship which may subsist between a stepmother of 38 and a stepdaughter of 21. Lady Frances was tall and slender, with quiet speaking features, dark in colour, with blue eyes, and hair nearly black. In appearance she was the very opposite of her stepmother, moving quickly and achieving grace as she did so, without a thought, by the natural beauty of her motions. The dignity was there, but without a thought given to it. Not even did the little lords, her brothers, chuck their books and toys about with less of demeanour. But the Marchioness never arranged a scarf or buttoned a glove without feeling that it was her duty to button her glove and arrange her scarf as became the Marchioness of Kingsbury. The stepmother wished no evil to Lady Frances, only that she should be married properly and taken out of the way. Any stupid earl or mercurial viscount would have done, so long as the blood and the money had been there. Lady Frances had been felt to be dangerous, and the hope was that the danger might be got rid of by a proper marriage. But not by such a marriage as this. When that accidental calling of the name was first heard, and the following avowal made, the Marchioness declared her immediate feelings by a look. It was so that Arthur may have looked when he first heard that his queen was sinful, so that Caesar must have felt when even Brutus struck him. For though Lady Frances had been known to be blind to her own greatness, still this at any rate was not suspected. "You cannot mean it," the Marchioness had at last said. "I certainly mean it, mamma." Then the Marchioness, with one hand guarding her raiment, and with the other raised high above her shoulder, in an agony of supplication to those deities who arrange the fates of ducal houses, passed slowly out of the room. It was necessary that she should bethink herself before another word was spoken. For some time after that very few words passed between her and the sinner. A dead silence best befitted the occasion, as, when a child soils her best frock, we put her in the corner with a scolding. But when she tells a fib, we quell her little soul within her by a terrible quiescence. To be eloquently indignant without a word is within the compass of the thoughtfully stolid. It was thus that Lady Frances was at first treated by her stepmother. She was, however, at once taken up to London, subjected to the louder anger of her father, and made to prepare for the Saxon Alps. At first, indeed, her immediate destiny was not communicated to her. She was to be taken abroad, and in so taking her it was felt to be well to treat her as the policeman does his prisoner, whom he thinks to be the last person who need be informed as to the whereabouts of the prison. It did leak out quickly, because the Marquis had a castle or chateau of his own in Saxony. But that was only an accident. The Marchioness still said little on the matter, unless in what she might say to her husband in the secret recesses of marital discussion. But before she departed she found it expedient to express herself on one occasion to Lord Hampstead. "Hampstead," she said, "this is a terrible blow that has fallen upon us." I was surprised myself. I do not know that I should call it exactly a blow. "Not a blow? But of course you mean that it will come to nothing." "What I meant was, that though I regard the proposition as inexpedient." "Inexpedient!" "Yes, I think it inexpedient, certainly. But there is nothing in it that shocks me." "Nothing that shocks you?" "Marriage in itself is a good thing." "Hampstead, do not talk to me in that way." "But I think it is, if it be good for a young man to marry, It must be good for a young woman also. The one makes the other necessary." "But not for such as your sister and him together. You are speaking in that way simply to torment me." "I can only speak as I think. I do agree that it would be inexpedient. She would to a certain extent lose the countenance of her friends." "Altogether?" "Not altogether, but to some extent. A certain class of people, not the best worth knowing, might be inclined to drop her. However foolish her own friends may be, we owe something, even to their folly." "Her friends are not foolish. Her proper friends." "I quite agree with that. But then so many of them are improper." "Hampstead!" "I am afraid that I don't make myself quite clear. But never mind. It would be inexpedient. It would go against the grain with my father, who ought to be consulted." "I should think so." "I quite agree with you. A father ought to be consulted, even though a daughter be of age so as to be enabled by law to do as she likes with herself. And then there would be money discomforts." "She would not have a shilling." "Not but what I should think it my duty to put that right if there were any real distress." Here spoke the heir, who was already in possession of much, and upon whom the whole property of the family was entailed. "Nevertheless, if I can prevent it, without quarrelling either with one or the other, without saying a hard word, I shall do so." "It will be your bounden duty." "It is always a man's bounden duty to do what is right. The difficulty is in seeing the way." After this the Marchioness was silent. What she had gained by speaking was very little, little or nothing. The nature of the opposition he proposed was almost as bad as a sanction, and the reasons he gave for agreeing with her were as hurtful to her feelings as though they had been advanced on the other side. Even the Marquis was not sufficiently struck with horror at the idea that a daughter of his should have condescended to listen to love from a Post Office clerk. On the day before they started, Hampstead was enabled to be alone with his sister for a few minutes. "What an absurdity it is," she said, laughing, "this running away." "It is what you must have expected." "But not the less absurd. Of course I shall go. Just at the moment I have no alternative, as I should have none if they threatened to lock me up till I got somebody to take my case in hand. But I am as free to do what I please with myself as is papa." "He has got money." "He is not therefore to be a tyrant." "Yes, he is, over an unmarried daughter who has got none. We cannot but obey those on whom we are dependent." "What I mean is that carrying me away can do no good. You don't suppose, John, that I shall give him up after having once brought myself to say the word. It was very difficult to say, but 10 times harder to be unsaid. I am quite determined and quite satisfied." "But they are not." "As regards my father, I am very sorry. As to mamma, she and I are so different in all our thinking that I know beforehand that whatever I might do would displease her. It cannot be helped. Whether it be good or bad, I cannot be made such as she is. She came too late. You will not turn against me, John?" "I rather think I shall." "John!" "I may rather say that I have. I do not think your engagement to be wise." "But it has been made," she said. "And may be unmade." "No, unless by him." "I shall tell him that it ought to be unmade, for the happiness of both of you." "He will not believe you." Then Lord Hampstead shrugged his shoulders, and thus the conversation was finished. It was now about the end of June, and the Marquis felt it to be a grievance that he should be carried away from the charm of political life in London. In the horror of the first revelation he had yielded, but had since begun to feel that too much was being done in withdrawing him from Parliament. The Conservatives were now in, but during the last Liberal Government he had consented so far to trammel himself with the bonds of office as to become Privy Seal for the concluding 6 months of its existence, and therefore felt his own importance in a party point of view. But having acceded to his wife he could not now go back, and was sulky. On the evening before their departure he was going to dine out with some of the party. His wife's heart was too deep in the great family question for any gaiety, and she intended to remain at home, and to look after the final packings up for the little lords. "I really do not see why you should not have gone with me," the Marquis said, poking his head out of his dressing room. "Impossible," said the Marchioness. "I don't see it at all." "If he should appear on the scene ready to carry her off, what should I have done?" Then the Marquis drew his head in again, and went on with his dressing. What indeed could he do himself if the man were to appear on the scene, and if his daughter should declare herself willing to go off with him? When the Marquis went to his dinner party, the Marchioness dined with Lady Frances. There was no one else present but the 2 servants who waited on them, and hardly a word was spoken. The Marchioness felt that an awful silence was becoming in the situation. Lady Frances merely determined more strongly than ever that the situation should not last very long. She would go abroad now, but would let her father understand that the kind of life planned out for her was one that she could not endure. If she was supposed to have disgraced her position, let her be sent away. As soon as the melancholy meal was over the 2 ladies separated, the Marchioness going upstairs among her own children. A more careful, more affectionate, perhaps I may say a more idolatrous mother never lived. Every little want belonging to them, for even little lords have wants, was a care to her. To see them washed and put in and out of their duds was perhaps the greatest pleasure of her life. To her eyes they were pearls of aristocratic loveliness, and indeed they were fine healthy bairns, clean-limbed, bright-eyed, with grand appetites, and never cross as long as they were allowed either to romp and make a noise, or else to sleep. Lord Frederick, the eldest, was already in words of 2 syllables, and sometimes had a bad time with them. Lord Augustus was the owner of great ivory letters of which he contrived to make playthings. Lord Gregory had not as yet been introduced to any of the torments of education. There was an old English clergyman attached to the family, who was supposed to be their tutor, but whose chief duty consisted in finding conversation for the Marquis when there was no one else to talk to him. There was also a French governess and a Swiss maid, but as they both learned English quicker than the children learned French, they were not serviceable for the purpose at first intended. The Marchioness had resolved that her children should talk 3 or 4 languages as fluently as their own, and that they should learn them without any of the agonies generally incident to tuition. In that she had not as yet succeeded. She seated herself for a few minutes among the boxes and portmanteaus, in the midst of which the children were disporting themselves, prior to their final withdrawal to bed. No mother was ever so blessed. If only, if only. "Mamma," said Lord Frederick, "where's Jack?" Jack absolutely was intended to signify Lord Hampstead. "Fred, did I not say that you should not call him Jack?" "He say he is Jack," declared Lord Augustus, rolling up in between his mother's knees with an impetus which would have upset her had she not been a strong woman and accustomed to these attacks.
"That is only because he is good-natured and likes to play with you. You should call him Hampstead." "Mamma, wasn't he christianed?" asked the eldest. "Yes, of course he was christened, my dear," said the mother sadly, thinking how very much of the ceremony had been thrown away upon the unbelieving, godless young man. Then she superintended the putting to bed, thinking what a terrible bar to her happiness had been created by that first unfortunate marriage of her husband's. Oh, that she should be stepmother to a daughter who desired to fling herself into the arms of a clerk in the Post Office! And then that an unchristianed, that an infidel, republican, un-English heir should stand in the way of her darling boy! She had told herself 1,000 times that the devil was speaking to her when she had dared to wish that Lord Hampstead was not there. She had put down the wish in her heart very often, telling herself that it came from the devil. She had made a faint struggle to love the young man, which had resulted in constrained civility. It would have been unnatural to her to love any but her own. Now she thought how glorious her Frederick would have been as Lord Hampstead, and how infinitely better it would have been, how infinitely better it would be for all the Traffords, for all the nobles of England, and for the country at large. But in thinking this she knew that she was a sinner, and she endeavoured to crush the sin. Was it not tantamount to wishing that her husband's son was dead? End of Section 3. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Section 4 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 1, Chapter 4. Lady Frances. There is something so sad in the condition of a girl who is known to be in love and has to undergo the process of being made ashamed of it by her friends, that one wonders that any young woman can bear it. Most young women cannot bear it, and either give up their love or say that they do. A young man who has got into debt, or been plucked, or even when he has declared himself to be engaged to a penniless young lady, which is worse, is supposed merely to have gone after his kind and done what was to be expected of him. The mother never looks at him with that enduring anger by which she intends to wear out the daughter's constancy. The father frets and fumes, pays the debts, prepares the way for a new campaign, and merely shrugs his shoulders about the proposed marriage, which he regards simply as an impossibility. But the girl is held to have disgraced herself. Though it is expected of her, or at any rate hoped, that she will get married in due time, yet the falling in love with a man, which is, we must suppose, a preliminary step to marriage, is a wickedness. Even among the ordinary Joneses and Browns of the world we see that it is so. When we are intimate enough with the Browns to be aware of Jane Brown's passion, we understand the father's manner and the mother's look. The very servants about the house are aware that she has given way to her feelings, and treat her accordingly. Her brothers are ashamed of her, whereas she, if her brother be in love with Jemima Jones, applauds him, sympathizes with him, and encourages him. There are heroines who live through it all, and who are true to the end. There are many pseudo-heroines who intend to do so, but break down. The pseudo-heroine generally breaks down when young Smith, not so very young, has been taken in as a partner by Messrs. Smith and Walker, and comes in her way in want of a wife. The persecution is, at any rate, so often efficacious as to make fathers and mothers feel it to be their duty to use it. It need not be said here how high above the ways of the Browns soared the ideas of the Marchioness of Kingsbury. But she felt that it would be her duty to resort to the measures which they would have adopted, and she was determined that the Marquis should do the same. A terrible evil, an incurable evil, had already been inflicted. Many people, alas, would know that Lady Frances had disgraced herself. She, the Marchioness, had been unable to keep the secret from her own sister, Lady Persiflage, and Lady Persiflage would undoubtedly tell it to others. Her own lady's maid knew it. The Marquis himself was the most indiscreet of men. Hampstead would see no cause for secrecy. Roden would, of course, boast of it all through the Post Office. The letter carriers who attended upon Park Lane would have talked the matter over with the footman in the area gate. There could be no hope of secrecy. All the young marquises and unmarried earls would know that Lady Frances Trafford was in love with the postman. But time and care and strict precaution might prevent the final misery of a marriage. Then, if the Marquis would be generous, some young earl, or at least a baron, might be induced to forget the postman, and to take the noble Lily, soiled indeed, but made gracious by gilding. Her darlings must suffer. Any excess of money given would be at their cost. But anything would be better than a Post Office clerk for a brother-in-law. Such were the views as to their future life with which the Marchioness intended to accompany her stepdaughter to their Saxon residence. The Marquis, with less of a fixed purpose, was inclined in the same way. "I quite agree that they should be separated, quite," he said. "It mustn't be heard of. Certainly not, certainly not. Not a shilling, unless she behaves herself properly. Of course she will have her fortune, but not to bestow it in such a manner as that." His own idea was to see them all settled in the château, and then, if possible, to hurry back to London before the season was quite at an end. His wife laid strong injunctions on him as to absolute secrecy, having forgotten probably that she herself had told the whole story to Lady Persiflage. The Marquis quite agreed. Secrecy was indispensable. As for him, was it likely that he should speak of a matter so painful and so near to his heart? Nevertheless, he told it all to Mr. Greenwood, the gentleman who acted as tutor, private secretary, and chaplain in the house. Lady Frances had her own ideas as to this going away and living abroad, very strongly developed in her mind. They intended to persecute her till she should change her purpose. She intended to persecute them till they should change theirs. She knew herself too well, she thought, to have any fear as to her own persistency. That the Marchioness should persuade or even persecute her out of an engagement to which she had assented, she felt to be quite out of the question. In her heart she despised the Marchioness, bearing with her till the time should come in which she would be delivered from the nuisance of surveillance under such a woman. In her father she trusted much, knowing him to be affectionate, believing him to be still opposed to those aristocratic dogmas which were a religion to the Marchioness, feeling probably that in his very weakness she would find her best strength. If her stepmother should in truth become cruel, then her father would take her part against his wife. There must be a period of discomfort, say 6 months, and then would come the time in which she would be able to say, "I have tried myself and know my own mind, and I intend to go home and get myself married."
She would take care that her declaration to this effect should not come as a sudden blow. The 6 months should be employed in preparing for it. The Marchioness might be persistent in preaching her views during the 6 months, but so would Lady Frances be persistent in preaching hers. She had not accepted the man's love when he had offered it without thinking much about it. The lesson which she had heard in her earlier years from her mother had sunk deep into her very soul, much more deeply than the teacher of those lessons had supposed. That teacher had never intended to inculcate as a doctrine that rank is a mistake. No one had thought more than she of the incentives provided by rank to high duty. Noblesse oblige. The lesson had been engraved on her heart, and might have been read in all the doings of her life. But she had endeavoured to make it understood by her children that they should not be over quick to claim the privileges of rank. Too many such would be showered on them, too many for their own welfare. Let them never be greedy to take with outstretched hands those good things of which chance had provided for them so much more than their fair share. Let them remember that after all there was no virtue in having been born a child to a Marquis. Let them remember how much more it was to be a useful man or a kind woman. So the lessons had been given, and had gone for more than had been intended. Then all the renown of their father's old politics assisted, the re-election of the drunken tailor, the jeerings of friends who were high enough and near enough to dare to jeer, the convictions of childhood that it was a fine thing, because peculiar for a Marquis and his belongings, to be a Radical. And, added to this, there was contempt for the specially noble graces of their stepmother. Thus it was that Lord Hampstead was brought to his present condition of thinking, and Lady Frances. Her convictions were quite as strong as his, though they did not assume the same form. With a girl, at an early age, all her outlookings into the world have something to do with love and its consequences. When a young man takes his leaning either toward liberalism or conservatism, he is not at all actuated by any feeling as to how some possible future young woman may think on the subject. But the girl, if she entertains such ideas at all, dreams of them as befitting the man whom she may one day hope to love. Should she, a Protestant, become a Roman Catholic and then a nun, she feels that in giving up her hope for a man's love, she is making the greatest sacrifice in her power for the Saviour she is taking to her heart. If she devotes herself to music or the pencil, or to languages, the effect which her accomplishments may have on some beau ideal of manhood is present to her mind. From the very first she is dressing herself unconsciously in the mirror of a man's eyes. Quite unconsciously all this had been present to Lady Frances, as month after month and year after year she had formed her strong opinions. She had thought of no man's love, had thought but little of loving any man, but in her meditations as to the weaknesses and vanity of rank there had always been present that idea. How would it be with her if such a one should ask for her hand, such a one as she might find among those of whom she dreamed as being more noble than dukes, even though they were numbered among the world's proletaries? Then she had told herself that if any such a one should come, if at any time any should be allowed by herself to come, he should be estimated by his merits, whether duke or proletary. With her mind in such a state, she had of course been prone to receive kindly the overtures of her brother's friend. What was there missing in him that a girl should require? It was so that she had asked herself the question. As far as manners were concerned, this man was a gentleman. She was quite sure of that. Whether proletary or not,
There was nothing about him to offend the taste of the best born of ladies. That he was better educated than any of the highly bred young men she saw around her, she was quite sure. He had more to talk about than others. Of his birth and family she knew nothing, but rather prided herself in knowing nothing, because of that doctrine of hers, that a man is to be estimated only by what he is himself, and not at all by what he may derive from others. Of his personal appearance, which went far with her, she was very proud. He was certainly a handsome young man, and endowed with all outward gifts of manliness, easy in his gait, but not mindful of it, with motions of his body naturally graceful, but never studied, with his head erect, with a laugh in his eye, well made as to his hands and feet. Neither his intellect nor his political convictions would have recommended a man to her heart unless there had been something in the outside to please her eye, and from the first moment in which she had met him he had never been afraid of her, had ventured when he disagreed from her to laugh at her, and even to scold her. There is no barrier in a girl's heart so strong against love as the feeling that the man in question stands in awe of her. She had taken some time before she had given him her answer, and had thought much of the perils before her. She had known that she could not divest herself of her rank. She had acknowledged to herself that, whether it was for good or bad, a Marquis's daughter could not be like another girl. She owed much to her father, much to her brothers, something even to her stepmother. But was the thing she proposed to do of such a nature as to be regarded as an evil to her family? She could see that there had been changes in the ways of the world during the last century. Changes continued from year to year. Rank was not so high as it used to be, and in consequence those without rank not so low. The Queen's daughter had married a subject. Lords John and Lords Thomas were every day going into this and the other business. There were instances enough of ladies of title doing the very thing which she proposed to herself. Why should a Post Office clerk be lower than another? Then came the great question, whether it behoved her to ask her father. Girls in general ask their mother, and send the lover to the father. She had no mother. She was quite sure that she would not leave her happiness in the hands of the present Marchioness. Were she to ask her father, she knew that the matter would be at once settled against her. Her father was too much under the dominion of his wife to be allowed to have an opinion of his own on such a matter. So she declared to herself, and then determined that she would act on her own responsibility. She would accept the man, and then take the first opportunity of telling her stepmother what she had done. And so it was. It was only early on that morning that she had given her answer to George Roden, and early on that morning she had summoned up her courage and told her whole story. The station to which she was taken was a large German schloss, very comfortably arranged, with the mountain as a background, and the river Elbe running close beneath its terraces, on which the Marquis had spent some money, and made it a residence to be envied by the eyes of all passers by. It had been bought for its beauty in a freak, but had never been occupied for more than a week at a time till this occasion. Under other circumstances Lady Frances would have been as happy here as the day was long, and had often expressed a desire to be allowed to stay for a while at Königsgraaf. But now, though she made an attempt to regard their sojourn in the place as one of the natural events of their life, she could not shake off the idea of a prison. The Marchioness was determined that the idea of a prison should not be shaken off. In the first few days she said not a word about the objectionable lover. Nor did the Marquis. That had been settled between them. but neither was anything said on any other subject. There was a sternness in every motion, and a grim silence seemed to preside in the château, except when the boys were present, and an attempt was made to separate her from her brothers as much as possible, which she was more inclined to resent than any other ill usage which was adopted towards her. After about a fortnight it was announced that the Marquis was to return to London. He had received letters from "the party," which made it quite necessary that he should be there. When this was told to Lady Frances, not a word was said as to the probable duration of their own stay at the château.
"Papa," she said, "you are going back to London?"
"Yes, my dear. My presence in town is imperatively necessary."
"How long are we to stay here?"
"How long?"
"Yes, papa. I like Königsgraaf very much. I always thought it the prettiest place I know. But I do not like looking forward to staying here without knowing when I am to go away."
"You had better ask your mamma, my dear."
"Mamma never says anything to me." "It would be no good my asking her. Papa, you ought to tell me something before you go away."
"Tell you what?"
"Or let me tell you something."
"What do you want to tell me, Frances?" In saying this he assumed his most angry tone and sternest countenance, which, however, were not very angry or very stern, and had no effect in frightening his daughter. He did not, in truth, wish to say a word about the Post Office clerk before he made his escape, and would have been very glad to frighten her enough to make her silent, had that been possible.
"Papa, I want you to know that it will do no good shutting me up there."
"Nobody shuts you up."
"I mean here in Saxony. Of course I shall stay for some time, but you cannot expect that I shall remain here always."
"Who has talked about always?"
"I understand that I am brought here to be out of Mr. Roden's way."
"I would rather not speak of that young man."
"But, papa, if he is to be my husband—"
"He is not to be your husband."
"It will be so, papa, though I should be kept here ever so long. That is what I want you to understand. Having given my word, and so much more than my word, I certainly shall not go back from it. I can understand that you should carry me off here so as to try and wean me from it."
"It is quite out of the question. Impossible."
"No, papa. If he chooses, and I choose, no one can prevent us."
As she said this she looked him full in the face. "Do you mean to say that you owe no obedience to your parents?"
"To you, papa, of course I owe obedience, to a certain extent. There does come a time, I suppose, in which a daughter may use her own judgment as to her own happiness."
"And disgrace all her family?"
"I do not think that I shall disgrace mine. What I want you to understand, papa, is this, that you will not insure my obedience by keeping me here. I think I should be more likely to be submissive at home. There is an idea in enforced control which is hardly compatible with obedience. I don't suppose you will lock me up?"
"You have no right to talk to me in that way."
"I want to explain that our being here can do no good. When you are gone, mamma and I will only be very unhappy together. She won't talk to me, and will look at me as though I were a poor lost creature. I don't think that I am a lost creature at all, but I shall be just as much lost here as though I were at home in England."
"When you come to talking you are as bad as your brother," said the Marquis as he left her. Only that the expression was considered to be unfit for female ears, he would have accused her of talking the hind legs off a dog. When he was gone the life at Königsgraaf became very sombre indeed. Mr. George Roden's name was never mentioned by either of the ladies. There was the Post Office, no doubt, and the Post Office was at first left open to her. But there soon came a time in which she was deprived of this consolation. With such a guardian as the Marchioness, it was not likely that free correspondence should be left open to her. End of Section 4. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Section 5 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 1, Chapter 5. Mrs. Roden. George Roden, the Post Office clerk, lived with his mother at Holloway, about 3 miles from his office. There they occupied a small house which had been taken when their means were smaller even than at present, for this had been done before the young man had made his way into the official Elysium of St. Martin's le Grand. This had been effected about 5 years since, during which time he had risen to an income of £170. As his mother had means of her own amounting to about double as much, and as her personal expenses were small, they were enabled to live in comfort. She was a lady of whom none around her knew anything, but there had gone abroad a rumour among her neighbours that there was something of a mystery attached to her, and there existed a prevailing feeling that she was at any rate a well-born lady. Few people at Holloway knew either her or her son, but there were some who condescended to watch them and to talk about them. It was ascertained that Mrs. Roden usually went to church on Sunday morning, but that her son never did so. It was known, too, that a female friend called upon her regularly once a week, and it was noted in the annals of Holloway that this female friend came always at 3 o'clock on a Monday. Intelligent observers had become aware that the return visit was made in the course of the week, but not always made on one certain day, from which circumstances various surmises arose as to the means, whereabouts, and character of the visitor. Mrs. Roden always went in a cab. The lady, whose name was known to be Mrs. Vincent, came in a brougham, which for a time was supposed to be her own peculiar property. The man who drove it was so well arrayed as to hat, cravat, and coat as to leave an impression that he must be a private servant, but one feminine observer, keener than others, saw the man on an unfortunate day descend from his box at a public house, and knew at once that the trousers were the trousers of a hired driver from a livery stable. Nevertheless, it was manifest that Mrs. Vincent was better to do in the world than Mrs. Roden, because she could afford to hire a would-be private carriage, and it was imagined also that she was a lady accustomed to remain at home of an afternoon, probably with the object of receiving visitors, because Mrs. Roden made her visits indifferently on Thursday, Friday, or Saturday. It was suggested also that Mrs. Vincent was no friend to the young clerk, because it was well known that he was never there when the lady came, and it was supposed that he never accompanied his mother on the return visits. He had, indeed, on one occasion been seen to get out of the cab with his mother at their own door, but it was strongly surmised that she had then picked him up at the Post Office. His official engagements might, indeed, have accounted for all this naturally, but the ladies of Holloway were well aware that the humanity of the Postmaster General allowed a Saturday half-holiday to his otherwise overworked officials, and they were sure that so good a son as George Roden would occasionally have accompanied his mother, had there been no especial reason against it.
From this further surmises arose. Some glance had fallen from the eye of the visitor lady, or perhaps some chance word had been heard from her lips, which created an opinion that she was religious. She probably objected to George Roden because he was anti-religious, or at any rate anti-church, meeting or chapel going. It had become quite decided at Holloway that Mrs. Vincent would not put up with the young clerk's infidelity, and it was believed that there had been words between the two ladies themselves on the subject of religion, as to which probably there was no valid foundation, it being an ascertained fact that the two maids who were employed by Mrs. Roden were never known to tell anything of their mistress. It was decided at Holloway that Mrs. Roden and Mrs. Vincent were cousins. They were like enough in face and near enough in age to have been sisters; but old Mrs. Demijohn of No. 10 Paradise Row had declared that had George been a nephew his aunt would not have wearied in her endeavour to convert him. In such a case there would have been intimacy in spite of disapproval. But a first cousin once removed might be allowed to go to the mischief in his own way. Mrs. Vincent was supposed to be the elder cousin, perhaps 3 or 4 years the elder, and to have therefore something of an authority, but not much. She was stouter too, less careful to hide what grey hairs years might have produced, and showing manifestly by the nature of her bonnets and shawls that she despised the vanities of the world. Not but that she was always handsomely dressed, as Mrs. Demijohn was well aware. Less than 100 a year could not have clothed Mrs. Vincent, whereas Mrs. Roden, as all the world perceived, did not spend half the money. But who does not know that a lady may repudiate vanity in rich silks, and cultivate the world in woollen stuffs, or even in calico? Nothing was more certain to Mrs. Demijohn than that Mrs. Vincent was severe, and that Mrs. Roden was soft and gentle. It was assumed also that the two ladies were widows, as no husband or sign of a husband had appeared on the scene. Mrs. Vincent showed manifestly from her deportment, as well as from her title, that she had been a married woman. As to Mrs. Roden, of course there was no doubt. In regard to all this the reader may take the settled opinions of Mrs. Demijohn and of Holloway as being nearly true. Riddles may be read very accurately by those who will give sufficient attention and ample time to the reading of them. They who will devote 12 hours a day to the unravelling of acrostics may discover nearly all the enigmas of a weekly newspaper with a separate editor for such difficulties. Mrs. Demijohn had almost arrived at the facts. The two ladies were second cousins. Mrs. Vincent was a widow, was religious, was austere, was fairly well off, and had quarrelled altogether with her distant relative George of the Post Office. Mrs. Roden, though she went to church, was not so well given to religious observances as her cousin would have her. Hence words had come which Mrs. Roden had borne with equanimity, but had received without effect. Nevertheless, the two women loved each other dearly, and it was a great part of the life of each of them that these weekly visits should be made. There was one great fact as to which Mrs. Demijohn and Holloway were in the wrong. Mrs. Roden was not a widow. It was not till the Kingsburys had left London that George told his mother of his engagement. She was well acquainted with his intimacy with Lord Hampstead, and knew that he had been staying at Hendon Hall with the Kingsbury family. There had been no reticence between the mother and son as to these people, in regard to whom she had frequently cautioned him that there was danger in such associations with people moving altogether in a different sphere. In answer to this the son had always declared that he did not see the danger. He had not run after Lord Hampstead. Circumstances had thrown them together. They had originally met each other in a small political debating society, and gradually friendship had grown. The lord had sought him, and not he the lord. That, according to his own idea, had been right. Difference in rank, difference in wealth, difference in social regard required as much as that. He, when he had discovered who was the young man whom he had met, stood off somewhat and allowed the friendship to spring from the other side. He had been slow to accept favour, even at first to accept hospitality. But whenever the ice had, as he said, been thoroughly broken, then he thought that there was no reason why they should not pull each other out of the cold water together. As for danger, what was there to fear? The Marchioness would not like it? Very probably. The Marchioness was not very much to Hampstead, and was nothing at all to him. The Marquis would not really like it. Perhaps not. But in choosing a friend, a young man is not supposed to follow altogether his father's likings, much less need the chosen friend follow them. But the Marquis, as George pointed out to his mother, was hardly more like other marquises than the son was like other marquises' sons. There was a Radical strain in the family, as was made clear by that tailor who was still sitting for the borough of Edgeware. Mrs. Roden, however, though she lived so much alone, seeing hardly anything of the world except as Mrs. Vincent might be supposed to represent the world, had learned that the feelings and political convictions of the Marquis were hardly what they had been before he had married his present wife. "You may be sure, George," she had said, "that like to like is as safe a motto for friendship as it is for love." "Not a doubt, mother," he replied. "But before you act upon it, you must define like. What makes two men like, or a man and a woman?" "Outside circumstances of the world more than anything else," she answered boldly. "I would fancy that the inside circumstances of the mind would have more to do with it." She shook her head at him pleasantly, softly, and lovingly, but still with a settled purpose of contradiction. "I have admitted all along," he continued, "that low birth—" "I have said nothing of low birth." Here was a point on which there did not exist full confidence between the mother and son, but in regard to which the mother was always attempting to reassure the son, while he would assume something against himself which she would not allow to pass without an attempt of faint denial. "That birth low by comparison," he continued, going on with his sentence, "should not take upon itself as much as may be allowed to nobility by descent is certain. Though the young prince may be superior in his gifts to the young shoeblack, and would best show his princeliness by cultivating the shoeblack, still the shoeblack should wait to be cultivated. The world has created a state of things in which the shoeblack cannot do otherwise without showing an arrogance and impudence by which he could achieve nothing." "Which, too, would make him black his shoes very badly." "No doubt. That will have come to pass anyway, because the nobler employments to which he will be raised by the appreciating prince will cause him to drop his shoes." "Is Lord Hampstead to cause you to drop the Post Office?" "Not at all. He is not a prince, nor am I a shoeblack. Though we are far apart, we are not so far apart as to make such a change essential to our acquaintance. But I was saying, I don't know what I was saying." "You were defining what like means. But people always get muddled when they attempt definitions," said the mother. "Though it depends somewhat on externals, it has more to do with internals. That is what I mean. A man and a woman might live together with most enduring love, though one had been noble and wealthy, and the other poor and a nobody. But a thorough brute and a human being of fine conditions can hardly live together and love each other." "That is true," she said. "That, I fear, is true." "I hope it is true." "It has often to be tried, generally to the great detriment of the better nature." All this, however, had been said before George Roden had spoken a word to Lady Frances, and had referred only to the friendship as it was growing between her son and the young lord. The young lord had come on various occasions to the house at Holloway, and had there made himself thoroughly pleasant to his friend's mother. Lord Hampstead had a way of making himself pleasant in which he never failed when he chose to exercise it. And he did exercise it almost always, always indeed, unless he was driven to be courteously disagreeable by opposition to his own peculiar opinion. In shooting, fishing, and other occupations not approved of, he would fall into a line of argument seemingly, and indeed truly good humoured, which was apt, however, to be aggravating to his opponent. In this way he would make himself thoroughly odious to his stepmother, with whom he had not one sentiment in common. In other respects his manners were invariably sweet, with an assumption of intimacy which was not unbecoming, and thus he had greatly recommended himself to Mrs. Roden. Who does not know the fashion in which the normal young man conducts himself when he is making a morning call? He has come there because he means to be civil. He would not be there unless he wished to make himself popular. He is carrying out some recognized purpose of society. He would fain be agreeable if it were possible. He would enjoy the moment if he could. But it is clearly his conviction that he is bound to get through a certain amount of altogether uninteresting conversation, and then to get himself out of the room with as little awkwardness as may be. Unless there be a pretty girl, and chance favour him with her special companionship, he does not for a moment suppose that any social pleasure is to be enjoyed. That rational amusement can be got out of talking to Mrs. Jones does not enter into his mind, and yet Mrs. Jones is probably a fair specimen of that general society in which every one wishes to mingle. Society is to him generally made up of several parts, each of which is a pain, though the total is deemed to be desirable. The pretty girl episode is no doubt an exception, though that also has its pains when matter for conversation does not come readily, or when conversation, coming too readily, is rebuked. The morning call may be regarded as a period of unmitigated agony. Now it has to be asserted on Lord Hampstead's behalf that he could talk with almost any Mrs. Jones freely and pleasantly while he remained, and take his departure without that dislocating struggle which is too common. He would make himself at ease, and discourse as though he had known the lady all his life. There is nothing which a woman likes so much as this, and by doing this Lord Hampstead had done much, if not to overcome, at any rate to quiet the sense of danger which Mrs. Roden had spoken. But this refers to a time in which nothing was known at Holloway as to Lady Frances. Very little had been said of the family between the mother and son. Of the Marquis, George Roden had wished to think well, but had hardly succeeded. Of the stepmother he had never even wished to do so. She had from the first been known to him as a woman thoroughly wedded to aristocratic prejudices, who regarded herself as endowed with certain privileges which made her altogether superior to other human beings. Hampstead himself could not even pretend to respect her. Of her Roden had said very little to his mother,
simply speaking of her as the Marchioness, who was in no way related to Hampstead. Of Lady Frances he had simply said that there was a girl there endowed with such a spirit that of all girls of her class she must surely be the best and noblest. Then his mother had shuddered inwardly, thinking that here too there might be possible danger, but she had shrunk from speaking of the special danger even to her son. "How has the visit gone?" Mrs. Roden asked, when her son had already been some hours in the house. This was after that last visit to Hendon Hall, in which Lady Frances had promised to become his wife. "Pretty well, taking it all together." "I know that something has disappointed you." "No, indeed, nothing. I have been somewhat abashed." "What have they said to you?" she asked. "Very little, but what was kind. Just one word at the last." "Something, I know, has hurt you," said the mother. "Lady Kingsbury has made me aware that she dislikes me thoroughly. It is very odd how one person can do that to another almost without a word spoken." "I told you, George, that there would be danger in going there." "There would be no danger in that if there were nothing more." "What more is there then?" "There would be no danger in that if Lady Kingsbury was simply Hampstead's stepmother." "What more is she?" "She is stepmother also to Lady Frances." "Oh, mother!" "George, what has happened?" she asked. "I have asked Lady Frances to be my wife." "Your wife?" "And she has promised." "Oh, George!" "Yes, indeed, mother. Now you can perceive that she indeed may be a danger. When I think of the power of tormenting her stepdaughter which may rest in her hands, I can hardly forgive myself for doing as I have done." "And the Marquis?" asked the mother. "I know nothing as yet as to what his feelings may be. I have had no opportunity of speaking to him since the little occurrence took place. A word escaped me, an unthought of word, which her ladyship overheard, and for which she rebuked me. Then I left the house." "What word?" "Just a common word of greeting, a word that would be common among dear friends, but which, coming from me to her, told all the story. I forgot the prefix which was due from such a one as I am to such as she is. I can understand with what horror I must henceforward be regarded by Lady Kingsbury." "What will the Marquis say?" "I shall be a horror to him also, an unutterable horror. The idea of contact so vile will cure him at once of all his little Radical longings." "And Hampstead?" "Nothing, I think, can cure Hampstead of his convictions, but even he is not well pleased." "Has he quarrelled with you?" "No, not that. He is too noble to quarrel on such offence. He is too noble even to take offence on such a cause. But he refuses to believe that good will come of it. And you, mother?" "Oh, George, I doubt. I doubt." "You will not congratulate me?" "What am I to say? I fear more than I can hope." "When I tell you that she is noble at all points, noble in heart, noble in beauty, noble in that dignity which a woman should always carry with her, that she is as sweet a creature as God ever created to bless a man with, will you not then congratulate me?" "I would her birth were other than it is," said the mother. "I would have her altered in nothing," said the son. "Her birth is the smallest thing about her, but such as she is I would have her altered in nothing." End of Section 5. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Section 6 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Volume 1, Chapter 6. Paradise Row. About a fortnight after George Roden's return to Holloway, a fortnight passed by the mother in meditation as to her son's glorious but dangerous love, Lord Hampstead called at No. 11, Paradise Row. Mrs. Roden lived at No. 11, and Mrs. Demijohn lived at No. 10, the house opposite. There had already been some discussion in Holloway about Lord Hampstead, but nothing had as yet been discovered. He might have been at the house on various previous occasions, but had come in so unpretending a manner as hardly to have done more than cause himself to be regarded as a stranger in Holloway. He was known to be George's friend, because he had been first seen coming with George on a Saturday afternoon. He had also called on a Sunday, and walked away down the Row with George. Mrs. Demijohn concluded that he was a brother clerk in the Post Office, and had expressed an opinion that it did not signify, meaning thereby to imply that Holloway need not interest itself about the stranger. A young Government clerk would naturally have another young Government clerk for his friend. Twice Lord Hampstead had come down in an omnibus from Islington, on which occasion it was remarked that as he did not come on Saturday there must be something wrong. A clerk with Saturday half holidays ought not to be away from his work on Mondays and Tuesdays. Mrs. Duffer, who was regarded in Paradise Row as being very inferior to Mrs. Demijohn, suggested that the young man might perhaps not be a Post Office clerk. This, however, was ridiculed. Where should a Post Office clerk find his friends except among Post Office clerks? "Perhaps he is coming after the widow," suggested Mrs. Duffer. But this also was received with dissent. Mrs. Demijohn declared that Post Office clerks knew better than to marry widows with no more than £200 or £300 a year, and old enough to be their mothers. "But why does he come on a Tuesday?" asked Mrs. Duffer. "And why does he come alone?" "Oh, you dear old Mrs. Duffer!" said Clara Demijohn, the old lady's niece, naturally thinking that it might not be unnatural that handsome young men should come to Paradise Row. All this, however, had been as nothing to what occurred in the Row on the occasion which is now about to be described. "Aunt Jemima," exclaimed Clara Demijohn, looking out of the window, "there's that young man come again to No. 11, riding on horseback, with a groom behind to hold him." "Groom to hold him!" exclaimed Mrs. Demijohn, jumping with all her rheumatism quickly from her seat, and trotting to the window. "You look if there ain't, with boots and breeches." "It must be another," said Mrs. Demijohn, after a pause, during which she had been looking intently at the empty saddle of the horse which the groom was leading slowly up and down the Row. "It's the same that came with young Roden that Saturday," said Clara, "only he hadn't been walking, and he looked nicer than ever." "You can hire them all, horses and groom," said Mrs. Demijohn. "But he'd never make his money last till the end of the month if he went on in that way." "They ain't hired; they're his own," said Clara. "How do you know, miss?" "By the colour of his boots, and the way he touched his hat, and because his gloves are clean. He ain't a Post Office clerk at all, Aunt Jemima." "I wonder whether he can be coming after the widow," said Mrs. Demijohn. After this Clara escaped out of the room, leaving her aunt fixed at the window. Such a sight as that groom and those two horses moving up and down together had never been seen in the Row before. Clara put on her hat and ran across hurriedly to Mrs. Duffer, who lived at No. 15, next door but one to Mrs. Roden. But she was altogether too late to communicate the news as news. "I knew he wasn't a Post Office clerk," said Mrs. Duffer, who had seen Lord Hampstead ride up the street. "But who he is, or why, or wherefore, it is beyond me to conjecture. But I never will give up my opinion again, talking to your aunt. I suppose she holds out still that he's a Post Office clerk." "She thinks he might have hired them." "Oh my, hired them! But did you ever see anything so noble as the way he got off his horse? As for hire, that's nonsense. He's been getting off that horse every day of his life." Thus it was that Paradise Row was awe-stricken by this last coming of George Roden's friend. It was an odd thing to do, this riding down to Holloway. No one else would have done it, either lord or Post Office clerk, with a hired horse or with private property. There was a hot July sunshine, and the roads across from Hendon Hall consisted chiefly of paved streets. But Lord Hampstead always did things as others would not do them. It was too far to walk in the midday sun, and therefore he rode. There would be no servant at Mrs. Roden's house to hold his horse, and therefore he brought one of his own. He did not see why a man on horseback should attract more attention at Holloway than at Hyde Park Corner. Had he guessed the effect which he and his horse would have had in Paradise Row, he would have come by some other means. Mrs. Roden at first received him with considerable embarrassment, which he probably observed, but in speaking to her seemed not to observe. "Very hot indeed," he said. "Too hot for riding, as I found soon after I started. I suppose George has given up walking for the present." "He still walks home, I think." "If he had declared his purpose of doing so, he'd go on, though he had sunstroke every afternoon." "I hope he is not so obstinate as that, my lord." "The most obstinate fellow I ever knew in my life. Though the world were to come to an end, he'd let it come rather than change his purpose. It's all very well for a man to keep his purpose, but he may overdo it." "Has he been very determined lately in anything?" "No, nothing particular. I haven't seen him for the last week. I want him to come over and dine with me at Hendon one of these days. I'm all alone there." From this Mrs. Roden learnt that Lord Hampstead at any rate did not intend to quarrel with her son, and she learnt also that Lady Frances was no longer staying at the Hall. "I can send him home," continued the lord, "if he can manage to come down by the railway or the omnibus." "I will give him your message, my lord." "Tell him I start on the 21st. My yacht is at Cowes, and I shall go down there on that morning. I shall be away heaven knows how long, probably for a month. Vivian will be with me, and we mean to bask away our time in the Norway and Iceland seas till he goes, like an idiot that he is, to his grouse shooting. I should like to see George before I start. I said that I was all alone, but Vivian will be with me. George has met him before, and as they didn't cut each other's throats then, I suppose they won't now." "I will tell him all that," said Mrs. Roden. Then there was a pause for a moment, after which Lord Hampstead went on in an altered voice. "Has he said anything to you since he was at Hendon? As to my family, I mean." "He has told me something." "I was sure he had. I should not have asked unless I had been quite sure. I know that he would tell you anything of that kind. Well?" "What am I to say, Lord Hampstead?" "What has he told you, Mrs. Roden?" "He has spoken to me of your sister." "But what has he said?" "That he loves her." "And that she loves him?" "That he hopes so." "He has said more than that, I take it. They have engaged themselves to each other." "So I understand." "What do you think of it, Mrs. Roden?" "What can I think of it, Lord Hampstead? I hardly dare to think of it at all." "Was it wise?" I suppose where love is concerned, wisdom is not much considered." "But people have to consider it. I hardly know how to think of it. To my idea it was not wise. And yet there is no one living whom I esteem so much as your son." "You are very good, my lord." "There is no goodness in it, any more than in his liking for me. But I can indulge my fancy without doing harm to others. Lady Kingsbury thinks that I am an idiot because I do not live exclusively with counts and countesses. But in declining to take her advice I do not injure her much. She can talk about me and my infatuations among her friends with a smile. She will not be tortured by any feeling of disgrace. So with my father. He has an idea that I am out Heroding Herod, he having been Herod, but there is nothing bitter in it to him. Those fine young gentlemen, my brothers, who are the dearest little chicks in the world, 5 and 6 and 7 years old, will be able to laugh pleasantly at their elder brother when they grow up, as they will do among the other idle young swells of the nation. That their brother and George Roden should be always together will not even vex them. They may probably receive some benefit themselves, may achieve some diminution of the folly natural to their position by their advantage in knowing him. In looking at it all round, as far as that goes, there is not only satisfaction to me, but a certain pride. I am doing no more than I have a right to do. Whatever counter influence I may introduce among my own people, it will be good and wholesome. Do you understand me, Mrs. Roden?" "I think so, very clearly. I should be dull if I did not." "But it becomes different when one's sister is concerned. I am thinking of the happiness of other people." "She, I suppose, will think of her own." "Not exclusively, I hope." "No, not that, I am sure. But a girl, when she loves—" "Yes, that is all true. But a girl situated like Frances is bound not to sacrifice those with whom fame and fortune have connected her. I can speak plainly to you, Mrs. Roden, because you know what are my own opinions about many things." "George has no sister, no girl belonging to him. But if he had, and you loved her, would you abstain from marrying her lest you should sacrifice your connections?" "The word has offended you?" "Not in the least. It is a word true to the purpose in hand. I understand the sacrifice you mean. Lady Kingsbury's feelings would be sacrificed were her daughter, even her stepdaughter, to become my boy's wife. She supposes that her girl's birth is superior to my boy's." "There are so many meanings to that word birth." "I will take it all as you mean, Lord Hampstead, and will not be offended. My boy, as he is no match for your sister. Both Lord and Lady Kingsbury would think that there had been a sacrifice. It might be that those little lords would not in future years be wont to talk at their club of their brother-in-law, the Post Office clerk, as they would of some earl or some duke with whom they might have become connected. Let us pass it by and acknowledge that there would be a sacrifice. So there will be should you marry below your degree. The sacrifice would be greater because it would be carried on to some future Marquis of Kingsbury. Would you practise such self-denial as that you demand from your sister?" Lord Hampstead considered the matter a while, and then answered the question. "I do not think that the two cases would be quite analogous." "Where is the difference?" "There is something more delicate, more nice, requiring greater caution in the conduct of a girl than of a man." "Quite so, Lord Hampstead. Where conduct is in question, the girl is bound to submit to stricter laws. I may explain that by saying that the girl is lost for ever who gives herself up to unlawful love. Whereas for the man the way back to the world's respect is only too easy.
even should he, on that score, have lost aught of the world's respect. The same law runs through every act of a girl's life, as contrasted with the acts of men. But in this act, the act now supposed of marrying a gentleman whom she loves, your sister would do nothing which should exclude her from the respect of good men, or the society of well-ordered ladies. I do not say that the marriage would be well assorted. I do not recommend it. Though my boy's heart is dearer to me than anything else can be in the world, I can see that it may be fit that his heart should be made to suffer. But when you talk of the sacrifice which he and your sister are called on to make so that others should be delivered from lesser sacrifices, I think you should ask what duty would require from yourself. I do not think she would sacrifice the noble blood of the Traffords more effectually than you would by a similar marriage."
As she thus spoke she leant forward from her chair on the table and looked him full in the face, and he felt as she did so that she was singularly handsome, greatly gifted, a woman noble to the eye and to the ear. She was pleading for her son, and he knew that, but she had condescended to use no mean argument.
"If you will say that such a law is dominant among your class, and that it is one to which you would submit yourself, I will not repudiate it. But you shall not induce me to consent to it by even a false idea as to the softer delicacy of the sex. That softer delicacy, with its privileges and duties, shall be made to stand for what it is worth, and to occupy its real ground. If you use it for other mock purposes, then I will quarrel with you."
It was thus that she had spoken, and he understood it all. "I am not brought in question," he said slowly.
"Cannot you put it to yourself as though you were brought in question? You will at any rate admit that my argument is just."
"I hardly know. I must think of it. Such a marriage on my part would not outrage my stepmother as would that of my sister."
"Outrage! You speak, Lord Hampstead, as though your mother would think that your sister would have disgraced herself as a woman."
"I am speaking of her feelings, not of mine. It would be different were I to marry in the same degree."
"Would it? Then I think that perhaps I had better counsel George not to go to Hendon Hall."
"My sister is not there. They are all in Germany."
"He had better not go where your sister will be thought of."
"I would not quarrel with your son for all the world."
"It will be better that you should. Do not suppose that I am pleading for him."
That, however, was what he did suppose, and that was what she was doing.
"I have told him already that I think that the prejudices will be too hard for him, and that he had better give it up before he adds to his own misery, and perhaps to hers. What I have said has not been in the way of pleading, but only as showing the ground on which I think that such a marriage would be inexpedient. It is not that we, or our sister, are too bad or too low for such contact, but that you on your side are not as yet good enough or high enough."
"I will not dispute that with you, Mrs. Roden. But you will give him my message?"
"Yes, I will give him your message."
Then Lord Hampstead, having spent a full hour in the house, took his departure and rode away.
"Just an hour!"
said Clara Demijohn, who was still looking out of Mrs. Duffer's window. "What can they have been talking about?"
"I think he must be making up to the widow,"
said Mrs. Duffer, who was so lost in surprise as to be unable to suggest any new idea.
"He'd never have come with saddle horses to do that. She wouldn't be taken by a young man spending his money in that fashion. She'd like saving ways better. But they're his own horses and his own man. And he's no more after the widow than he's after me," said Clara, laughing. "I wish he were, my dear." "There may be as good as him come yet, Mrs. Duffer. I don't think so much of their having horses and grooms. When they have these things, they can't afford to have wives too. And sometimes they can't afford to pay for either." Then, having seen the last of Lord Hampstead as he rode out of the Row, she went back to her mother's house. But Mrs. Demijohn had been making use of her time while Clara and Mrs. Duffer had been wasting theirs in mere gazing and making vain surmises. As soon as she found herself alone, the old woman got her bonnet and shawl, and going out slyly into the Row, made her way down to the end of the street, in the direction opposite to that in which the groom was at that moment walking the horses. There she escaped the eyes of her niece and of the neighbours, and was enabled to wait unseen till the man, in his walking, came down to the spot at which she was standing. "My young man," she said in her most winning voice, when the groom came near her. "What is it, mum?" "You'd like a glass of beer, wouldn't you, after walking up and down so long?" "No, I wouldn't, not just at present." He knew whom he served, and from whom it would become him to take beer. "I'd be happy to pay for a pint," said Mrs. Demijohn, fingering a fourpenny bit so that he might see it. "Thank'ee, mum, no. I takes it reg'lar when I takes it. I'm on duty just at present." "Your master's horses, I suppose?" "Whose else, mum? His lordship don't ride generally nobody's 'orses but his own." Here was a success, and the fourpenny bit saved. His lordship! "Of course not," said Mrs. Demijohn. "Why should he?" "Why indeed, mum?" Lord, who is he?" The groom poked up his hat and scratched his head and bethought himself. A servant generally wishes to do what honour he can to his master. This man had no desire to gratify an inquisitive old woman, but he thought it derogatory to his master and to himself to seem to deny their joint name. "'Ampstead," he said, looking down very serenely on the lady, and then moved on, not wasting another word. "I knew all along they were something out of the common way," said Mrs. Demijohn, as soon as her niece came in. "You haven't found out who it is, aunt? You've been with Mrs. Duffer, I suppose. You two'd put your heads together for a week, and then would know nothing." It was not till quite the last thing at night that she told her secret. "He was a peer. He was Lord 'Ampstead." "A peer?" "He was Lord 'Ampstead, I tell you," said Mrs. Demijohn. "I don't believe there is such a lord," said Clara, as she took herself up to bed. End of Section 6. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina.
Section 7 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 1, Chapter 7. The Post Office. When George Roden came home that evening the matter was discussed between him and his mother at great length. She was eager with him, if not to abandon his love, at any rate to understand how impossible it was that he should marry Lady Frances. She was very tender with him, full of feeling, full of compassion and sympathy, but she was persistent in declaring that no good could come from such an engagement. But he would not be deterred in the least from his resolution, nor would he accept it as possible that he should be turned from his object by the wishes of any person as long as Lady Frances was true to him. "You speak as if daughters were slaves," he said.
"So they are. So women must be, slaves to the conventions of the world. A young woman can hardly run counter to her family on a question of marriage. She may be persistent enough to overcome objections, But that will be because the objections themselves are not strong enough to stand against her. But here the objections will be very strong." "We will see, mother," he said. She, who knew him well, perceived that it would be vain to talk to him further. "Oh yes," he said, "I will go out to Hendon, perhaps on Sunday. That Mr. Vivian is a pleasant fellow, and as Hampstead does not wish to quarrel with me, I certainly will not quarrel with him." Roden was generally popular at his office, and had contrived to make his occupation there pleasant to himself and interesting. But he had his little troubles, as will happen to most men in all walks of life. His came to him chiefly from the ill manners of a fellow clerk who sat in the same room with him, and at the same desk. There were 5 who occupied the apartment, an elderly gentleman and 4 youngsters. The elderly gentleman was a quiet, civil, dull old man, who never made himself disagreeable, and was content to put up with the frivolities of youth, if they did not become too uproarious or antagonistic to discipline. When they did, he had but one word of rebuke. "Mr. Crocker, I will not have it." Beyond that he had never been known to go in the way either of reporting the misconduct of his subordinates to other superior powers, or in quarrelling with the young men himself. Even with Mr. Crocker, who no doubt was troublesome, he contrived to maintain terms of outward friendship. His name was Jerningham, and next to Mr. Jerningham in age came Mr. Crocker, by whose ill-timed witticisms our George Roden was not unfrequently made to suffer. This had sometimes gone so far that Roden had contemplated the necessity of desiring Mr. Crocker to assume that a bond of enmity had been established between them, or, in other words, that they were not to speak except on official subjects. But there had been an air of importance about such a proceeding of which Crocker hardly seemed to be worthy, and Roden had abstained, putting off the evil hour from day to day, but still conscious that he must do something to stop the vulgarities which were distasteful to him. The 2 other young men, Mr. Bobbin and Mr. Geraghty, who sat at a table by themselves, and were the 2 junior clerks in that branch of the office, were pleasant and good-humoured enough. They were both young, and as yet not very useful to the Queen. They were apt to come late to their office, and impatient to leave it when the hour of 4 drew nigh. There would sometimes come a storm through the department, moved by an unseen but powerful and unsatisfied Æolus, in which Bobbin and Geraghty would be threatened to be blown into infinite space. Minutes would be written, and rumours spread about. Punishments would be inflicted, and it would be given to be understood that now one and then the other would certainly have to return to his disconsolate family at the very next offence. There was a question at this very moment whether Geraghty, who had come from the sister island about 12 months since, should not be returned to King's County. No doubt he had passed the Civil Service examiners with distinguished applause, but Æolus hated the young Crichtons who came to him with full marks, and had declared that Geraghty, though no doubt a linguist, a philosopher, and a mathematician, was not worth his salt as a Post Office clerk. But he and Bobbin also were protected by Mr. Jerningham, and were well liked by George Roden. That Roden was intimate with Lord Hampstead had become known to his fellow clerks. The knowledge of this association acted somewhat to his advantage, and somewhat to his injury. His daily companions could not but feel a reflected honour in their own intimacy with the friend of the eldest son of a Marquis,
and were anxious to stand well with one who lived in such high society. Such was natural. But it was natural also that envy should show itself in ridicule, and that the lord should be thrown in the clerk's teeth when the clerk should be deemed to have given offence. Crocker, when it first became certain that Roden passed much of his time in company with a young lord, had been anxious enough to foregather with the fortunate youth who sat opposite to him. But Roden had not cared much for Crocker's society, and hence it had come to pass that Crocker had devoted himself to jeers and witticisms. Mr. Jerningham, who in his very soul respected a marquis, and felt something of genuine awe for anything that touched the peerage, held his fortunate junior in unfeigned esteem from the moment in which he became aware of the intimacy. He did in truth think better of the clerk, because the clerk had known how to make himself a companion to a lord. He did not want anything for himself. He was too old and settled in life to be desirous of new friendships. He was naturally conscientious, gentle, and unassuming. But Roden rose in his estimation, and Crocker fell when he became assured that Roden and Lord Hampstead were intimate friends, and that Crocker had dared to jeer at the friendship. A lord is like a new hat. The one on the arm, the other on the head, are no evidences of mental superiority. But yet they are taken, and not incorrectly taken, as signs of merit. The increased esteem shown by Mr. Jerningham for Roden should, I think, be taken as showing Mr. Jerningham's good sense and general appreciation. The two lads were both on Roden's side. Roden was not a rose, but he lived with a rose, and the lads of course liked the scent of roses. They did not particularly like Crocker, though Crocker had a dash about him which would sometimes win their flattery. Crocker was brave and impudent and self-assuming. They were not as yet sufficiently advanced in life to be able to despise Crocker. Crocker imposed upon them, but should there come anything of real warfare between Crocker and Roden, there could be no doubt but that they would side with Lord Hampstead's friend. Such was the state of the room at the Post Office when Crocker entered it on the morning of Lord Hampstead's visit to Paradise Row. Crocker was a little late. He was often a little late, a fact of which Mr. Jerningham ought to have taken more stringent notice than he did. Perhaps Mr. Jerningham rather feared Crocker. Crocker had so read Mr. Jerningham's character as to have become aware that his senior was soft and perhaps timid. He had so far advanced in this reading as to have learned to think that he could get the better of Mr. Jerningham by being loud and impudent. He had no doubt hitherto been successful, but there were those in the office who believed that the day might come when Mr. Jerningham would rouse himself in his wrath. "Mr. Crocker, you are late," said Mr. Jerningham. "Mr. Jerningham, I am. I scorn false excuses. Geraghty would say that his watch was wrong. Bobbin would have eaten something that had disagreed with him. Roden would have been detained by his friend Lord Hampstead." To this Roden made no reply, even by a look. "For me, I have to acknowledge that I did not turn out when I was called. Of 20 minutes I have deprived my country, but as my country values so much of my time at only 7d. halfpenny, it is hardly worth saying much about it." "You are frequently late." "When the amount has come up to £10, I will send the Postmaster General stamps to that amount." He was now standing at his desk opposite to Roden, to whom he made a low bow. "Mr. George Roden," he said, "I hope that his lordship is quite well." "The only lord with whom I am acquainted is quite well, but I do not know why you should trouble yourself about him.
I think it becoming in one who takes the Queen's pay to show a becoming anxiety as to the Queen's aristocracy. I have the greatest respect for the Marquis of Kingsbury. Have not you, Mr. Jerningham?"
"Certainly I have. But if you would go to your work instead of talking so much, it would be better for everybody."
"I am at my work already. Do you think that I cannot work and talk at the same time? Bobbin, my boy, if you would open that window, do you think it would hurt your complexion?"
Bobbin opened the window.
"Paddy, Paddy, where were you last night?"
Paddy was Mr. Geraghty.
"I was dining then with my sister's mother-in-law."
"What, the O'Kelly, the great legislator and home ruler, whom his country so loves and Parliament so hates? I don't think any home ruler's relative ought to be allowed into the service. Do you, Mr. Jerningham?"
"I think Mr. Geraghty, if he will only be a little more careful, will do a great credit to the service," said Mr. Jerningham.
"I hope that Æolus may think the same."
Æolus was the name by which a certain pundit was known at the office, a violent and imperious secretary, but not in the main ill-natured.
"Æolus, when last I heard of his opinion, seemed to have his doubts about poor Paddy."
This was a disagreeable subject, and it was felt by them all that it might better be left in silence. From that time the work of the day was continued with no more than moderate interruptions till the hour of luncheon, when the usual attendant entered with the usual mutton chops.
"I wonder if Lord Hampstead has mutton chops for luncheon?" asked Crocker.
"Why should he not?" asked Mr. Jerningham, foolishly.
"There must be some kind of gilded cutlet upon which the higher members of the aristocracy regale themselves. I suppose, Roden, you must have seen his lordship at lunch?"
"I dare say I have," said Roden, angrily. He knew that he was annoyed, and was angry with himself at his own annoyance.
"Are they golden or only gilded?" asked Crocker.
"I believe you mean to make yourself disagreeable," said the other.
"Quite the reverse. I mean to make myself agreeable. Only you have soared so high of late that ordinary conversation has no charms for you. Is there any reason why Lord Hampstead's lunch should not be mentioned?"
"Certainly there is," said Roden.
"Then upon my life I cannot see it. If you talked of my midday chop I should not take it amiss."
"I don't think a fellow should ever talk about another fellow's eating unless he knows the fellow." This came from Bobbin, who intended it well, meaning to fight the battle for Roden as well as he knew how.
"Most sapient Bob," said Crocker, "you seem to be unaware that one young fellow, who is Roden, happens to be the peculiarly intimate friend of the other fellow, who is the Earl of Hampstead. Therefore the law, as so clearly laid down by yourself, has not been infringed. To return to our muttons, as the Frenchman says, what sort of lunch does his lordship eat?"
"You are determined to make yourself disagreeable," said Roden.
"I appeal to Mr. Jerningham whether I have said anything unbecoming."
"If you appeal to me, I think you have," said Mr. Jerningham. "You have at any rate been so successful in doing it," continued Roden, "that I must ask you to hold your tongue about Lord Hampstead. It has not been by anything I have said that you have heard of my acquaintance with him. The joke is a bad one, and will become vulgar if repeated."
"Vulgar!"
cried Crocker, pushing away his plate and rising from his chair. "I mean ungentlemanlike. I don't want to use hard words, but I will not allow myself to be annoyed."
"Hoity toity!" said Crocker. "Here's a row because I made a chance allusion to a noble lord. I am to be called vulgar because I mentioned his name." Then he began to whistle.
"Mr. Crocker, I will not have it," said Mr. Jerningham, assuming his most angry tone. "You make more noise in the room than all the others put together." "Nevertheless, I do wonder what Lord Hampstead has had for his lunch." This was the last shot, and after that the five gentlemen did in truth settle down to their afternoon's work. When 4 o'clock came, Mr. Jerningham, with praiseworthy punctuality, took his hat and departed. His wife and 3 unmarried daughters were waiting for him at Islington, and as he was always in his seat punctually at 10, he was justified in leaving it punctually at 4. Crocker swaggered about the room for a minute or two with his hat on, desirous of showing that he was by no means affected by the rebukes which he had received. But he too soon went, not having summoned courage to recur to the name of Roden's noble friend. The 2 lads remained for the sake of saying a word of comfort to Roden, who still sat writing at his desk. "I thought it was very low form," said Bobbin, "Crocker going on like that." "Crocker's a baste," said Geraghty. "What was it to him what anybody eats for his lunch?" continued Bobbin. "Only he likes to have a nobleman's name in his mouth," said Geraghty. "I think it's the height of bad manners talking about anybody's friends unless you happen to know them yourself." "I think it is," said Roden, looking up from his desk. "But I'll tell you what shows worse manners, that is, a desire to annoy anybody. Crocker likes to be funny, and he thinks there is no fun so good as what he calls taking a rise. I don't know that I'm very fond of Crocker, but it may be as well that we should all think no more about it." Upon this the young men promised that they at least would think no more about it, and then took their departure. George Roden soon followed them, for it was not the practice of any one in that department to remain at work long after 4 o'clock. Roden, as he walked home, did think more of the little affair than it deserved, more at least than he would acknowledge that it deserved. He was angry with himself for bearing it in mind, and yet he did bear it in mind. Could it be that a creature so insignificant as Crocker could annoy him by a mere word or two? But he was annoyed, and did not know how such annoyance could be made to cease. If the man would continue to talk about Lord Hampstead, there was nothing by which he could be made to hold his tongue. He could not be kicked or beaten, or turned out of the room. For any purpose of real assistance Mr. Jerningham was useless. As to complaining to the Æolus of the office that a certain clerk would talk about Lord Hampstead, that of course was out of the question. He had already used strong language, calling the man vulgar and ungentlemanlike. But if a man does not regard strong language, what further can an angry victim do to him? Then his thoughts passed on to his connection with the Marquis of Kingsbury's family generally. Had he not done wrong, at any rate done foolishly, in thus moving himself out of his own sphere? At the present moment Lady Frances was nearer to him even than Lord Hampstead, was more important to him and more in his thoughts. Was it not certain that he would give rise to misery rather than to happiness by what had occurred between him and Lady Frances? Was it not probable that he had embittered for her all the life of the lady whom he loved? He had assumed an assured face and a confident smile, while declaring to his mother that no power on earth should stand between him and his promised wife, that she would be able to walk out from her father's hall and marry him as certainly as might the housemaid or the ploughman's daughter go to her lover. But what would be achieved by that if she were to walk out only to encounter misery? The country was so constituted that he and these Traffords were in truth of a different race. as much so as the negro is different from the white man. The Post Office clerk may, indeed, possibly become a duke, whereas the negro's skin cannot be washed white. But while he and Lady Frances were as they were, the distance between them was so great that no approach could be made between them without disruption. The world might be wrong in this. To his thinking the world was wrong. But while the facts existed, they were too strong to be set aside. He could do his duty to the world by struggling to propagate his own opinions, so that the distance might be a little lessened in his own time. He was sure that the distance was being lessened, and with this he thought that he ought to have been contented. The jeering of such a one as Crocker was unimportant, though disagreeable, but it sufficed to show the feeling. Such a friendship as his with Lord Hampstead had appeared to Crocker to be ridiculous. Crocker would not have seen the absurdity unless others had seen it also. Even his own mother saw it. Here in England it was accounted so foolish a thing that he, a Post Office clerk, should be hand in glove with such a one as Lord Hampstead, that even a Crocker could raise a laugh against him. What would the world say when it should become known that he intended to lead Lady Frances to the hymeneal altar? As he repeated the words to himself, there was something ridiculous even to himself in the idea that the hymeneal altar should ever be mentioned in reference to the adventures of such a person as George Roden, the Post Office clerk. Thinking of all this, he was not in a happy frame of mind when he reached his home in Paradise Row. End of Section 7. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Section 8 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 1, Chapter 8. Mr. Greenwood. Roden spent a pleasant evening with his friend and his friend's friend at Hendon Hall before their departure for the yacht, during which not a word was said or an allusion made to Lady Frances. The day was Sunday, July 20th. The weather was very hot, and the two young men were delighted at the idea of getting away to the cool breezes of the northern seas. Vivian also was a clerk in the public service, but he was a clerk very far removed in his position from that filled by George Roden. He was attached to the Foreign Office, and was junior private secretary to Lord Persiflage, who was Secretary of State at that moment. Lord Persiflage and our Marquis had married sisters. Vivian was distantly related to the two ladies, and hence the young men had become friends. As Lord Hampstead and Roden had been drawn together by similarity of opinion, so had Lord Hampstead and Vivian by the reverse. Hampstead could always produce Vivian in proof that he was not, in truth, opposed to his own order. Vivian was one who proclaimed his great liking for things as he found them. It was 1,000 pities that any one should be hungry, but for himself he liked truffles, ortolans, and all good things. If there was any injustice in the world, he was not responsible. And if there was any injustice, he had not been the gainer, seeing that he was a younger brother. To him all Hampstead's theories were sheer rhodomontade. There was the world, and men had got to live in it as best they might. He intended to do so, and as he liked yachting and liked grouse shooting, he was very glad to have arranged with Lord Persiflage and his brother private secretary so as to be able to get out of town for the next 2 months. He was member of half a dozen clubs, could always go to his brother's country house if nothing more inviting offered, dined out in London 4 or 5 days a week,
and considered himself a thoroughly useful member of society in that he condescended to write letters for Lord Persiflage. He was pleasant in his manners to all men, and had accommodated himself to Roden as well as though Roden's office had also been in Downing Street instead of in the City. "Yes, grouse," he said after dinner. "If anything better can be invented, I'll go and do it. American bears are a myth. You may get one in 3 years, and, as far as I can hear, very poor fun it is when you get it. Lions are a grind. Elephants are as big as a haystack. Pig sticking may be very well, but you've got to go to India, and if you're a poor Foreign Office clerk, you haven't got either the time or the money." "You speak as though killing something were a necessity," said Roden. "So it is, unless somebody can invent something better. I hate races, where a fellow has nothing to do with himself when he can't afford to bet. I don't mean to take to cards for the next 10 years. I have never been up in a balloon. Spooning is good fun, but it comes to an end so soon, one way or another. Girls are so wide awake that they won't spoon for nothing. Upon the whole, I don't see what a fellow is to do unless he kills something." "You won't have much to kill on board the yacht," said Roden. "Fishing without end in Ireland and Norway. I knew a man who killed a ton of trout out of an Iceland lake. He had to pack himself up very closely in tight-fitting nets, or the midges would have eaten him, and the skin came off his nose and ears from the sun. But he liked that rather than not, and he killed his ton of trout." "Who weighed them?" asked Hampstead. "How well you may know a utilitarian by the nature of his questions. If a man doesn't kill his ton all out, he can say he did, which is the next best thing to it." "Are you taking close packing nets with you?" Roden asked. "Well, no. Hampstead would be too impatient, and the Free Trader isn't big enough to bring away the fish. But I don't mind betting a sovereign that I kill something every day I'm out, barring Sundays." Not a word was said about Lady Frances, although there were a few moments in which Roden and Lord Hampstead were alone together. Roden had made up his mind that he would ask no questions unless the subject were mentioned, and did not even allude to any of the family. But he learnt in the course of the evening that the Marquis had come back from Germany with the intention of attending to his Parliamentary duties during the remainder of the session. "He's going to turn us all out," said Vivian. "On the county franchise, I suppose." "I'm afraid my father is not so keen about county franchise as he used to be, though I hope he will be one of the few to support it in the House of Lords, if the House of Commons ever dares to pass it." In this way Roden learnt that the Marquis, who had carried his daughter off to Saxony as soon as he had heard of the engagement, had left his charge there and had returned to London. As he went home that evening he thought that it would be his duty to go to Lord Kingsbury and tell him, as from himself, that which the father had only yet learnt from his daughter or from his wife. He was aware that it behoves a man, when he has won a girl's heart, to go to the father and ask permission to carry on his suit. This duty he thought he was bound to perform, even though the father were a person so high and mighty as the Marquis of Kingsbury. Hitherto any such going was out of his power. The Marquis had heard the tidings, and had immediately caught his daughter up and carried her off to Germany. It would have been possible to write to him, but Roden had thought that not in such a way should such a duty be performed. Now the Marquis had come back to London, and though the operation would be painful, the duty seemed to be paramount. On the next day he informed Mr. Jerningham that private business of importance would take him to the West End, and asked leave to absent himself. The morning had been passed in the room at the Post Office with more than ordinary silence. Crocker had been collecting himself for an attack, but his courage had hitherto failed him. As Roden put on his hat and opened the door, he fired a parting shot. "Remember me kindly to Lord Hampstead," he said, "and tell him I hope he enjoyed his cutlets." Roden stood for a moment with the door in his hand, thinking that he would turn upon the man and rebuke his insolence, but at last determined that it would be best to hold his peace. He went direct to Park Lane, thinking that he would probably find the Marquis before he left the house after his luncheon. He had never been before at the town mansion, which was known as Kingsbury House, and which possessed all the appanages of grandeur which can be given to a London residence. As he knocked at the door he acknowledged that he was struck with a certain awe of which he was ashamed. Having said so much to the daughter, surely he should not be afraid to speak to the father. But he felt that he could have managed the matter much better had he contrived to have the interview at Hendon Hall, which was much less grand than Kingsbury House. Almost as soon as he knocked the door was opened, and he found himself with a powdered footman as well as the porter. The powdered footman did not know whether or no "my lord" was at home. He would inquire. Would the gentleman sit down for a minute or two? The gentleman did sit down, and waited for what seemed to him to be more than half an hour. The house must be very large indeed if it took the man all this time to look for the Marquis. He was beginning to think in what way he might best make his escape, as a man is apt to think when delays of this kind prove too long for the patience. But the man returned, and with a cold, unfriendly air bade Roden to follow him. Roden was quite sure that some evil was to happen, so cold and unfriendly was the manner of the man, but still he followed, having now no means of escape. The man had not said that the Marquis would see him, had not even given any intimation that the Marquis was in the house. It was as though he were being led away to execution for having had the impertinence to knock at the door. But still he followed. He was taken along a passage on the ground floor, past numerous doors, to what must have been the back of the house, and there was shown into a somewhat dingy room that was altogether surrounded by books. There he saw an old gentleman, but the old gentleman was not the Marquis of Kingsbury. Oh," said the old gentleman. "You, I believe, are Mr. George Roden." "That is my name. I had hoped to see Lord Kingsbury." "Lord Kingsbury has thought it best for all parties that I should see you. That is, if anybody should see you. My name is Greenwood, the Reverend Mr. Greenwood. I am his lordship's chaplain, and, if I may presume to say so, his most attached and sincere friend. I have had the honour of a very long connection with his lordship, and have therefore been entrusted by him with this delicate duty, I had perhaps better call it." Mr. Greenwood was a stout, short man, about 60 years of age, with pendant cheeks and pendant chin, with a few grey hairs brushed carefully over his head, with a good forehead and well-fashioned nose, who must have been good looking when he was young, but that he was too short for manly beauty. Now, in advanced years, he had become lethargic and averse to exercise, and having grown to be corpulent, he had lost whatever he had possessed in height by becoming broad, and looked to be a fat dwarf. Still there would have been something pleasant in his face, but for an air of doubt and hesitation, which seemed almost to betray cowardice. At the present moment he stood in the middle of the room, rubbing his hands together, and almost trembling as he explained to George Roden who he was. "I had certainly wished to see his lordship himself," said Roden. The Marquis has thought it better not, and I must say that I agree with the Marquis." At the moment Roden hardly knew how to go on with the business in hand. "I believe I am justified in assuring you that anything you would have said to the Marquis you may say to me." "Am I to understand that Lord Kingsbury refuses to see me?" "Well, yes. At the present crisis he does refuse. What can be gained?" Roden did not as yet know how far he might go in mentioning the name of Lady Frances to the clergyman, but was unwilling to leave the house without some reference to the business he had in hand. He was peculiarly averse to leaving an impression that he was afraid to mention what he had done. "I had to speak to his lordship about his daughter," he said. I know. Lady Frances. I have known Lady Frances since she was a little child. I have the warmest regard for Lady Frances, as I have also for Lord Hampstead, and for the Marchioness, and for her 3 dear little boys, Lord Frederick, Lord Augustus, and Lord Gregory. I feel a natural hesitation in calling them my friends, because I think that the difference in rank and station, which it has pleased the Lord to institute, should be maintained with all their privileges and all their honours. Though I have agreed with the Marquis through a long life in those political tenets by propagating which he has been ever anxious to improve the condition of the lower classes, I am not and have not been on that account the less anxious to uphold, by any small means which may be in my power, those variations in rank to which I think, in conjunction with the Protestant religion, the welfare and high standing of this country are mainly to be attributed. Having these feelings at my heart very strongly, I do not wish particularly on such an occasion as this to seem by even a chance word to diminish the respect which I feel to be due to all the members of a family of a rank so exalted as that which belongs to the family of the Marquis of Kingsbury. Putting that aside for a moment, I perhaps may venture on this occasion, having had confided to me a task so delicate as the present, to declare my warm friendship for all who bear the honoured name of Trafford. I am at any rate entitled to declare myself so far a friend that you may say anything on this delicate subject which you would think it necessary to say to the young lady's father. However inexpedient it may be that anything should be said at all, I have been instructed by his lordship to hear and to reply." George Roden, while he was listening to this tedious sermon, was standing opposite to the preacher with his hat in his hand, having not yet had accorded to him the favour of a seat. During the preaching of the sermon the preacher had never ceased to shiver and shake, rubbing one fat little clammy hand slowly over the other, and apparently afraid to look his audience in the face. It seemed to Roden as though the words must have been learnt by heart, they came so glibly, with so much of unction and of earnestness, and were in their glibness so strongly opposed to the man's manner. There had not been a single word spoken that had not been offensive to Roden. It seemed to him that they had been chosen because of their offence. And all those long-winded sentences about rank, in which Mr. Greenwood had expressed his own humility and insufficiency for the position of friend in a family so exalted, he had manifestly intended to signify the much more manifest insufficiency of his hearer to fill a place of higher honour even than that of friend. Had the words come at the spur of the moment, the man must, thought Roden, have great gifts for extempore preaching. He had thought the time in the hall to be long, but it had not been much for the communication of the Earl's wishes, and then for the preparation of all these words. It was necessary, however, that he must make his reply without any preparation. "I have come," he said, to tell Lord Kingsbury that I am in love with his daughter." At hearing this the fat little man held up both his hands in amazement, although he had already made it clear that he was acquainted with all the circumstances. "And I should have been bound to add," said Roden, plucking up all his courage, "that the young lady is also in love with me." "Oh, oh, oh!" The hands went higher and higher as these interjections were made. "Why not? Is not the truth the best?" "A young man, Mr. Roden, should never boast of a young lady's affection, particularly of such a young lady, particularly when I cannot admit that it exists, particularly not in her father's house." "Nobody should boast of anything, Mr. Greenwood. I speak of a fact which it is necessary that a father should know. If the lady denies the assertion, I have done." "It is a matter in which delicacy demands that no question shall be put to the young lady. After what has occurred, it is out of the question that your name should even be mentioned in the young lady's hearing." "Why? I mean to marry her." "Mean!" This word was shouted in the extremity of Mr. Greenwood's horror. "Mr. Roden, it is my duty to assure you that under no circumstances can you ever see the young lady again." "Who says so?" "The Marquis says so, and the Marchioness, and her little brothers, who, with their growing strength, will protect her from all harm." "I hope their growing strength may not be wanted for any such purpose. Should it be so, I am sure they will not be deficient as brothers. At present there could not be much for them to do." Mr. Greenwood shook his head. He was still standing, not having moved an inch from the position in which he had been placed when the door was opened. "I can understand, Mr. Greenwood, that any further conversation on the subject between you and me must be quite useless." "Quite useless," said Mr. Greenwood. "But it has been necessary for my honour and for my purpose that Lord Kingsbury should know that I had come to ask him for his daughter's hand. I had not dared to expect that he would accept my proposal graciously." "No, no; hardly that, Mr. Roden." "But it was necessary that he should know my purpose from myself. He will now, no doubt, do so. He is, as I understand you, aware of my presence in the house." Mr. Greenwood shook his head as though he would say that this was a matter which he could not any longer discuss. "If not, I must trouble his lordship with a letter." "That will be unnecessary." "He does know." Mr. Greenwood nodded his head. "And you will tell him why I have come?" "The Marquis shall be made acquainted with the nature of the interview." Roden then turned to leave the room, but was obliged to ask Mr. Greenwood to show him the way along the passages. This the clergyman did, tripping on ahead upon his toes till he had delivered the intruder over to the hall porter. Having done so, he made as it were a valedictory bow, and tripped back to his own apartment. Then Roden left the house, thinking as he did so that there was certainly much to be done before he could be received there as a welcome son-in-law. As he made his way back to Holloway he again considered it all. How could there be an end to this, an end that would be satisfactory to himself and to the girl that he loved? The aversion expressed to him through the person of Mr. Greenwood was natural. It could not but be expected that such a one as the Marquis of Kingsbury should endeavour to keep his daughter out of the hands of such a suitor. If it were only in regard to money, would it not be necessary for him to do so? Every possible barricade would be built up in his way. There would be nothing on his side except the girl's love for himself. Was it to be expected that her love would have power to conquer such obstacles as these? And if it were, would she obtain her own happiness by clinging to it? He was aware that in his present position no duty was so incumbent on him as that of looking to the happiness of the woman whom he wished to make his wife. End of Section 8. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Section 9 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 1, Chapter 9. Königsgraaf. Very shortly after this there came a letter from Lady Frances to Paradise Row, the only letter which Roden received from her during this period of his courtship. A portion of the letter shall be given, from which the reader will see that difficulties had arisen at Königsgraaf as to their correspondence. He had written twice. The first letter had in due course reached the young lady's hands, having been brought up from the village post office in the usual manner, and delivered to her without remark by her own maid. When the second reached the castle it fell into the hands of the Marchioness. She had, indeed, taken steps that it should fall into her hands. She was aware that the first letter had come, and had been shocked at the idea of such a correspondence. She had received no direct authority from her husband on the subject, but felt that it was incumbent on herself to take strong steps. It must not be that Lady Frances should receive love letters from a post office clerk. As regarded Lady Frances herself, the Marchioness would have been willing enough that the girl should be given over to a letter carrier if she could be thus got rid of altogether, so that the world should not know that there was or had been a Lady Frances. But the fact was patent, as was also that too sad truth of the existence of a brother older than her own comely bairns. As the feeling of hatred grew upon her, she continually declared to herself that she would have been as gentle a stepmother as ever loved another woman's children, had these two known how to bear themselves like the son and daughter of a marquis. Seeing what they were, and what were her own children, how these struggled to repudiate that rank which her own were born to adorn and protect, was it not natural that she should hate them, and profess that she should wish them to be out of the way? They could not be made to get out of the way, but Lady Frances might at any rate be repressed. Therefore she determined to stop the correspondence. She did stop the second letter, and told her daughter that she had done so.
"Papa didn't say I wasn't to have my letters," pleaded Lady Frances. "Your papa did not suppose for a moment that you would submit to anything so indecent. It is not indecent. I shall make myself the judge of that. You are now in my care. Your papa can do as he likes when he comes back."
There was a long altercation, but it ended in victory on the part of the Marchioness. The young lady, when she was told that, if necessary, the postmistress in the village should be instructed not to send on any letter addressed to George Roden, believed in the potency of the threat. She felt sure also that she would be unable to get at any letters addressed to herself if the quasi-parental authority of the Marchioness were used to prevent it. She yielded on the condition, however, that one letter should be sent, and the Marchioness, not at all thinking that her own instructions would have prevailed with the postmistress, yielded so far. The tenderness of the letter readers can appreciate and understand without seeing it expressed in words. It was very tender, full of promises and full of trust. Then came the short passage in which her own uncomfortable position was explained.
You will understand that there has come one letter which I have not been allowed to see. Whether mamma has opened it, I do not know, or whether she has destroyed it. Though I have not seen it, I take it as an assurance of your goodness and truth. But it will be useless for you to write more till you hear from me again, and I have promised that this, for the present, shall be my last to you, the last and the first. I hope you will keep it till you have another, in order that you may have something to tell you how well I love you." As she sent it from her she did not know how much of solace there was even in the writing of a letter to him she loved, nor had she as yet felt how great was the torment of remaining without palpable notice from him she loved. After the episode of the letter, life at Königsgraaf was very bitter and very dull. But few words were spoken between the Marchioness and her stepdaughter, and those were never friendly in their tone or kindly in their nature. Even the children were taken out of their sister's way as much as possible, so that their morals should not be corrupted by evil communication. When she complained of this to their mother, the Marchioness merely drew herself up and was silent. Were it possible, she would have altogether separated her darlings from contact with their sister, not because she thought that the darlings would in truth be injured, as to which she had no fears at all, seeing that the darlings were subject to her own influences, but in order that the punishment to Lady Frances might be the more complete. The circumstances being such as they were, there should be no family love, no fraternal sports, no softnesses, no mercy. There must, she thought, have come from the blood of that first wife a stain of impurity which had made her children altogether unfit for the rank to which they had, unfortunately, been born. This iniquity on the part of Lady Frances, this disgrace which made her absolutely tremble as she thought of it, this abominable affection for an inferior creature, acerbated her feelings even against Lord Hampstead. The two were altogether so base as to make her think that they could not be intended by Divine Providence to stand permanently in the way of the glory of the family. Something certainly would happen. It would turn out that they were not truly the legitimate children of a real Marchioness. Some beautiful scheme of romance would discover itself to save her and her darlings, and all the Traffords, and all the Montresors, from the terrible abomination with which they were threatened by these interlopers. The idea dwelt in her mind till it became an almost fixed conviction that Lord Frederic would live to become Lord Hampstead, or probably Lord Highgate, as there was a third title in the family, and the name of Hampstead must for a time be held to have been disgraced. And in due course of happy time, Marquis of Kingsbury. Hitherto she had been accustomed to speak to her own babies of their elder brother with something of that respect which was due to the future head of the family. But in these days she altered her tone when they spoke to her of Jack, as they would call him, and she from herself never mentioned his name to them. "Is Fanny naughty?" Lord Frederic asked one day. To this she made no reply. "Is Fanny very naughty?" the boy persisted in asking. To this she nodded her head solemnly. "What has Fanny done, mamma?" At this she shook her head mysteriously. It may therefore be understood that poor Lady Frances was sadly in want of comfort during the sojourn at Königsgraaf. About the end of August the Marquis returned. He had hung on in London till the very last days of the session had been enjoyed, and had then pretended that his presence had been absolutely required at Trafford Park. To Trafford Park he went, and had spent 10 miserable days alone.
Mr. Greenwood had indeed gone with him, but the Marquis was a man who was miserable unless surrounded by the comforts of his family, and he led Mr. Greenwood such a life that the worthy clergyman was very happy when he was left altogether in solitude by his noble friend. Then, in compliance with the promise which he had absolutely made, and aware that it was his duty to look after his wicked daughter, the Marquis returned to Königsgraaf. Lady Frances was to him at this period of his life a cause of unmitigated trouble. It must not be supposed that his feelings were in any way akin to those of the Marchioness as to either of his elder children. Both of them were very dear to him, and of both of them he was in some degree proud. They were handsome, noble looking, clever, and to himself thoroughly well behaved. He had seen what trouble other elder sons could give their fathers, what demands were made for increased allowances, what disreputable pursuits were sometimes followed, what quarrels there were, what differences, what want of affection, and want of respect. He was wise enough to have perceived all this, and to be aware that he was in some respects singularly blessed. Hampstead never asked him for a shilling. He was a liberal man, and would willingly have given many shillings. But still there was a comfort in having a son who was quite contented in having his own income. No doubt a time would come when those little lords would want shillings, and Lady Frances had always been particularly soft to him, diffusing over his life a sweet taste of the memory of his first wife. Of the present Marchioness he was fond enough, and was aware how much she did for him to support his position. But he was conscious ever of a prior existence in which there had been higher thoughts, grander feelings, and aspirations which were now wanting to him. Of these something would come back in the moments which he spent with his daughter, and in this way she was very dear to him. But now there had come a trouble which robbed his life of all its sweetness. He must go back to the grandeur of his wife and reject the tenderness of his daughter. During these days at Trafford he made himself very unpleasant to the devoted friend who had always been so true to his interests. When the battle about the correspondence was explained to him by his wife, it of course became necessary to him to give his orders to his daughter. Such a matter could hardly be passed over in silence, though he probably might have done so had he not been instigated to action by the Marchioness. "Fanny," he said, "I have been shocked by these letters."
"I only wrote one, papa."
"Well, one, but two came."
"I only had one, papa."
"That made two. But there should have been no letter at all. Do you think it proper that a young lady should correspond with a gentleman in opposition to the wishes of her father and mother?"
"I don't know, papa."
This seemed to him so weak that the Marquis took heart of grace, and made the oration which he felt that he as a father was bound to utter upon the entire question. For, after all, it was not the letters which were of importance, but the resolute feeling which had given birth to the letters. "My dear, this is a most unfortunate affair." He paused for a reply, but Lady Frances felt that the assertion was one to which, at the present moment, she could make no reply. "It is, you know, quite out of the question that you should marry a young man so altogether unfitted for you in point of station as this young man."
"But I shall, papa."
"Fanny, you can do no such thing."
"I certainly shall. It may be a very long time first, but I certainly shall, unless I die."
"It is wicked of you, my dear, to talk of dying in that way."
"What I mean is, that however long I may live, I shall consider myself engaged to Mr. Roden."
He has behaved very, very badly. He has made his way into my house under a false pretence."
"He came as Hampstead's friend."
"It was very foolish of Hampstead to bring him, very foolish. A Post Office clerk!"
"Mr. Vivian is a clerk in the Foreign Office. Why shouldn't one office be the same as another?"
"They are very different. But Mr. Vivian wouldn't think of such a thing. He understands the nature of things, and knows his own position. There is a conceit about the other man."
"A man should be conceited, papa. Nobody will think well of him unless he thinks well of himself."
"He came to me in Park Lane."
"What! Mr. Roden?"
"Yes, he came. But I didn't see him. Mr. Greenwood saw him."
"What could Mr. Greenwood say to him?"
"Mr. Greenwood could tell him to leave the house. And he did so. There was nothing more to tell him. Now, my dear, let there be no more about it. If you will put on your hat, we will go out and walk down to the village."
To this Lady Frances gave a ready assent. She was not at all disposed to quarrel with her father, or to take in bad part what he had said about her lover. She had not expected that things would go very easily. She had promised to herself constancy and final success, but she had not expected that in her case the course of true love could be made to run smooth. She was quite willing to return to a condition of good humour with her father, and, not exactly to drop her lover for the moment, but so to conduct herself as though he were not paramount in her thoughts. The cruelty of her stepmother had so weighed upon her that she found it to be quite a luxury to be allowed to walk with her father.
"I don't know that anything can be done,"
the Marquis said a few days afterwards to his wife.
"It is one of those misfortunes which do happen now and again."
"That such a one as your daughter should give herself up to a clerk in the Post Office!"
"What's the use of repeating that so often? I don't know that the Post Office is worse than anything else. Of course it can't be allowed. And having said so, the best thing will be to go on just as though nothing had happened."
"And let her do just what she pleases?"
"Who's going to let her do anything? She said she wouldn't write, and she hasn't written. We must just take her back to Trafford and let her forget him as soon as she can."
The Marchioness was by no means satisfied, though she did not know what measure of special severity to recommend. There was once a time, a very good time as Lady Kingsbury thought now, in which a young lady could be locked up in a convent, or perhaps in a prison, or absolutely forced to marry some suitor whom her parents should find for her. But those comfortable days were past. In a prison Lady Frances was detained now, but it was a prison of which the Marchioness was forced to make herself the gaoler, and in which her darlings were made to be fellow prisoners with their wicked sister. She herself was anxious to get back to Trafford and the comforts of her own home. The beauties of Königsgraaf were not lovely to her in her present frame of mind. But how would it be if Lady Frances should jump out of the window at Trafford and run away with George Roden? The windows at Königsgraaf were certainly much higher than those at Trafford. They had made up their minds to return early in September, and the excitement of packing up had almost commenced among them when Lord Hampstead suddenly appeared on the scene. He had had enough of yachting, and had grown tired of books and gardening at Hendon. Something must be done before the hunting began, and so, without notice, he appeared one day at Königsgraaf. This was to the intense delight of his brothers, over whose doings he assumed a power which their mother was unable to withstand. They were made to gallop on ponies on which they had only walked before. They were bathed in the river, and taken to the top of the castle,
and shut up in the dungeon after a fashion which was within the reach of no one but Hampstead. Jack was Jack, and all was delight as far as the children were concerned. But the Marchioness was not so well pleased with the arrival. A few days after his coming a conversation arose as to Lady Frances, which Lady Kingsbury would have avoided had it been possible, but it was forced upon her by her stepson. "I don't think that Fanny ought to be bullied," said her stepson.
"Hampstead, I wish you would understand that I do not understand strong language."
"Teased, tormented, and made wretched."
"If she be wretched, she has brought it on herself."
"But she is not to be treated as though she had disgraced herself."
"She has disgraced herself."
"I deny it. I will not hear such a word said of her even by you." The Marchioness drew herself up as though she had been insulted. "If there is to be such a feeling about her in your house, I must ask my father to have her removed, and I will make a home for her. I will not see her broken hearted by cruel treatment. I am sure that he would not wish it."
"You have no right to speak to me in this manner."
"I surely have a right to protect my sister, and I will exercise it."
"You have brought most improperly a young man into the house."
"I have brought into the house a young man whom I am proud to call my friend."
"And now you mean to assist him in destroying your sister."
"You are very wrong to say so. They both know, Roden and my sister also, that I disapprove of this marriage. If Fanny were with me I should not think it right to ask Roden into the house. They would both understand that, but it does not follow that she should be cruelly used."
"No one has been cruel to her but she herself."
"It is easy enough to perceive what is going on. It will be much better that Fanny should remain with the family, but you may be sure of this, that I will not see her tortured." Then he took himself off, and on the next day he had left Königsgraaf. It may be understood that the Marchioness was not reconciled to her radical stepson by such language as he had used to her. About a week afterwards the whole family returned to England and to Trafford. End of Section 9. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina.
Section 10 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 1, Chapter 10. Noblesse oblige. "I quite agree," said Hampstead, endeavouring to discuss the matter rationally with his sister, "that her ladyship should not be allowed to torment you."
"She does torment me. You cannot perceive what my life was at Königsgraaf. There is a kind of usage which would drive any girl to run away, or to drown herself. I don't suppose a man can know what it is always to be frowned at. A man has his own friends, and can go anywhere. His spirits are not broken by being isolated. He would not even see half the things which a girl is made to feel. The very servants were encouraged to treat me badly. The boys were not allowed to come near me. I never heard a word that was not intended to be severe."
"I am sure it was bad."
"And it was not made better by the conviction that she has never cared for me. It is to suffer all the authority, but to enjoy none of the love of a mother. When papa came, of course it was better, but even papa cannot make her change her ways. A man is comparatively so very little in the house. If it goes on it will drive me mad."
"Of course I'll stand to you."
"Oh, John, I am sure you will."
"But it isn't altogether easy to know how to set about it. If we were to keep house together at Hendon." As he made this proposition a look of joy came over her face, and shone amidst her tears. There would, of course, be a difficulty.
What difficulty?
She, however, knew well what would be the difficulty. George Roden would be too near to us.
I should never see him unless you approved.
I should not approve. That would be the difficulty. He would argue the matter with me, and I should have to tell him that I could not let him come to the house except with my father's leave. That would be out of the question, and therefore, as I say, there would be a difficulty.
I would never see him except with your sanction, nor write to him, nor receive letters from him. You are not to suppose that I would give him up. I shall never do that. I shall go on and wait. When a girl has once brought herself to tell a man that she loves him, according to my idea, she cannot give him up. There are things which cannot be changed. I could have lived very well without thinking of him had I not encouraged myself to love him. But I have done that, and now he must be everything to me.
I am sorry that it should be so.
It is so. But if you will take me to Hendon, I will never see him till I have papa's leave. It is my duty to obey him, but not her.
I am not quite clear about that.
She has rejected me as a daughter, and therefore I reject her as a mother. She would get rid of us both if she could.
You should not attribute to her any such thoughts.
If you saw her as often as I do, you would know. She hates you almost as much as me, though she cannot show it so easily.
That she should hate my theories I can easily understand.
You stand in her way.
Of course I do. It is natural that a woman should wish to have the best for her own children. I have sometimes myself felt it to be a pity that Frederick should have an elder brother. Think what a gallant young Marquis he would make, while I am altogether out of my element.
That is nonsense, John.
I ought to have been a tailor. Tailors, I think, are generally the most ill-conditioned, sceptical, and patriotic of men. Had my natural propensities been sharpened by the difficulty of maintaining a wife and children upon 7 and 6d. a day, I really think I could have done something to make myself conspicuous. As it is, I am neither one thing nor another, neither fish nor fowl, nor good red herring. To the mind devoted to marquises, I can understand that I should be a revolting being. I have no aptitudes for aristocratic prettinesses. Her ladyship has 3 sons, either of which would make a perfect marquis. How is it possible that she should not think that I am standing in her way?
But she knew of your existence when she married papa?
No doubt she did, but that does not alter her nature. I think I could find it in my heart to forgive her, even though she attempted to poison me, so much do I stand in her way. I have sometimes thought that I ought to repudiate myself, give up my prospects, and call myself John Trafford, so as to make way for her more lordly lordlings.
That is nonsense, John.
At any rate, it is impossible. I could only do it by blowing my brains out, which would not be in accordance with my ideas of life. But you are not in anybody's way. There is nothing to be got by poisoning you. If she were to murder me, there would be something reasonable in it, something that one could pardon. But in torturing you she is instigated by a vile ambition. She is afraid lest her own position should be tarnished by an inferior marriage on your part. There would be something noble in killing me for the sake of dear little Fred. She would be getting something for him, who of course is most dear to her. But the other is the meanest vanity, and I will not stand it." This conversation took place early in October, when they had been some weeks at Trafford Park. Hampstead had come and gone, as was his wont, never remaining there above 2 or 3 days at a time. Lord Kingsbury, who was ill at ease, had run hither and thither about the country, looking after this or the other property, and staying for a day or two with this or the other friend. The Marchioness had declined to invite any friends to the house, declaring to her husband that the family was made unfit for gaiety by the wicked conduct of his eldest daughter. There was no attempt at shooting the pheasants, or even preparing to shoot them, so great was the general depression. Mr. Greenwood was there, and was thrown into very close intercourse with her ladyship. He fully sympathized with her ladyship. Although he had always agreed with the Marquis, as he had not forgotten to tell George Roden during that interview in London, in regard to his lordship's early political tenets, nevertheless his mind was so constituted that he was quite at one with her ladyship as to the disgraceful horror of low associations for noble families. Not only did he sympathize as to the abomination of the Post Office clerk, but he sympathized also fully as to the positive unfitness which Lord Hampstead displayed for that station in life to which he had been called. Mr. Greenwood would sigh and wheeze and groan when the future prospects of the house of Trafford were discussed between him and her ladyship. It might be, or it might not be, well, so he kindly put it in talking to the Marchioness, that a nobleman should indulge himself with liberal politics. But it was dreadful to think that the heir to a great title should condescend to opinions worthy of a Radical tailor. For Mr. Greenwood agreed with Lord Hampstead about the tailor. Lord Hampstead seemed to him to be a matter simply for sorrow, not for action. Nothing, he thought, could be done in regard to Lord Hampstead. Time that destroys, but which also cures so many things, would no doubt have its effect, so that Lord Hampstead might, in the fulness of years, live to be as staunch a supporter of his class as any duke or marquis living. Or perhaps it might be that the lord would take him. Mr. Greenwood saw that this remark was more to the purpose, and at once went to work with the peerage, and found a score of cases in which within half a century the second brother had risen to the title. It seemed, indeed, to be the case that a peculiar mortality attached itself to the eldest sons of peers. This was comforting. But there was not in it so much ground for positive action as at the present moment existed in regard to Lady Frances. On this matter there was a complete unison of spirit between the two friends. Mr. Greenwood had seen the objectionable young man, and could say how thoroughly objectionable he was at all points, how vulgar, flippant, ignorant, impudent, exactly what a clerk in the Post Office might be expected to be. Any severity, according to Mr. Greenwood, would be justified in keeping the two young persons apart. Gradually Mr. Greenwood learnt to talk of the female young person with very little of that respect which he showed to other members of the family. In this way her ladyship came to regard Lady Frances as though she were not Lady Frances at all, as though she were some distant Fanny Trafford, a girl of bad taste and evil conduct, who had unfortunately been brought into the family on grounds of mistaken charity. Things had so gone on at Trafford that Trafford had hardly been preferable to Königsgraaf. Indeed, at Königsgraaf there had been no Mr. Greenwood, and Mr. Greenwood had certainly added much to the annoyances which poor Lady Frances was made to bear.
In this condition of things she had written to her brother, begging him to come to her. He had come, and thus had taken place the conversation which has been given above. On the same day Hampstead saw his father and discussed the matter with him, that matter, and, as will be seen, some others also.
"What on earth do you wish me to do about her?" asked the Marquis.
"Let her come and live with me at Hendon. If you will let me have the house, I will take all the rest upon myself."
"Keep an establishment of your own?"
"Why not? If I found I couldn't afford it, I'd give up the hunting and stick to the yacht."
"It isn't about money,"
said the Marquis, shaking his head. "Her ladyship never liked Hendon for herself."
"Nor is it about the house. You might have the house and welcome. But how can I give up my charge over your sister just when I know that she is disposed to do just what she ought not?"
"She won't be a bit more likely to do it there than here," said the brother.
"He would be quite close to her."
"You may take this for granted, sir, that no two persons would be more thoroughly guided by a sense of duty than my sister and George Roden."
"Did she show her duty when she allowed herself to be engaged to a man like that without saying a word to any of her family?"
"She told her ladyship as soon as it occurred."
"She should not have allowed it to have occurred at all. It is nonsense talking like that. You cannot mean to say that such a girl as your sister is entitled to do what she likes with herself without consulting any of her family, even to accepting such a man as this for her lover?"
"I hardly know," said Hampstead thoughtfully.
"You ought to know. I know. Everybody knows. It is nonsense talking like that."
"I doubt whether people do know," said Hampstead. "She is 21, and as far as the law goes, might, I believe, walk out of the house and marry any man she pleases to morrow. You, as her father, have no authority over her whatever." Here the indignant father jumped up from his chair, but his son went on with his speech as though determined not to be interrupted. "Except what may come to you by her good feeling, or else from the fact that she is dependent on you for her maintenance."
"Good God!"
shouted the Marquis. "I think this is about the truth of it. Young ladies do subject themselves to the authority of their parents from feeling, from love, and from dependence. But as far as I understand in the matter, they are not legally subject beyond a certain age."
"You talk the hind legs off a dog."
"I wish I could. But one may say a few words without being so eloquent as that. If such is the case, I am not sure that Fanny has been morally wrong. She may have been foolish. I think she has been, because I feel that the marriage is not suitable for her."
"Noblesse oblige," said the Marquis,
putting his hand upon his bosom. "No doubt. Nobility, whatever may be its nature, imposes bonds on us, and if these bonds be not obeyed, then nobility ceases. But I deny that any nobility can bind us to any conduct which we believe to be wrong."
"Who has said that it does?"
"Nobility," continued the son, not regarding his father's question, "cannot bind me to do that which you or others think to be right if I do not approve it myself."
"What on earth are you driving at?"
"You imply that because I belong to a certain order, or my sister, we are bound to those practices of life which that order regards with favour. This I deny, both on her behalf and my own. I didn't make myself the eldest son of an English peer. I do acknowledge that as very much has been given to me in the way of education, of social advantages, and even of money, a higher line of conduct is justly demanded from me
than from those who have been less gifted. So far, noblesse oblige. But before I undertake the duty thus imposed upon me, I must find out what is that higher line of conduct. Fanny should do the same. In marrying George Roden she would do better, according to your maxim, than in giving herself to some noodle of a lord, who from first to last will have nothing to be proud of beyond his acres and his title." The Marquis had been walking about the room impatiently, while his didactic son was struggling to explain his own theory as to those words noblesse oblige. Nothing could so plainly express the feelings of the Marquis on the occasion as that illustration of his as to the dog's hind legs. But he was a little ashamed of it, and did not dare to use it twice on the same occasion. He fretted and fumed, and would have stopped Hampstead had it been possible. But Hampstead was irrepressible when he had become warm on his own themes, and his father knew that he must listen on to the bitter end. "I won't have her go to Hendon at all," he said, when his son had finished. "Then you will understand little of her nature or of mine. Roden will not come near her there. I can hardly be sure that he will not do so here. Here Fanny will feel that she is being treated as an enemy." "You have no right to say so." "There she will know that you have done much to promote her happiness. I will give you my assurance that she will neither see him nor write to him. She has promised as much to me herself, and I can trust her." "Why should she be so anxious to leave her natural home?" "Because," said Hampstead boldly, "she has lost her natural mother." The Marquis frowned awfully at hearing this. "I have not a word to say against my stepmother as to myself. I will not accuse her of anything as to Fanny, except that they thoroughly misunderstand each other. You must see it yourself, sir." The Marquis had seen it very thoroughly. "And Mr. Greenwood has taken upon himself to speak to her, which was, I think, very impertinent." "I never authorized him." "But he did. Her ladyship no doubt authorized him. The end of it is that Fanny is watched. Of course she will not bear a continuation of such misery. Why should she? It will be better that she should come to me than be driven to go off with her lover." Before the week was over the Marquis had yielded. Hendon Hall was to be given up altogether to Lord Hampstead, and his sister was to be allowed to live with him as the mistress of his house. She was to come in the course of next month, and remain there at any rate till the spring. There would be a difficulty about the hunting, no doubt, but that Hampstead, if necessary, was prepared to abandon for the season. He thought that perhaps he might be able to run down twice a week to the Vale of Aylesbury, going across from Hendon to the Willesden Junction. He would at any rate make his sister's comfort the first object of his life, and would take care that in doing so George Roden should be excluded altogether from the arrangement. The Marchioness was paralysed when she heard that Lady Frances was to be taken away, to be taken into the direct neighbourhood of London and the Post Office. Very many words she said to her husband, and often the Marquis vacillated. But when once the promise was given, Lady Frances was strong enough to demand its fulfilment. It was on this occasion that the Marchioness first allowed herself to speak to Mr. Greenwood with absolute disapproval of her husband. "To Hendon Hall?" said Mr. Greenwood, holding up his hands with surprise when the project was explained.
"Yes, indeed. It does seem to me to be the most improper sort of thing to do."
"He can walk over there every day as soon as he has got rid of the letters."
Mr. Greenwood probably thought that George Roden was sent about with the Post Office bags.
Of course they will meet.
I fear so, Lady Kingsbury.
Hampstead will arrange that for them.
No, no,
said the clergyman, as though he were bound on behalf of the family to repudiate an idea that was so damnatory to its honour.
It is just what he will do. Why else should he want to have her there? With his ideas he would think it the best thing he could do utterly to degrade us all. He has no idea of the honour of his brothers. How should he, when he is so anxious to sacrifice his own sister? As for me, of course he would do anything to break my heart. He knows that I am anxious for his father's name, and therefore he would disgrace me in any way that was possible. But that the Marquis should consent!"
"That is what I cannot understand," said Mr. Greenwood.
"There must be something in it, Mr. Greenwood, which they mean to keep from me."
"The Marquis can't intend to give her to that young man."
"I don't understand it. I don't understand it at all," said the Marchioness. "He did seem so firm about it. As for the girl herself, I will never see her again after she has left my house in such a fashion. And to tell the truth, I never wish to see Hampstead again. They are plotting against me, and if there is anything I hate it is a plot."
In this way Mr. Greenwood and the Marchioness became bound together in their great disapproval of Lady Frances and her love. End of Section 10. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Section 11 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 1, Chapter 11. Lady Persiflage. Hampstead rushed up to Hendon almost without seeing his stepmother, intent on making preparations for his sister, and then, before October was over, rushed back to fetch her. He was very great at rushing, never begrudging himself any personal trouble in what he undertook to do. When he left the house he hardly spoke to her ladyship. When he took Lady Frances away, he was of course bound to bid her adieu. "I think," he said, "that Frances will be happy with me at Hendon."
"I have nothing to do with it, literally nothing," said the Marchioness, with her sternest frown. "I wash my hands of the whole concern."
"I am sure you would be glad that she should be happy."
"It is impossible that any one should be happy who misconducts herself."
"That, I think, is true."
"It is certainly true with misconduct such as this."
"I quite agree with what you said first. But the question remains as to what is misconduct. Now "
"I will not hear you, Hampstead, not a word. You can persuade your father, I dare say, but you cannot persuade me. Fanny has divorced herself from my heart for ever."
"I am sorry for that."
"And am bound to say that you are doing the same. It is better in some cases to be plain."
"Oh, certainly; but not to be irrational."
"I am not irrational, and it is most improper for you to speak to me in that way."
"Well, good bye. I have no doubt it will come right some of these days," said Hampstead as he took his leave. Then he carried his sister off to Hendon. Previous to this there had been a great deal of unpleasantness in the house. From the moment in which Lady Kingsbury had heard that her stepdaughter was to go to her brother, she had refused even to speak to the unfortunate girl. As far as it was possible, she put her husband also into Coventry. She held daily consultations with Mr. Greenwood, and spent most of her hours in embracing, coddling, and spoiling those three unfortunate young noblemen who were being so cruelly injured by their brother and sister. One of her keenest pangs was in seeing how boisterously the three bairns romped with Jack, even after she had dismissed him from her own good graces as utterly unworthy of her regard. That night he positively brought Lord Gregory down into the drawing room in his nightshirt, having dragged the little urchin out of his cot, as one might do who was on peculiar terms of friendship with the mother. Lord Gregory was in Elysium, but the mother tore the child from the sinner's arms and carried him back in anger to the nursery. "Nothing does children so much good as disturbing them in their sleep," said Lord Hampstead, turning to his father. But the anger of the Marchioness was too serious a thing to allow of a joke. "From this time forth for evermore she is no child of mine," said Lady Kingsbury the next morning to her husband, as soon as the carriage had taken the two sinners away from the door. "It is very wrong to say that. She is your child, and must be your child." "I have divorced her from my heart, and also Lord Hampstead. How can it be otherwise, when they are both in rebellion against me? Now there will be this disgraceful marriage. Would you wish that I should receive the Post Office clerk here as my son-in-law?" "There won't be any disgraceful marriage," said the Marquis. "At least what I mean is, that it will be much less likely at Hendon than here." "Less likely than here? Here it would have been impossible. There they will be all together." "No such thing," said the Marquis. "Hampstead will see to that. And she too has promised me." "Psha!" exclaimed the Marchioness. "I won't have you say 'psha' to me when I tell you. Fanny always has kept her word to me, and I don't in the least doubt her. Had she remained here, your treatment would have induced her to run away with him at the first word." "Lord Kingsbury," said the offended lady, "I have always done my duty by the children of your first marriage, as a mother should do. I have found them to be violent, and altogether unaware of the duties which their position should impose upon them. It was only yesterday that Lord Hampstead presumed to call me irrational. I have borne a great deal from them, and can bear no more. I wish you would have found some one better able to control their conduct." Then, with a stately step, she stalked out of the room. Under these circumstances the house was not comfortable to any of the inhabitants. As soon as her ladyship had reached her own apartments, after this rough interview, she seated herself at the table, and commenced a letter to her sister, Lady Persiflage, in which she proceeded to give a detailed account of all her troubles and sufferings. Lady Persiflage, who was by a year or two the younger of the two, filled a higher position in society than that of the Marchioness herself. She was the wife only of an Earl, but the Earl was a Knight of the Garter, Lord Lieutenant of his county, and at the present moment Secretary of State for the Home Department. The Marquis had risen to no such honours as these. Lord Persiflage was a peculiar man. Nobody quite knew of what his great gifts consisted, but it was acknowledged of him that he was an astute diplomat, that the honour of England was safe in his hands, and that no more perfect courtier ever gave advice to a well satisfied sovereign. He was beautiful to look at, with his soft grey hair, his bright eyes, and well cut features. He was much of a dandy, and though he was known to be nearer 70 than 60 years of age, he maintained an appearance of almost green juvenility. Active he was not, nor learned, nor eloquent, but he knew how to hold his own, and had held it for many years. He had married his wife when she was very young, and she had become, first a distinguished beauty, then a leader of fashion. Her sister, our Marchioness, had been past 30 when she married, and had never been quite so much in the world's eye as her sister, Lady Persiflage. And Lady Persiflage was the mother of her husband's heir. The young Lord Hautboy, her eldest son, was now just of age. Lady Kingsbury looked upon him as all that the heir to an earldom ought to be. His mother, too, was proud of him, for he was beautiful as a young Phoebus. The Earl, his father, was not always as well pleased, because his son had already achieved a knack of spending money. The Persiflage estates were somewhat encumbered, and there seemed to be a probability that Lord Hautboy might create further trouble. Such was the family to whom collectively the Marchioness looked for support in her unhappiness. The letter which she wrote to her sister on the present occasion was as follows: Trafford Park, Saturday, October 25th. My dear Geraldine, I take up my pen to write to you with a heart laden with trouble. Things have become so bad with me that I do not know where to turn myself unless you can give me comfort. I am beginning to feel how terrible it is to have undertaken the position of mother to another person's children. God knows I have endeavoured to do my duty, but it has all been in vain. Everything is over now. I have divided myself for ever from Hampstead and from Fanny. I have felt myself compelled to tell their father that I have divorced them from my heart, and I have told Lord Hampstead the same. You will understand how terrible must have been the occasion when I found myself compelled to take such a step as this. You know how dreadfully shocked I was when she first revealed to me the fact that she had promised to marry that Post Office clerk. The young man had actually the impudence to call on Lord Kingsbury in London, to offer himself as a son-in-law. Kingsbury very properly would not see him, but instructed Mr. Greenwood to do so. Mr. Greenwood has behaved very well in the matter, and is a great comfort to me. I hope we may be able to do something for him some day. A viler or more ill-conditioned young man he says that he never saw. Insolent, too, and talking as though he had as much right to ask for Fanny's hand as though he were one of the same class. As for that, she would deserve nothing better than to be married to such a man, were it not that all the world would know how closely she is connected with my own darling boys. Then we took her off to Königsgraaf, and such a time as I had with her! She would write letters to this wretch, and contrive to receive one. I did stop that, but you cannot conceive what a life she led me. Of course I have felt from the first that she would be divided from her brothers, because one never knows how early bad morals may be inculcated. Then her papa came, and Hampstead, who in all this has encouraged his sister. The young man is his friend. After this, who will say that any nobleman ought to call himself what they call a Liberal? Then we came home, and what do you think has happened? Hampstead has taken his sister to live with him at Hendon, next door, as you may say, to the Post Office clerk, where the young man has made himself thoroughly at home. And Kingsbury has permitted it. Oh, Geraldine, that is the worst of it. Am I not justified in declaring that I have divorced them from my heart? You can hardly feel as I do, you whose son fills so well that position which an eldest son ought to fill. Here am I with my darlings not only under a shade, but with this disgrace before them, which they will never be able altogether to get rid of. I can divorce Hampstead and his sister from my heart, but they will still be in some sort brother and sister to my poor boys. How am I to teach them to respect their elder brother, who, I suppose, must in course of time become head of the house, when he is hand and glove with a dreadful young man such as that? Am I not justified in declaring that no communication shall be kept up between the two families? If she marries the man she will of course drop the name, but yet all the world will know because of the title. As for him, I am afraid that there is no hope, although it is odd that the second son does so very often come to the title. If you look into it, you will find that the second brother has almost a better chance than the elder, although I am sure that nothing of the kind will ever happen to dear Hautboy. But he knows how to live in that state of life to which it has pleased God to call him. Do write to me at once, and tell me what I ought to do with a due regard to the position to which I have been called upon to fill in the world. Your most affectionate sister, Clara Kingsbury. P.S. Do remember poor Mr. Greenwood if Lord Persiflage should know how to do something for a clergyman. He is getting old, and Kingsbury has never been able to do anything for him. I hope the Liberals never will be able to do anything for anybody. I don't think Mr. Greenwood would be fit for any duty, because he has been idle all his life, and is now fond of good living. But a deanery would just suit him. After the interval of a fortnight, Lady Kingsbury received a reply from her sister, which the reader may as well see at once. Castle Hautboy, November 9th. My dear Clara, I don't know that there is anything further to be done about Fanny. As for divorcing her from your heart, I don't suppose that it amounts to much. I advise you to keep on good terms with Hampstead, because if anything were to happen it is always well for the Dowager to be friends with the heir. If Fanny will marry the man, she must. Lady Di Peacocke married Mr. Billyboy, who was a clerk in one of the offices. They made him assistant secretary, and they now live in Portugal Street, and do very well. I see Lady Diana about everywhere. Mr. Billyboy can't keep a carriage for her, but that of course is her look-out. As to what you say about second sons succeeding, don't think of it. It would get you into a bad frame of mind, and make you hate the very person upon whom you will probably have to depend for much of your comfort. I think you should take things easier, and above all do not trouble your husband. I am sure he could make himself very unpleasant if he were driven too far. Persiflage has no clerical patronage whatever, and would not interfere about deans or bishops for all the world. I suppose he could appoint a chaplain to an embassy, but your clergyman seems to be too old and too idle for that. Your affectionate sister, Geraldine Persiflage. This letter brought very little comfort to the distracted Marchioness. There was much in it so cold that it offended her deeply, and for a moment prompted her almost to divorce also Lady Persiflage from her heart. Lady Persiflage seemed to think that Fanny should be absolutely encouraged to marry the Post Office clerk, because at some past period some Lady Diana, who at the time was near 50, had married a clerk also. It might be that a Lady Diana should have run away with a groom, but would that be a reason why so monstrous a crime should be repeated? And then in this letter there was so absolute an absence of all affectionate regard for her own children. She had spoken with great love of Lord Hautboy, but then Lord Hautboy was the acknowledged heir, whereas her own children were nobodies. In this there lay the sting. And then she felt herself to have been rebuked because she had hinted at the possibility of Lord Hampstead's departure for a better world. Lord Hampstead was mortal as well as others, and why should not his death be contemplated, especially as it would confer so great a benefit on the world at large? Her sister's letter persuaded her of nothing. The divorce should remain as complete as ever. She would not condescend to think of any future advantages which might accrue to her from an intimacy with her stepson. Her dower had been regularly settled. Her duty was to her own children, and secondly to her husband. If she could succeed in turning him against these two wicked elder children, then she would omit to do nothing which might render his life pleasant to him. Such were the resolutions which she formed on receipt of her sister's letter. About this time Lord Kingsbury found it necessary to say a few words to Mr. Greenwood. There had not of late been much expression of kindness from the Marquis to the clergyman. Since their return from Germany his lordship had been either taciturn or cross. Mr. Greenwood took this very much to heart, for though he was most anxious to assure to himself the friendship of the Marchioness, he did not at all wish to neglect the Marquis. It was in truth on the Marquis that he depended for everything that he had in the world. The Marquis could send him out of the house to morrow, and if this house were closed to him, none other, as far as he knew, would be open to him, except the Union. He had lived delicately all his life, and luxuriously, but fruitlessly as regarded the gathering of any honey for future wants. Whatever small scraps of preferment might have come in his way had been rejected as having been joined with too much of labour and too little of emolument. He had gone on hoping that so great a man as the Marquis would be able to do something for him, thinking that he might at any rate fasten his patron closely to him by bonds of affection. This had been in days before the coming of the present Marchioness. At first she had not created any special difficulty for him. She did not at once attempt to overthrow the settled politics of the family, and Mr. Greenwood had been allowed to be blandly liberal. But during the last year or two great management had been necessary. By degrees he had found it essential to fall into the conservative views of her ladyship, which extended simply to the idea that the cream of the earth should be allowed to be the cream of the earth. It is difficult in the same house to adhere to two political doctrines, because the holders of each will require support at all general meetings. Gradually the Marchioness had become exigeant, and the Marquis was becoming aware that he was being thrown over. A feeling of anger was growing up in his mind which he did not himself analyse. When he heard that the clergyman had taken upon himself to lecture Lady Frances, for it was thus he read the few words which his son had spoken to him, he carried his anger with him for a day or two, till at last he found an opportunity of explaining himself to the culprit. "Lady Frances will do very well where she is," said the Marquis, in answer to some expression of a wish as to his daughter's comfort. "Oh, no doubt. I am not sure that I am fond of too much interference in such matters." "Have I interfered, my lord?" "I do not mean to find any special fault on this occasion." "I hope not, my lord." "But you did speak to Lady Frances when I think it might have been as well that you should have held your tongue." "I had been instructed to see that young man in London." "Exactly; but not to say anything to Lady Frances." "I had known her ladyship so many years." "Do not drive me to say that you had known her too long." Mr. Greenwood felt this to be very hard, for what he had said to Lady Frances he had in truth said under instruction. That last speech as to having perhaps known the lady too long seemed to contain a terrible threat. He was thus driven to fall back upon his instructions. "Her ladyship seemed to think that perhaps a word in season." The Marquis felt this to be cowardly, and was more inclined to be angry with his old friend than if he had stuck to that former plea of old friendship. "I will not have interference in this house, and there's an end of it.
If I wish you to do anything for me, I will tell you. That is all. If you please, nothing more shall be said about it. The subject is disagreeable to me."
"Has the Marquis said anything about Lady Frances since she went?" the Marchioness asked the clergyman the next morning. How was he to hold his balance between them if he was to be questioned by both sides in this way? "I suppose he has mentioned her?"
"He just mentioned the name one day."
"Well?"
"I rather think that he does not wish to be interrogated about her ladyship."
"I dare say not. Is he anxious to have her back again?"
"That I cannot say, Lady Kingsbury. I should think he must be."
"Of course I shall be desirous to ascertain the truth. He has been so unreasonable that I hardly know how to speak to him myself. I suppose he tells you?"
"I rather think his lordship will decline to speak about her ladyship just at present."
"Of course it is necessary that I should know. Now that she has chosen to take herself off, I shall not choose to live under the same roof with her again. If Lord Kingsbury speaks to you on the subject, you should make him understand that."
Poor Mr. Greenwood felt that there were thorny paths before him, in which it might be very difficult to guard his feet from pricks. Then he had to consider if there were to be two sides in the house, strongly opposed to each other, with which would it be best for him to take a part? The houses of the Marquis, with all their comforts, were open for him, but the influence of Lord Persiflage was very great, whereas that of the Marquis was next to nothing. End of Section 11. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Section 12 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 1, Chapter 12. Castle Hautboy. You'd better ask the old Traffords down here for a few weeks. Hampstead won't shoot, but he can hunt with the Braeside Harriers. This was the answer made by Lord Persiflage to his wife when he was told by her of that divorce which had taken place at Trafford Park, and of the departure of Lady Frances for Hendon. Hampstead and Lady Frances were the old Traffords. Lord Persiflage, too, was a Conservative, but his politics were of a very different order from those entertained by his sister-in-law. He was, above all, a man of the world. He had been our ambassador at St. Petersburg, and was now a member of the Cabinet. He liked the good things of office, but had no idea of quarrelling with a Radical because he was a Radical. He cared very little as to the opinions of his guests, if they could make themselves either pleasant or useful. He looked upon his sister-in-law as an old fool, and had no idea of quarrelling with Hampstead for her sake. If the girl persisted in making a bad match, she must take the consequences. No great harm would come, except to her. As to the evil done to his "order," that did not affect Lord Persiflage at all. He did not expect his order to endure for ever. All orders become worn out in time and effete. He had no abhorrence for anybody, but he liked pleasant people. He liked to treat everything as a joke, and he liked the labours of his not unlaborious life to be minimized. Having given his orders about the old Traffords, as he called them in reference to the Darlings, he said nothing more on the subject. Lady Persiflage wrote a note to "Dear Fanny," conveying the invitation in 3 words, and received a reply to the effect that she and her brother would be at Castle Hautboy before the end of November. Hampstead would perhaps bring a couple of horses, but he would put them up at the livery stables at Penrith. "How do you do, Hampstead?" said Persiflage, when he first met his guest before dinner on the day of the arrival. "You haven't got rid of everything yet?" This question was supposed to refer to Lord Hampstead's revolutionary tendencies. "Not quite so thoroughly as we hope to do soon." "I always think it a great comfort that in our country the blackguards are so considerate. I must own that we do very little for them, and yet they never knock us over the head or shoot at us, as they do in Russia and Germany and France." Then he passed on, having said quite enough for one conversation. "So you've gone off to Hendon to live with your brother," said Lady Persiflage to her niece. "Yes, indeed," said Lady Fanny, blushing at the implied allusion to her low-born lover which was contained in this question. But Lady Persiflage had no idea of saying a word about the lover, or of making herself in any way unpleasant. "I dare say it will be very comfortable for you both," she said; "but we thought you might be a little lonely till you got used to it, and therefore asked you to come down for a week or two. The house is full of people, and you will be sure to find some one that you know." Not a word was said at Castle Hautboy as to those terrible things which had occurred in the Trafford family. Young Vivian was there, half, as he said, for ornament, but partly for pleasure and partly for business. "He likes to have a private secretary with him," he said to Hampstead, "in order that people might think there is something to do. As a rule they never send anything down from the Foreign Office at this time of year. He always has a foreign minister or two in the house, or a few secretaries of legation, and that gives an air of business. Nothing would offend or surprise him so much as if one of them were to say a word about affairs. Nobody ever does, and therefore he is supposed to be the safest foreign minister that we've had in Downing Street since old 's time." "Well, Hautboy." "Well, Hampstead." Thus the two heirs greeted each other. "You'll come and shoot to morrow?" asked the young host. "I never shoot. I thought all the world knew that." "The best cock shooting in all England," said Hautboy. "But we shan't come to that for the next month." "Cocks or hens, pheasants, grouse or partridge, rabbits or hares, it's all one to me. I couldn't hit 'em if I would, and I wouldn't if I could." "There's a great deal in the couldn't," said Hautboy. "As for hunting, those Braeside fellows go out 2 or 3 times a week. But it's a wretched sort of affair. They hunt hares or foxes just as they come, and they're always climbing up a ravine or tumbling down a precipice." "I can climb and tumble as well as any one," said Hampstead. So that question as to the future amusement of the guest was settled. But the glory of the house of Hauteville, Hauteville was the Earl's family name, at present shone most brightly in the person of the elder daughter, Lady Amaldina. Lady Amaldina, who was as beautiful in colour, shape, and proportion as wax could make a Venus, was engaged to marry the eldest son of the Duke of Merioneth, the Marquis of Llwddythlw. The Marquis of Llwddythlw was a young man about 40 years of age, of great promise, who had never been known to do a foolish thing in his life, and his father was one of those half-dozen happy noblemen, each of whom is ordinarily reported to be the richest man in England. Lady Amaldina was not unnaturally proud of her high destiny, and as the alliance had already been advertised in all the newspapers, she was not unwilling to talk about it. Lady Frances was not exactly a cousin, but stood in the place of a cousin, and therefore was regarded as a good listener for all the details which had to be repeated. It might be that Lady Amaldina took special joy in having such a listener, because Lady Frances herself had placed her own hopes so low. That story as to the Post Office clerk was known to everybody at Castle Hautboy. Lady Persiflage ridiculed the idea of keeping such things secret. Having so much to be proud of in regard to her own children, she thought that there should be no such secrets. If Fanny Trafford did intend to marry the Post Office clerk, it would be better that all the world should know it beforehand. Lady Amaldina knew it, and was delighted at having a confidante whose views and prospects in life were so different from her own.
"Of course, dear, you have heard what is going to happen to me," she said, smiling. "I have heard of your engagement with the son of the Duke of Merioneth, the man with the terrible Welsh name. When you once know how to pronounce it, it is the prettiest word that poetry ever produced."
Then Lady Amaldina did pronounce her future name, but nothing serviceable would be done for the reader if an attempt were made to write the sound which she produced.
"I am not sure but what it was the name which first won my heart. I can sign it now quite easily without a mistake." "It won't be long, I suppose, before you will have to do so always." "An age, my dear. The Duke's affairs are of such a nature, and Llwddythlw is so constantly engaged in business, that I don't suppose it will take place for the next 10 years. What with settlements and entails and Parliament and the rest of it, I shall be an old woman before I am led to the hymeneal altar." "10 years!" said Lady Fanny. "Well, say 10 months, which seems to be just as long." "Isn't he in a hurry?" "Oh, awfully. But what can he do, poor fellow? He is so placed that he cannot have his affairs arranged for him in half an hour, as other men can do. It is a great trouble having estates so large and interests so complicated. Now there is one thing I particularly want to ask you." "What is it?" "About being one of the bridesmaids." "One can hardly answer for 10 years hence." "That is nonsense, of course. I am determined to have no girl who has not a title. It isn't that I care about that kind of thing in the least, but the Duke does. And then I think the list will sound more distinguished in the newspapers if all the Christian names are given with the lady before them. There are to be his 3 sisters, Lady Anne, Lady Antoinette, and Lady Anatolia. Then my 2 sisters, Lady Alphonsa and Lady Amelia. To be sure they are very young." "They may be old enough, according to what you say." "Yes, indeed. And then there will be Lady Arabella Portroyal and Lady Augusta Gelashires. I have got the list written out somewhere, and there are to be just 20. If the catalogue is finished there will hardly be room for me." "The Earl of Knocknacoppul's daughter has sent me word that she must refuse, because her own marriage will take place first. She would have put it off, as she is only going to marry an Irish baronet, and because she is dying to have her name down as one of the bevy. But he says that if she delays any longer he'll go on a shooting expedition to the Rocky Mountains, and then perhaps he might never come back. So there is a vacancy." "I hardly like to make a promise so long beforehand. Perhaps I might have a young man, and he might go off to the Rocky Mountains." "That's just what made me not put down your name at first. Of course you know we've heard about Mr. Roden." "I didn't know," said Lady Frances, blushing. "Oh dear, yes. Everybody knows it. And I think it's such a brave thing to do. If you're really attached to him." "I should never marry any man without being attached to him," said Lady Frances. "That's of course. But I mean romantically attached, I don't pretend to that kind of thing with Llwddythlw. I don't think it necessary in a marriage of this kind. He's a great deal older than I am, and is bald. I suppose Mr. Roden is very, very handsome. I have not thought much about that. I should have considered that one would want it for a marriage of that kind. I don't know whether after all it isn't the best thing to do. Romance is so delicious. But then it's delicious to be a duchess, said Lady Frances, with the slightest touch of irony. Oh, no doubt. One has to look at it all round, and then to form a judgment. It went a great way with papa, I know, Llwddythlw being such a good man of business. He has been in the household, and the Queen will be sure to send a handsome present. I expect to have the grandest show of wedding presents that any girl has yet exhibited in England. Ever so many people have asked mamma already as to what I should like best. Mr. Macwapples said out plain that he could go to £150. He is a Scotch manufacturer, and has papa's interest in Wigtonshire. I suppose you don't intend to do anything very grand in that way. I suppose not, as I don't know any Scotch manufacturers. But my marriage, if I ever am married, is a thing so much of the future that I haven't even begun to think of my dress yet. I'll tell you a secret, said Lady Amaldina, whispering. Mine is already made, and I've tried it on. You might get ever so much stouter in 10 years, said Lady Frances. That, of course, was joking. But we did think the marriage would come off last June, and as we were in Paris in April, the order was given. Don't you tell anybody about that.
Then it was settled that the name of Lady Frances should be put down on the list of bridesmaids, but put down in a doubtful manner, as is done with other things of great importance. A few days after Lord Hampstead's arrival, a very great dinner party was given at the Castle, at which all the county round was invited. Castle Hautboy is situated near Pooley Bridge, just in the county of Westmoreland, on an eminence, giving it a grand prospect over Ullswater, which is generally considered to be one of the Cumberland lakes. Therefore the gentry from the two counties were invited as far round as Penrith, Shap, Bampton, and Patterdale. The Earl's property in that neighbourhood was scattered about through the two counties, and was looked after by a steward or manager who lived himself at Penrith, and was supposed to be very efficacious in such duties. His name was Crocker, and not only was he invited to the dinner, but also his son, who happened at the time to be enjoying the month's holiday which was allowed to him by the authorities of the office in London to which he was attached. The reader may remember that a smart young man of this name sat at the same desk with George Roden at the General Post Office. Young Crocker was specially delighted with the honour done him on this occasion. He not only knew that his fellow clerk's friend, Lord Hampstead, was at the Castle, and his sister, Lady Frances, with him, but he also knew that George Roden was engaged to marry that noble lady. Had he heard this before he left London, he would probably have endeavoured to make some atonement for his insolence to Roden. For he was in truth filled with a strong admiration for the man who had before him the possibility of such high prospects. But the news had only reached him since he had been in the North. Now he thought that he might possibly find an opportunity of making known to Lord Hampstead his intimacy with Roden, and of possibly saying a word, just uttering a hint, as to that future event. It was long before he could find himself near enough to Lord Hampstead to address him. He had even refused to return home with his father, who did not like being very late on the road,
saying that he had got a lift into town in another conveyance. This he did, with the prospect of having to walk 6 miles into Penrith in his dress boots, solely with the object of saying a few words to Roden's friend. At last he was successful.
"We have had what I call an extremely pleasant evening, my lord."
It was thus he commenced, and Hampstead, whose practice it was to be specially graceful to any one whom he chanced to meet, but did not think to be a gentleman, replied very courteously that the evening had been pleasant.
"Quite a thing to remember," continued Crocker.
"Perhaps one remembers the unpleasant things the longest," said Hampstead, laughing.
"Oh no, my lord, not that. I always forget the unpleasant. That's what I call philosophy."
Then he broke away into the subject that was near his heart.
"I wish our friend Roden had been here, my lord."
"Is he a friend of yours?"
"Oh dear, yes. Most intimate. We sit in the same room at the Post Office, and at the same desk, as thick as thieves, as the saying is. We often have a crack about your lordship."
"I have a great esteem for George Roden. He and I are really friends. I know no one for whom I have a higher regard." This he said with an earnest voice, thinking himself bound to express his friendship more loudly than he would have done had the friend been in his own rank of life.
"That's just what I feel. Roden is a man that will rise."
"I hope so."
"He'll be sure to get something good before long. They'll make him a surveyor, or chief clerk, or something of that kind. I'll back him to have £500 a year before any man in the office. There'll be a shindy about it, of course. There always is a shindy when a fellow is put up out of his turn. But he needn't care for that. They can laugh as win, eh, my lord?"
"He would be the last to wish an injustice to be done for his own good."
"We've got to take that as it comes, my lord. I won't say but what I should like to go up at once to a senior class over other men's heads. There isn't a chance of that, because I'm independent, and the seniors don't like me. Old Jerningham is always down upon me just for that reason. You ask Roden, and he'll tell you the same thing, my lord."
Then came a momentary break in the conversation, and Lord Hampstead was seizing advantage of it to escape. But Crocker, who had taken enough wine to be bold, saw the attempt and intercepted it. He was desirous of letting the lord know all that he knew.
"Roden is a happy dog, my lord."
"Happy, I hope, though not a dog," said Hampstead, trusting that he could retreat gracefully behind the joke.
"Ha, ha, ha! The dog only meant what a lucky fellow he is. I have heard him speak in raptures of what is in store for him."
"What?"
"There is no happiness like married happiness, is there, my lord?"
"Upon my word, I can't say. Good night to you."
"I hope you will come and see me and Roden at the office some of these days."
"Good night, good night." Then the man did go. For a moment or two Lord Hampstead felt actually angry with his friend. Could it be that Roden should make so little of his sister's name as to talk about her to the Post Office clerks, to so mean a fellow as this? And yet the man certainly knew the fact of the existing engagement. Hampstead thought it impossible that it should have travelled beyond the limits of his own family. It was natural that Roden should have told his mother, but unnatural, so Hampstead thought, that his friend should have made his sister a subject of conversation to any one else. It was horrible to him that a stranger such as that should have spoken to him about his sister at all. But surely it was not possible that Roden should have sinned after that fashion. He soon resolved that it was not possible. But how grievous a thing it was that a girl's name should be made so common in the mouths of men. After that he sauntered into the smoking room, where were congregated the young men who were staying in the house.
"That's a kind of thing that happens only once a year," said Hautboy, speaking to all the party. "But I cannot for the life of me see why it should happen at all."
"Your governor finds that it succeeds in the county," said one.
"He polishes off a whole heap at one go," said another.
"It does help to keep a party together," said a third.
"And enables a lot of people to talk of dining at Castle Hautboy without lying," said a fourth.
"But why should a lot of people be enabled to say that they've dined here?" asked Hautboy. "I like to see my friends at dinner. What did you think about it, Hampstead?"
"It's all according to Hampstead's theories," said one.
"Only he'd have had the tinkers and the tailors too," said another.
"And wouldn't have had the ladies and gentlemen," said a third.
"I would have had the tailors and tinkers," said Hampstead, "and I would have had the ladies and gentlemen too, if I could have got them to meet the tinkers and tailors. But I would not have had that young man who got me out into the hall just now."
"Why, that was Crocker, the Post Office clerk," said Hautboy. "Why shouldn't we have a Post Office clerk as well as some one else? Nevertheless, Crocker is a sad cad."
In the meantime Crocker was walking home to Penrith in his dress boots. End of Section 12. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Section 13 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 1, Chapter 13. The Braeside Harriers. The Braeside Harriers can hardly be called a crack pack of hounds. Lord Hautboy had been right in saying that they were always scrambling through ravines, and that they hunted whatever they could find to hunt. Nevertheless, the men and the hounds were in earnest, and did accomplish a fair average of sport under difficult circumstances. No Pegasus, or Little Legs, or Pigskin ever sent accounts of wondrous runs from Cumberland or Westmoreland to the sporting papers, in which the gentlemen who had asked the special Pigskin of the day to dinner were described as having been "in" at some glorious finish on their well-known horses, Banker or Buff, the horses named being generally those which the gentlemen wished to sell. The names of Gorses and Brooks had not become historic, as have those of Ranksborough and Whissendine. Trains were not run to suit this or the other meet. Gentlemen did not get out of fast drags with pretty little aprons tied around their waists, like girls in a country house coming down to breakfast. Not many perhaps wore pink coats, and none pink tops. One horse would suffice for one day's work. An old assistant huntsman in an old red coat, with one boy mounted on a ragged pony, served for an establishment. The whole thing was despicable in the eyes of men from the Quorn and Cottesmore. But there was some wonderful riding, and much constant sport with the Braeside Harriers, and the country had given birth to certainly the best hunting song in the language. Do you ken John Peel with his coat so gay? Do you ken John Peel at the break of day? Do you ken John Peel when he's far, far away, with his hounds and his horn in the morning? Such as the Braeside Harriers were, Lord Hampstead determined to make the experiment, and on a certain morning had himself driven to Cronelloe Thorn, a favourite meet half way between Penrith and Keswick.
I hold that nothing is so likely to be permanently prejudicial to the interest of hunting in the British Isles as a certain flavour of tip top fashion which has gradually enveloped it. There is a pretence of grandeur about that, and, alas, about other sports also, which is, to my thinking, destructive of all sport itself. Men will not shoot unless game is made to appear before them in clouds. They will not fish unless the rivers be exquisite. To row is nothing unless you can be known as a national hero. Cricket requires appendages which are troublesome and costly, and by which the minds of economical fathers are astounded. To play a game of hockey in accordance with the times, you must have a specially trained pony and a gaudy dress. Rackets have given place to tennis because tennis is costly. In all these cases the fashion of the game is much more cherished than the game itself. But in nothing is this feeling so predominant as in hunting. For the management of a pack, as packs are managed now, a huntsman needs must be a great man himself, and 3 mounted subordinates are necessary, as at any rate for 2 of these servants a second horse is required. A hunt is nothing in the world unless it goes out 4 times a week at least. A run is nothing unless the pace be that of a steeplechase. Whether there be or be not a fox before the hounds is of little consequence to the great body of riders. A bold huntsman, who can make a dash across country from one covert to another, and who can so train his hounds that they shall run as though game were before them, is supposed to have provided good sport. If a fox can be killed in a covert afterwards, so much the better for those who like to talk of their doings. Though the hounds brought no fox with them, it is of no matter. When a fox does run according to his nature, he is reviled as a useless brute, because he will not go straight across country. But the worst of all is the attention given by men to things altogether outside the sport. Their coats and waistcoats, their boots and breeches, their little strings and pretty scarfs, their saddles and bridles, their dandy knick-knacks, and above all their flasks, are more to many men than aught else in the day's proceedings. I have known girls who have thought that their first appearance in the ballroom, when all was fresh, unstained, and perfect from the milliner's hand, was the one moment of rapture for the evening. I have sometimes felt the same of young sportsmen at a Leicestershire or Northamptonshire meet. It is not that they will not ride when the occasion comes. They are always ready enough to break their bones. There is no greater mistake than to suppose that dandyism is antagonistic to pluck. The fault is that men train themselves to care for nothing that is not as costly as unlimited expenditure can make it. Thus it comes about that the real love of sport is crushed under a desire for fashion. A man will be almost ashamed to confess that he hunts in Essex or Sussex because the proper thing is to go down to the shires. Grass, no doubt, is better than ploughed land to ride upon, but taking together the virtues and vices of all hunting counties, I doubt whether better sport is not to be found in what I will venture to call the haunts of the clodpoles, than among the palmy pastures of the well-breeched beauties of Leicestershire. Braeside harriers though they were, a strong taste for foxes had lately grown up in the minds of men and in the noses of hounds. Blank days they did not know, because a hare would serve the turn if the nobler animal were not forthcoming. But ideas of preserving had sprung up. Steps were taken to solace the minds of old women who had lost their geese, and the Braeside harriers, though they had kept their name, were gradually losing their character. On this occasion the hounds were taken off to draw a covert instead of going to a Soho, as regularly as though they were advertised among the foxhounds in the Times. It was soon known that Lord Hampstead was Lord Hampstead, and he was welcomed by the field. What matter that he was a revolutionary radical if he could ride to hounds? At any rate, he was the son of a marquis, and was not left to that solitude which sometimes falls upon a man who appears suddenly as a stranger among strangers on a hunting morning. "I am glad to see you out, my lord," said Mr. Amblethwaite, the master. "It isn't often that we get recruits from Castle Hautboy." "They think a good deal of shooting there." "Yes, and they keep their horses in Northamptonshire. Lord Hautboy does his hunting there. The Earl, I think, never comes out now." "I dare say not. He has all the foreign nations to look after." "I suppose he has his hands pretty full," said Mr. Amblethwaite. "I know I have mine just at this time of the year. Where do you think these hounds ran their fox to last Friday? We found him outside of the Lowther Woods, near the village of Clifton. They took him straight over Shap Fell, and then, turning sharp to the right, went all along Hawes Wall and over High Street into Troutbeck." "That's all among the mountains," said Hampstead. "Mountains! I should think so. I have to spend half my time among the mountains." "But you couldn't ride over High Street." "No, we couldn't ride, not there. But we had to make our way round, some of us, and some of them went on foot. Dick never lost sight of the hounds the whole day." Dick was the boy who rode the ragged pony. "When we found him there, he was with half the hounds around him, and the fox's brush stuck in his cap." "How did you get home that night?" asked Hampstead. "Home! I didn't get home at all. It was pitch dark before we got the rest of the hounds together. Some of them we didn't find till next day. I had to go and sleep at Bowness, and thought myself very lucky to get a bed. Then I had to ride home next day over Kirkstone Fell. That's what I call something like work for a man and horse. There's a fox in there, my lord. Do you hear them?" Then Mr. Amblethwaite bustled away to assist at the duty of getting the fox to break. "I'm glad to see that you're fond of this kind of thing, my lord," said a voice in Hampstead's ear, which, though he had only heard it once, he well remembered. It was Crocker, the guest at the dinner party. Crocker, the Post Office clerk. "Yes," said Lord Hampstead, "I am very fond of this kind of thing. That fox has broken, I think, at the other side of the cover." Then he trotted off down a little lane between two loose built walls, so narrow that there was no space for two men to ride abreast. His object at that moment was to escape Crocker rather than to look after the hounds. They were in a wild country, not exactly on a mountain side, but among hills which, not far off, grew into mountains, where cultivation of the rudest kind was just beginning to effect its domination over human nature. There was a long spinney rather than a wood stretching down a bottom, through which a brook ran. It would now cease and then renew itself, so that the trees, though not absolutely continuous, were nearly so for the distance of half a mile. The ground on each side was rough with big stones, and steep in some places as they went down the hill. But still it was such that horsemen could gallop on it. The fox made his way along the whole length, and then traversing, so as to avoid the hounds, ran a ring up the hillside and back into the spinney again. Among the horsemen many declared that the brute must be killed unless he would make up his mind for a fair start. Mr. Amblethwaite was very busy, hunting the hounds himself, and intent rather on killing the fox fairly than on the hopes of a run. Perhaps he was not desirous of sleeping out another night on the far side of Helvellyn. In this way the sportsman galloped up and down the side of the wood till the feeling arose, as it does on such occasions, that it might be well for a man to stand still a while and spare his horse, in regard to the further necessities of the day. Lord Hampstead did as others were doing, and in a moment Crocker was by his side. Crocker was riding an animal which his father was wont to drive about the country, but one well known in the annals of the Braeside Harriers. It was asserted of him that the fence was not made which he did not know how to creep over. Of jumping, such as jumping is supposed to be in the shires, he knew nothing. He was, too, a bad hand at galloping, but with a shambling, half-cantering trot which he had invented for himself, he could go along all day, not very quickly, but in such fashion as never to be left altogether behind. He was a flea-bitten horse, if my readers know what that is, a flea-bitten roan, or white, covered with small red spots. Horses of this colour are ugly to look at, but are very seldom bad animals. Such as he was, Crocker, who did not ride much when up in London, was very proud of him. Crocker was dressed in a green coat, which in a moment of extravagance he had had made for hunting, and in brown breeches, in which he delighted to display himself on all possible occasions.
"My lord," he said, "you'd hardly think it, but I believe this horse to be the best hunter in Cumberland."
Is he indeed? Some horse of course must be the best, and why not yours?
"There is nothing he can't do, nothing. His jumping is miraculous, and as for pace, you'd be quite surprised. They're at him again now. What an echo they do make among the hills!"
Indeed they did. Every now and then the master would just touch his horn, giving a short blast, just half a note, and then the sound would come back, first from this rock and then from the other, and the hounds, as they heard it, would open as though encouraged by the music of the hills, and then their voices would be carried round the valley, and come back again and again from the steep places, and they would become louder and louder, as though delighted with the effect of their own efforts. Though there should be no hunting, the concert was enough to repay a man for his trouble in coming there. "Yes," said Lord Hampstead, his disgust at the man having been quenched for the moment by the charm of the music. "It is a wonderful spot for echoes."
"It's what I call awfully nice. We don't have anything like that up in St. Martin's le Grand."
Perhaps it may be necessary to explain that the Post Office in London stands in a spot bearing that poetic name. "I don't remember any echoes there," said Lord Hampstead.
"No, indeed. Nor yet no hunting. Nor yet no hounds, are there, my lord? All the same, it's not a bad sort of place."
"A very respectable public establishment," said Lord Hampstead.
"Just so, my lord. That's just what I always say. It ain't swell like Downing Street, but it's a deal more respectable than the Custom House."
"Is it? I didn't know."
"Oh yes, they all admit that. You ask Roden else."
On hearing the name Lord Hampstead began to move his horse, but Crocker was at his side and could not be shaken off.
"Have you heard from him, my lord, since you have been down in these parts?"
"Not a word."
"I dare say he thinks more of writing to a correspondent of the fairer sex."
This was unbearable. Though the fox had again turned and gone up the valley, a movement which seemed to threaten his instant death, and to preclude any hope of a run from that spot, Hampstead felt himself compelled to escape if he could. In his anger he touched his horse with his spur, and galloped away among the rocks, as though his object was to assist Mr. Amblethwaite in his almost frantic efforts. But Crocker cared nothing for the stones. Where the lord went, he went. Having made acquaintance with a lord, he was not going to waste the blessing which Providence had vouchsafed to him.
He'll never leave that place alive, my lord."
"I dare say not." And again the persecuted nobleman rode on, thinking that neither should Crocker if he could have his will.
"By the way, as we are talking of Roden—"
"I haven't been talking about him at all." Crocker caught the tone of anger and stared at his companion. "I'd rather not talk about him."
"My lord, I hope there has been nothing like a quarrel. For the lady's sake, I hope there's no misunderstanding."
"Mr. Crocker," he said very slowly, "it isn't customary." At that moment the fox broke, the hounds were away, and Mr. Amblethwaite was seen rushing down the hillside as though determined on breaking his neck. Lord Hampstead rushed after him at a pace which for a time defied Mr. Crocker. He became thoroughly ashamed of himself in even attempting to make the man understand that he was sinning against good taste. He could not do so without some implied mention of his sister, and to allude to his sister in connection with such a man was a profanation. He could only escape from the brute. Was this a punishment which he was doomed to bear for being, as his stepmother was wont to say, untrue to his order? In the meantime the hounds went at a great pace down the hill. Some of the old stagers who knew the country well made a wide sweep round to the left, whence by lanes and tracks which were known to them they could make their way down to the road which leads along the Ullswater to Patterdale. In doing this they might probably not see the hounds again that day, but such are the charms of hunting in a hilly country. They rode miles around, and though they did again see the hounds, they did not see the hunt. To have seen the hounds as they start, and to see them again as they are clustering round the huntsman after eating their fox, is a great deal to some men. On this occasion it was Hampstead's lot, and Crocker's, to do much more than that. Though they had started down a steep valley, down the side rather of a gully, they were not making their way out from among the hills into the low country. The fox soon went up again, not back, but over an intervening spur of a mountain towards the lake. The riding seemed sometimes to Hampstead as to be impossible. But Mr. Amblethwaite did it, and he stuck to Mr. Amblethwaite. It would have been all very well had not Crocker stuck to him. If the old roan would only tumble among the stones, what an escape there would be! But the old roan was true to his character, and to give every one his due, the Post Office clerk rode as well as the lord. There was nearly an hour and a half of it before the hounds ran into their fox, just as he was gaining an earth among the bushes and hollies with which airy force is surrounded. Then on the sloping meadow just above the waterfall, the John Peel of the hunt dragged out the fox from among the trees, and having dismembered him artistically, gave him to the hungry hounds. Then it was that perhaps half a dozen diligent but cautious huntsmen came up, and heard all those details of the race which they were afterwards able to give, as on their own authority, to others who had been as cautious, but not so diligent, as themselves.
"One of the best things I ever saw in this country,"
said Crocker, who had never seen a hound in any other country. At this moment he had ridden up alongside of Hampstead on the way back to Penrith. The Master and the hounds and Crocker must go all the way. Hampstead would turn off at Pooley Bridge. But still there were 4 miles during which he would be subjected to his tormentor. Yes, indeed. A very good thing, as I was saying, Mr. Amblethwaite. End of Section 13. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Section 14 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 1, Chapter 14. Coming Home from Hunting. Lord Hampstead had been discussing with Mr. Amblethwaite the different nature of hunting in such a county as Cumberland. The hounds were in the road before them, with John Peel in the midst of them. Dick, with the ragged pony, was behind, looking after stragglers. Together with Lord Hampstead and the Master was a hard-riding, rough, weather-beaten, half gentleman, half farmer, named Patterson, who lived a few miles beyond Penrith, and was Amblethwaite's right hand in regard to hunting. Just as Crocker joined them, the road had become narrow, and the young lord had fallen a little behind. Crocker had seized his opportunity, but the lord also seized his, and thrust himself in between Mr. Patterson and the Master. "That's all true," said the Master. "Of course we don't presume to do the thing as you swells do it in the shires. We haven't the money, and we haven't the country, and we haven't the foxes. But I don't know whether, for hunting, we don't see as much of it as you do." "Quite as much, if I may take to day as a sample." "Very ordinary, wasn't it, Amblethwaite?" asked Patterson, who was quite determined to make the most of his own good things. "It was not bad to day. The hounds never left their scent after they found him. I think our hillsides carry the scent better than our grasses. If you want to ride, of course, it's rough. But if you like hunting, and don't mind a scramble, perhaps you may see it here as well as elsewhere." "Better, a deal, from all I hear tell," said Patterson. "Did you ever hear any music like that in Leicestershire, my lord?" "I don't know that ever I did," said Hampstead. "I enjoyed myself amazingly." "I hope you'll come again," said the Master, "and that often." "Certainly, if I remain here."
"I knew his lordship would like it," said
Crocker, crowding in on a spot where it was possible for four to ride abreast.
"I think it was quite extraordinary to see how a stranger like his lordship got over the country."
"Clever little horse his lordship's on," said Patterson.
"It's the man more than the beast, I think," said
Crocker, trying to flatter. "The best man in England," said Patterson, "can't ride to hounds without a tidy animal under him."
"Nor yet can't the best horse in England stick to hounds without a good man on top of him," said the determined Crocker.
Patterson grunted, hating flattery, and remembering that the man flattered was a lord. Then the road became narrow again, and Hampstead fell a little behind. Crocker was alongside of him in a moment. There seemed to be something mean in running away from the man, something at any rate absurd in seeming to run away from him. Hampstead was ashamed in allowing himself to be so much annoyed by such a cause. He had already snubbed the man, and the man might probably be now silent on the one subject which was so peculiarly offensive. "I suppose," said he, beginning a conversation which should show that he was willing to discuss any general matter with Mr. Crocker, "that the country north and west of Penrith is less hilly than this?"
"Oh yes, my lord. A delightful country to ride over in some parts. Is Roden fond of following the hounds, my lord?"
"I don't in the least know," said Hampstead curtly. Then he made another attempt. "These hounds don't go as far north as Carlisle?"
"Oh no, my lord. Never more than 8 or 10 miles from Penrith. They've another pack up in that country. Nothing like ours, but still they do show sport. I should have thought now Roden would have been just the man to ride to hounds if he got the opportunity."
"I don't think he ever saw a hound in his life. I'm rather in a hurry, and I think I shall trot on."
"I'm in a hurry myself," said Crocker, "and I shall be happy to show your lordship the way." It isn't above 1/4 of a mile difference to me going by Pooley Bridge instead of Dalmain."
"Pray don't do anything of the kind. I can find the road." Whereupon Hampstead shook hands cordially with the Master, bade Mr. Patterson good bye with a kindly smile, and trotted on beyond the hounds as quickly as he could. But Crocker was not to be shaken off. The flea-bitten roan was as good at the end of a day as he was at the beginning, and trotted on gallantly. When they had gone some 1/4 of a mile, Hampstead acknowledged to himself that it was beyond his power to shake off his foe. By that time Crocker had made good his position close alongside of the lord, with his horse's head even with that of the other.
"There is a word, my lord, I want to say to you."
This Crocker muttered somewhat piteously, so that Hampstead's heart was for the moment softened towards him. He checked his horse and prepared himself to listen.
"I hope I haven't given any offence. I can assure you, my lord, I haven't intended it. I have so much respect for your lordship that I wouldn't do it for the world."
What was he to do? He had been offended. He had intended to show that he was offended, and yet he did not like to declare as much openly. His object had been to stop the man from talking, and to do so, if possible, without making any reference himself to the subject in question. Were he now to declare himself offended, he could hardly do so without making some allusion to his sister. But he had determined that he would make no such allusion. Now, as the man appealed to him, asking, as it were, forgiveness for some fault of which he was not himself conscious, it was impossible to refrain from making him some answer. "All right," he said. "I'm sure you didn't mean anything. Let us drop it, and there will be an end of it."
"Oh, certainly, and I'm sure I'm very much obliged to your lordship. But I don't quite know what it is that ought to be dropped. As I am so intimate with Roden, sitting at the same desk with him every day of my life, it did seem natural to speak to your lordship about him."
This was true. As it had happened that Crocker, who as well as Roden was a Post Office clerk, had appeared as a guest at Castle Hautboy, it had been natural that he should speak of his office companion to a man who was notoriously that companion's friend. Hampstead did not quite believe in the pretended intimacy, having heard Roden declare that he had not as yet formed any peculiar friendship at the office. He had, too, felt unconsciously that such a one as Roden ought not to be intimate with such a one as Crocker. But there was no cause of offence in this. "It was natural," he said.
"And then I was unhappy when I thought, from what you said, that there had been some quarrel."
"There has been no quarrel," said Hampstead.
"I am very glad indeed to hear that."
He was beginning to touch again on a matter that should have been private. What was it to him whether or no there was a quarrel between Lord Hampstead and Roden? Hampstead, therefore, again rode on in silence.
"I should have been so very sorry that anything should have occurred to interfere with our friend's brilliant prospects."
Lord Hampstead looked about to see whether there was any spot at which he could make his escape by jumping over a fence. On the right hand there was the lake rippling up on to the edge of the road, and on the left was a high stone wall, without any vestige of an aperture through it as far as the eye could reach. He was already making the pace as fast as he could, and was aware that no escape could be effected in that manner. He shook his head and bit the handle of his whip, and looked straight away before him through his horse's ears.
"You cannot think how proud I've been that a gentleman sitting at the same desk with myself should have been so fortunate in his matrimonial prospects. I think it an honour to the Post Office all round."
"Mr. Crocker," said Lord Hampstead, pulling up his horse suddenly, and standing still upon the spot. "If you will remain here for 5 minutes, I will ride on. Or if you will ride on, I will remain here till you are out of sight. I must insist that one of these arrangements be made."
"My lord!"
"Which shall it be?"
"Now I have offended you again."
"Don't talk of offence, but just do as I bid you. I want to be alone."
"Is it about the matrimonial alliance?"
demanded Crocker, almost in tears. Thereupon Lord Hampstead turned his horse round and trotted back toward the hounds and horsemen, whom he heard on the road behind him. Crocker paused a moment, trying to discover by the light of his own intellect what might have been the cause of this singular conduct on the part of the young nobleman. And then, having failed to throw any light on the matter, he rode on homewards, immersed in deep thought. Hampstead, when he found himself again with his late companions, asked some idle questions as to the hunting arrangements of next week. That they were idle he was quite aware, having resolved that he would not willingly put himself into any position in which it might be probable that he should again meet that objectionable young man. But he went on with his questions, listening or not listening to Mr. Amblethwaite's answers, till he parted company with his companions in the neighbourhood of Pooley Bridge. Then he rode alone to Hautboy Castle, with his mind much harassed by what had occurred. It seemed to him to have been almost proved that George Roden must have spoken to this man of his intended marriage. In all that the man had said he had suggested that the information had come direct from his fellow clerk. He had seemed to declare, Hampstead thought that he had declared, that Roden had often discussed the marriage with him. If so, how base must have been his friend's conduct! How thoroughly must he have been mistaken in his friend's character! How egregiously wrong must his sister have been in her estimate of the man! For himself, as long as the question had been simply one of his own intimacy with a companion whose outside position in the world had been inferior to his own, he had been proud of what he had done, and had answered those who had remonstrated with him with a spirit showing that he had despised their practices quite as much as they could ridicule his. He had explained to his father his own ideas of friendship, and had been eager in showing that George Roden's company was superior to most young men of his own position. There had been Hautboy and Scatterdash and Lord Plunge, and the young Earl of Longoulds, all of them elder sons, whom he described as young men without a serious thought in their heads. What was it to him how Roden got his bread, so long as he got it honestly? The man's the man for all that. Thus he had defended himself, and been quite conscious that he was right. When Roden had suddenly fallen in love with his sister, and his sister had as suddenly fallen in love with Roden, then he had begun to doubt. A thing which was in itself meritorious might become dangerous and objectionable by reason of other things which it would bring in its train. He felt for a time that associations which were good for himself might not be so good for his sister. There seemed to be a sanctity about her rank which did not attach to his own. He had thought that the Post Office clerk was as good as himself, but he could not assure himself that he was as good as the ladies of his family. Then he had begun to reason with himself on this subject, as he did on all. What was there different in a girl's nature that ought to make her fastidious as to society which he felt to be good enough for himself? In entertaining the feeling which had been strong within him as to that feminine sanctity, was he not giving way to one of those empty prejudices of the world, in opposition to which he had resolved to make a lifelong fight? So he had reasoned with himself, but his reason, though it affected his conduct, did not reach his taste. It irked him to think that there should be this marriage, though he was strong in his resolution to uphold his sister, and if necessary to defend her. He had not given way as to the marriage. It had been settled between himself and his sister and his father that there should be no meeting of the lovers at Hendon Hall. He did hope that the engagement might die away, though he was determined to cling to her, even though she clung to her lover. This was his state of mind when this hideous young man, who seemed to have been created with the object of showing him how low a creature a Post Office clerk could be, came across him, and almost convinced him that that other Post Office clerk had been boasting among his official associates of the favours of the high-born lady who had unfortunately become attached to him. He would stick to his politics, to his radical theories, to his old ideas about social matters generally, but he was almost tempted to declare to himself that women for the present ought to be regarded as exempt from those radical changes which would be good for men. For himself his order was a vanity and a delusion, but for his sister it must still be held as containing some bonds. In this frame of mind he determined that he would return to Hendon Hall almost immediately. Further hope of hunting with the Braeside Harriers there was none, and it was necessary for him to see Roden as soon as possible. That evening at the Castle Lady Amaldina got hold of him and asked him his advice as to her future duties as a married woman. Lady Amaldina was very fond of little confidences as to her future life, and had as yet found no opportunity of demanding the sympathy of her cousin. Hampstead was not in truth her cousin, but they called each other cousins, or were called so. None of the Hauteville family felt any of that aversion to the radicalism of the heir to the Marquisate which the Marchioness entertained. Lady Amaldina delighted to be Amy to Lord Hampstead, and was very anxious to ask him his advice as to Lord Llwddythlw.
"Of course you know all about my marriage, Hampstead," she said.
"I don't know anything about it," Hampstead replied.
"Oh, Hampstead, how ill-natured!"
"Nobody knows anything about it, because it hasn't taken place."
"That is so like a Radical, to be so precise and rational. My engagement, then?"
"Yes, I've heard a great deal about that. We've been talking about that for, how long shall I say?"
"Don't be disagreeable. Of course such a man as Llwddythlw can't be married all in a hurry, just like anybody else."
"What a misfortune for him!"
"Why should it be a misfortune?"
"I should think it so if I were going to be married to you."
"That's the prettiest thing I have ever heard you say. At any rate, he has got to put up with it, and so have I. It is a bore, because people will talk about nothing else. What do you think of Llwddythlw as a public man?"
"I haven't thought about it. I haven't any means of thinking. I am so completely a private man myself that I know nothing of public men. I hope he's good at going to sleep."
"Going to sleep?"
"Otherwise it must be so dull, sitting so many hours in the House of Commons. But he's been at it a long time, and I dare say he's used to it."
"Isn't it well that a man in his position should have a regard to his country?"
"Every man ought to have a regard to his country, but a stronger regard, if it be possible, to the world at large." Lady Amaldina stared at him, not knowing in the least what he meant.
"You are so droll," she said. "You never, I think of the position you were born to fill."
"Oh yes, I do. I'm a man, and I think a great deal about it."
"But you've got to be Marquis of Kingsbury, and Llwddythlw has got to be the Duke of Merioneth. He never forgets it for a moment."
"What a nuisance for him,
And for you.
Why should it be a nuisance for me? Cannot a woman understand her duties as well as a man?
Quite so, if she knows how to get a glimpse at them.
I do,"
said Lady Amaldina earnestly.
"I am always getting glimpses at them. I am quite aware of the functions which it will become me to perform when I am Llwddythlw's wife."
Mother of his children?
"I didn't mean that at all, Hampstead. That's all in the hands of the Almighty. But in becoming the future Duchess of Merioneth—"
That's in the hands of the Almighty too, isn't it?
"No, yes. Of course everything is in God's hands."
The children, the dukedom, and all the estates.
"I never knew any one so provoking!" she exclaimed.
One is at any rate as much as the other.
"You don't a bit understand me," she said. "Of course if I go and get married, I do get married."
And if you have children, you do have children. If you do, and I hope you will, I'm sure they'll be very pretty and well behaved. That will be your duty, and then you'll have to see that Llwddythlw has what he likes for dinner."
"I shall do nothing of the kind."
Then he'll dine at the club, or at the House of Commons. That's my idea of married life."
"Nothing beyond that? No community of soul?"
"Certainly not."
"No?"
"Because you believe in the Trinity, Llwddythlw won't go to heaven. If he were to take to gambling and drinking, you wouldn't go to the other place."
"How can you be so horrid?"
That would be a community of souls, as souls are understood. A community of interests I hope you will have, and in order that you may, take care and look after his dinner." She could not make much more of her cousin in the way of confidence, but she did exact a promise from him that he would be in attendance at her wedding. A few days afterwards he returned to Hendon Park, leaving his sister to remain for a fortnight longer at Castle Hautboy. End of Section 14. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Section 15 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 1, Chapter 15. Marion Fay and her father.
"I saw him go in a full quarter of an hour since, and Marion Fay went in before. I feel quite sure that she knew that he was expected."
Thus spoke Clara Demijohn to her mother. "How could she have known it?" asked Mrs. Duffer, who was present in Mrs. Demijohn's parlour, where the two younger women were standing with their faces close to the window, with their gloves on and best bonnets, ready for church.
"I am sure she did, because she has made herself smarter than ever with her new brown silk, and her new brown gloves, and her new brown hat. Sly little Quaker that she is! I can see when a girl has made herself up for some special occasion. She wouldn't have put on new gloves, surely, to go to church with Mrs. Roden." "If you stay staring there any longer, you'll both be late," said Mrs. Demijohn. "Mrs. Roden hasn't gone yet," said Clara, lingering. It was Sunday morning, and the ladies at No. 10 were preparing for their devotions. Mrs. Demijohn herself never went to church, having some years since had a temporary attack of sciatica, which provided her with a perpetual excuse for not leaving the house on a Sunday morning. She was always left at home with a volume of Blair's sermons, but Clara, who was a clever girl, was well aware that more than half a page was never read. She was aware also that great progress was then being made with the novel, which happened to have last come into the house from the little circulating library round the corner.
The ringing of the neighbouring church bell had come to its final tinkling, and Mrs. Duffer knew that she must start, or disgrace herself in the eyes of the pew opener. "Come, my dear," she said, and away they went. As the door of number 10 opened, so did that of number 11 opposite, and the four ladies, including Marion Fay, met in the road. "You have a visitor this morning," said Clara. "Yes, a friend of my son's." "We all know about it," said Clara. "Don't you think he's a very fine looking young man, Miss Fay?" "Yes, I do," said Marion. "He is certainly a handsome young man." "Beauty is but skin deep," said Mrs. Duffer. "But it still goes a long way," said Clara, "particularly with high birth and noble rank." "He is an excellent young man as far as I know him," said Mrs. Roden, thinking that she was called upon to defend her son's friend. Hampstead had returned home on the Saturday, and had taken the earliest opportunity on the following Sunday morning to go over to his friend at Holloway. The distance was about 6 miles, and he had driven over, sending the vehicle back with the intention of walking home. He would get his friend to walk with him, and then should take place that conversation which he feared would become excessively unpleasant before it was finished. He was shown up to the drawing room of number 11, and there he found all alone a young woman whom he had never seen before. This was Marion Fay, the daughter of Zachary Fay, a Quaker who lived at number 17 Paradise Row. "I had thought Mrs. Roden was here," he said. "Mrs. Roden will be down directly. She is putting her bonnet on to go to church." "And Mr. Roden?" he asked. "He, I suppose, is not going to church with her?" "Ah, no; I wish he were. George Roden never goes to church." "Is he a friend of yours?" "For his mother's sake I was speaking. But why not for his also? He is not especially my friend, but I wish well to all men. He is not at home at present, but I understood that he will be here shortly." "Do you always go to church?" he asked, grounding his question not on any impertinent curiosity as to her observance of her religious duties, but because he had thought from her dress she must certainly be a Quaker. "I do usually go to your church on a Sunday." "Nay," said he, "I have no right to claim it as my church. I fear you must regard me also as a heathen, as you do George Roden." "I am sorry for that, sir. It cannot be good that any man should be a heathen when so much Christian teaching is abroad. But men, I think, allow themselves a freedom of thought from which women in their timidity are apt to shrink. If so, it is surely good that we should be cowards." Then the door opened, and Mrs. Roden came into the room. "George is gone," she said, "to call on a sick friend. But he will be back immediately. He got your letter yesterday evening, and he left word that I was to tell you that he would be back by 11. Have you introduced yourself to my friend Miss Fay?" I had not heard her name, he said, smiling, but we had introduced ourselves. "Marion Fay is my name," said the girl, "and yours, I suppose, is Lord Hampstead." "So now we may be supposed to know each other for ever after," he replied, laughing. "Only I fear, Mrs. Roden, that your friend will repudiate the acquaintance because I do not go to church." "I said not so, Lord Hampstead. The nearer we were to being friends, if that were possible, the more I should regret it." Then the two ladies started on their morning duty. Lord Hampstead, when he was alone, immediately decided that he would like to have Marion Fay for a friend, and not the less so because she went to church. He felt that she had been right in saying that audacity in speculation on religious subjects was not becoming a young woman. As it was unfitting that his sister Lady Frances should marry a Post Office clerk, so would it have been unbecoming that Marion Fay should have been what she herself called a heathen. Surely of all the women on whom his eyes had ever rested, she was, he would not say to himself the most lovely, but certainly the best worth looking at. The close brown bonnet, and the little cap, and the well-made brown silk dress, and the brown gloves on her little hands, together made to his eyes as pleasing a female attire as a girl could well wear. Could it have been by accident that the graces of her form were so excellently shown? It had to be supposed that she, as a Quaker, was indifferent to outside feminine garniture. It is the theory of a Quaker that she should be so, and in every article she had adhered closely to Quaker rule. As far as he could see, there was not a ribbon about her. There was no variety of colour. Her head dress was as simple and close as any that could have been worn by her grandmother. Hardly a margin of smooth hair appeared between her cap and her forehead. Her dress fitted close to her neck, and on her shoulders she wore a tight-fitting shawl. The purpose in her raiment had been Quaker all through. The exquisite grace must have come altogether by accident, just because it had pleased nature to make her gracious. As to all this there might perhaps be room for doubt. Whether there had been design or not might possibly afford scope for consideration. But that the grace was there was a matter which required no consideration and admitted of no doubt. As Marion Fay will have much to do with our story, it will be well that some further description should be given here of herself and her condition in life. Zachary Fay, her father, with whom she lived, was a widower with no other living child. There had been many others who had all died, as had also their mother. She had been a prey to consumption, but had lived long enough to know that she had bequeathed the fatal legacy to her offspring, to all of them except to Marion, who, when her mother died, had seemed to be exempted from the terrible curse of the family. She had then been old enough to receive her mother's last instructions as to her father, who was then a broken-hearted man, struggling with difficulty against the cruelty of Providence. Why should it have been that God should thus afflict him who had no other pleasure in the world, no delights but those which were afforded to him by the love of his wife and children? It was to be her duty to comfort him, to make up as best she might by her tenderness for all that he had lost and was losing. It was to be especially her duty to soften his heart in all worldly matters, and to turn him, as far as possible, to the love of heavenly things. It was now 2 years since her mother's death, and in all things she had endeavoured to perform the duties which her mother had exacted from her. But Zachary Fay was not a man whom it was easy to turn hither and thither. He was a stern, hard, just man, of whom it may probably be said that, if a world were altogether composed of such, the condition of such a world would be much better than that of the world we know, for generosity is less efficacious toward permanent good than justice, and tender speaking less enduring in its beneficial results than truth. His enemies, for he had enemies, said of him that he loved money. It was no doubt true, for he that does not love money must be an idiot. He was certainly a man who liked to have what was his own, who would have been irate with any one who had endeavoured to rob him of his own, or had hindered him in his just endeavour to increase his own. That which belonged to another he did not covet. unless it might be in the way of earning it. Things had prospered with him, and he was, for his condition in life, a rich man. But his worldly prosperity had not for a moment succeeded in lessening the asperity of the blow which had fallen upon him. With all his sternness he was essentially a loving man. To earn money, he would say, or perhaps more probably would only think, was the necessity imposed upon man by the fall of Adam. But to have something warm at his heart, something that should be infinitely dearer to him than himself and all his possessions, that was what had been left of divine essence in a man even after the fall of Adam. Now the one living thing left for him to love was his daughter Marion. He was not a man whose wealth was of high order, or his employment of great moment, or he would not probably have been living at Holloway in Paradise Row. He was, and had now been for many years, senior clerk to Messrs. Pogson and Littlebird, commission agents at the top of King's Court, Old Broad Street. By Messrs. Pogson and Littlebird he was trusted with everything, and had become so amalgamated with the firm as to have achieved in the City almost the credit of a merchant himself. There were some who thought that Zachary Fay must surely be a partner in the house, or he would not have been so well known or so much respected among merchants themselves. But in truth he was no more than a senior clerk, with a salary amounting to £400 a year. Nor, though he was anxious about his money, would he have dreamed of asking for any increase of his stipend. It was for Messrs. Pogson and Littlebird to say what his services were worth. He would not on any account have lessened his authority with them by becoming a suppliant for increased payment. But for many years he had spent much less than his income, and had known how to use his City experiences in turning his savings to the best account. Thus, as regarded Paradise Row and its neighbourhood, Zachary Fay was a rich man. He was now old, turned 70, tall and thin, with long grey hair, with a slight stoop in his shoulders, but otherwise hale as well as healthy. He went every day to his office, leaving his house with strict punctuality at 8:30, and entering the door of the counting house just as the clock struck 9. With equal accuracy he returned home at 6, having dined in the middle of the day at an eating house in the City. All this time was devoted to the interests of the firm, except for 3 hours on Thursday, during which he attended a meeting in a Quaker house of worship. On these occasions Marion always joined him, making a journey into the City for the purpose. She would fain have induced him also to accompany her on Sundays to the English church, but to this he never would consent at her instance, as he had refused to do so at the instance of his wife. He was, he said, a Quaker, and did not mean to be aught else than a Quaker. In truth, though he was very punctual at those Quaker meetings, he was not at heart a religious man. To go through certain formularies, Quaker though he was as sufficient to him as to many other votaries of church ordinances. He had been brought up to attend Quaker meetings, and no doubt would continue to attend them as long as his strength might suffice. But it may be presumed of him, without harsh judgment, that the price of stocks was often present to his mind during those tedious hours in the meeting house. In his language he always complied with the strict tenets of his sect, thouing and theeing all those whom he addressed, but he had assented to an omission in this matter on the part of his daughter, recognizing the fact that there could be no falsehood in using a mode of language common to all the world. If a plural pronoun of ignoble sound, so he said, were used commonly for the singular because the singular was too grand and authoritative for ordinary use, It was no doubt a pity that the language should be so injured, but there could be no untruth in such usage, and it was better that at any rate the young should adhere to the manner of speech which was common among those with whom they lived. Thus Marion was saved from the thees and the thous, and escaped that touch of hypocrisy which seems to permeate the now antiquated speeches of Quakers. Zachary Fay in these latter years of his life was never known to laugh or to joke. But if circumstances were favourable, he would sometimes fall into a quaint mode of conversation, in which there was something of drollery, and something also of sarcasm. But this was unfrequent, as Zachary was slow in making new friends, and never conversed after this fashion with the mere acquaintances of the hour. Of Marion Fay's appearance something has already been said, enough perhaps not to impress any clear idea of her figure on the mind's eye of a reader, for that I regard as a feat beyond the power of any writer, but to enable the reader to form a conception of his own. She was small of stature, it should be said, with limbs exquisitely made. It was not the brilliance of her eyes or the chiselled correctness of her features which had struck Hampstead so forcibly, as a certain expression of earnest eloquence which pervaded her whole form. And there was a fleeting brightness of colour which went about her cheeks and forehead, and ran around her mouth, which gave to her, when she was speaking, a brilliance which was hardly to be expected from the ordinary lines of her countenance. Had you been asked, you would have said that she was a brunette, till she had been worked to some excitement in talking. Then, I think, you would have hardly ventured to describe her complexion by any single word. Lord Hampstead, had he been asked what he thought about her as he sat waiting for his friend, would have declared that some divinity of grace had been the peculiar gift which had attracted him. And yet that rapid change of colour had not passed unobserved, as she told him that she was sorry that he did not go to church. Marion Fay's life in Paradise Row would have been very lonely had she not become acquainted with Mrs. Roden before her mother's death. Now hardly a day passed but what she spent an hour with that lady. They were, indeed, fast friends, so much so that Mrs. Vincent had also come to know Marion, and approving of the girl's religious tendencies, had invited her to spend 2 or 3 days at Wimbledon. This was impossible, because Marion would never leave her father, but she had once or twice gone over with Mrs. Roden when she made her weekly call, and had certainly ingratiated herself with that austere lady. Other society she had none, nor did she seem to desire it. Clara Demijohn, seeing the intimacy which had been struck up between Marion and Mrs. Roden, as to which she had her own little jealousies to endure, was quite sure that Marion was setting her cap at the Post Office clerk, and had declared in confidence to Mrs. Duffer that the girl was doing it in the most brazen-faced manner. Clara had herself on more than one occasion contrived to throw herself in the clerk's way on his return homewards on dusky evenings, perhaps intent only on knowing what might be the young man's intentions as to Marion Fay. The young man had been courteous to her, but she had declared to Mrs. Duffer that he was one of those stiff young men who don't care for ladies' society. "These are they," said Mrs. Duffer, "who marry the readiest, and make the best husbands." "Oh, she'll go on sticking to him till she don't leave a stone unturned," said Clara, thereby implying that, as far as she was concerned, she did not think it worth her while to continue her attacks unless a young man would give way to her at once. George had been asked more than once to drink tea at No. 10, but had been asked in vain. Clara, therefore, had declared quite loudly that Marion had made an absolute prisoner of him, had bound him hand and foot, would not let him call his life his own. "She interrupts him constantly as he comes from the office," she said to Mrs. Duffer. "I call that downright unfeminine audacity." Yet she knew that Mrs. Duffer knew that she had intercepted the young man. Mrs. Duffer took it all in good part, knowing very well how necessary it is that a young woman should fight her own battle strenuously. In the meantime Marion Fay and George Roden were good friends. "He is engaged, I must not say to whom," Mrs. Roden had said to her young friend. "It will, I fear, be a long, long, tedious affair. You must not speak of it." "If she be true to him, I hope he will be true to her," said Marion, with true feminine excitement. "I only fear that he will be too true." "No, no; that cannot be. Even though he suffer, let him be true. You may be sure that I will not mention it, to him or to any one. I like him so well that I do hope he may not suffer much." From that time she found herself able to regard George Roden as a real friend, and to talk to him as though there need be no cause for dreading an intimacy. With an engaged man a girl may suffer herself to be intimate. End of Section 15. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina.
Section 16 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 1, Chapter 16. The Walk Back to Hendon. "I was here a little early," said Hampstead, when his friend came in, "and I found your mother just going to church with a friend." "Marion Fay?" "Yes, Miss Fay." "She is the daughter of a Quaker who lives a few doors off. But though she is a Quaker she goes to church as well. I envy the tone of mind of those who are able to find a comfort in pouring themselves out in gratitude to the great unknown God." "I pour myself out in gratitude," said Hampstead, "but with me it is an affair of solitude." "I doubt whether you ever hold yourself for 2 hours in commune with heavenly power and heavenly influence. Something more than gratitude is necessary. You must conceive that there is a duty, by the non-performance of which you would encounter peril. Then comes the feeling of safety which always follows the performance of a duty that I never can achieve. What did you think of Marion Fay?" "She is a most lovely creature." "Very pretty, is she not, particularly when speaking?" "I never care for female beauty that does not display itself in action, either speaking, moving, laughing, or perhaps only frowning," said Hampstead enthusiastically. "I was talking the other day to a sort of cousin of mine who has a reputation of being a remarkably handsome young woman. She had ever so much to say to me, and when I was in company with her a page in buttons kept coming into the room. He was a round-faced, high-cheeked, ugly boy, but I thought him so much better looking than my cousin because he opened his mouth when he spoke and showed his eagerness by his eyes." "Your cousin is complimented." "She has made her market, so it does not signify. The Greeks seem to me to have regarded form without expression. I doubt whether Phidias would have done much with your Miss Fay. To my eyes she is the perfection of loveliness." "She is not my Miss Fay. She is my mother's friend." "Your mother is lucky. A woman without vanity, without jealousy, without envy. Where will you find one?"
Your mother. Such a woman as that can, I think, enjoy feminine loveliness almost as much as a man. I have often heard my mother speak of Marion's good qualities, but not much of her loveliness. To me her great charm is her voice. She speaks musically, as one can fancy Melpomene did. Does she come here often? Every day, I fancy, but not generally when I am here. Not but what she and I are great friends. She will sometimes go with me into town on a Thursday morning, on her way to the meeting house. Lucky fellow. Roden shrugged his shoulders, as though conscious that any luck of that kind must come to him from another quarter, if it comes at all. What does she talk about? Religion generally. And you? Anything else, if she will allow me. She would wish to convert me. I am not at all anxious to convert her, really believing that she is very well as she is. Yes, said Hampstead, that is the worst of what we are apt to call advanced opinions. With all my self-assurance, I never dare to tamper with the religious opinions of those who are younger or weaker than myself. I feel that they at any rate are safe if they are in earnest. No one, I think, has ever been put in danger by believing Christ to be a god. They none of them know what they believe, said Roden, nor do you or I. Men talk of belief as though it were a settled thing. It is so, but with few, and that only with those who lack imagination. What sort of a time did you have down at Castle Hautboy? Oh, I don't know. Pretty well. Everybody was very kind, and my sister likes it. The scenery is lovely. You can look up a long reach of Ullswater from the castle terrace, and there is Helvellyn in the distance. The house was full of people who despised me more than I did them, which is saying a great deal, perhaps. There were some uncommon apes. One young lady, not very young, asked me what I meant to do with all the land in the world when I took it away from everybody. I told her that when it was all divided equally, there would be a nice little estate even for all the daughters, and that in such circumstances all the sons would certainly get married. She acknowledged that such a result would be excellent, but she did not believe in it. A world in which the men should want to marry was beyond her comprehension. I went out hunting one day. The hunting, I should suppose, was not very good. But for one drawback it would have been very good indeed. The mountains, I should have thought, would be one drawback, and the lakes another. Not at all. I liked the mountains because of their echoes, and the lakes did not come in our way. Where was the fault? There came a man. Whom you disliked? Who was a bore. Could you not shut him up? No, nor shake him off. I did at last do that, but it was by turning round and riding backwards when we were coming home. I had just invited him to ride on while I stood still, but he wouldn't. Did it come to that? Quite to that. I actually turned tail and ran away from him, not as we ordinarily do in society when we sneak off under some pretence, leaving the pretender to think he has made himself very pleasant, but with a full declaration of my opinion and intention. Who was he? That was the question. Hampstead had come there on purpose to say who the man was, and to talk about the man with great freedom, and he was determined to do so. But he preferred not to begin that which he intended to be a severe accusation against his friend till they were walking together, and he did not wish to leave the house without saying a word further about Marion Fay. It was his intention to dine all alone at Hendon Hall. How much nicer it would be if he could dine in Paradise Row with Marion Fay! He knew it was Mrs. Roden's custom to dine early, after church, on Sundays, so that the two maidens who made up her establishment might go out, either to church or to their lovers, or perhaps to both, as might best suit them. He had dined there once or twice already, eating the humble but social leg of mutton of Holloway, in preference to the varied but solitary banquet of Hendon. He was of opinion that really intimate acquaintance demanded the practice of social feeling. To know a man very well, and never to sit at table with him, was, according to his views of life, altogether unsatisfactory. Though the leg of mutton might be cold, and have no other accompaniment but the common ill-boiled potato, yet it would be better than any banquet prepared simply for the purpose of eating. He was gregarious, and now felt a longing, of which he was almost ashamed, to be admitted to the same pastures with Marion Fay. There was not, however, the slightest reason for supposing that Marion Fay would dine at No. 11, even were he asked to do so himself. Nothing, in fact, could be less probable, as Marion Fay never deserted her father. Nor did he like to give any hint to his friend that he was desirous of further immediate intimacy with Marion. There would be an absurdity in doing so which he did not dare to perpetrate. Only if he could have passed the morning in Paradise Row, and then have walked home with Roden in the dark evening, he could, he thought, have said what he had to say very conveniently. But it was impossible. He sat silent for some minute or two after Roden had asked the name of the bore of the hunting field, and then answered him by proposing that they should start together on their walk towards Hendon. "I am all ready, but you must tell me the name of this dreadful man." "As soon as we have started I will. I have come here on purpose to tell you." "To tell me the name of the man you ran away from in Cumberland?" "Exactly that. Come along." And so they started, more than an hour before the time at which Marion Fay would return from church. "The man who annoyed me so out hunting was an intimate friend of yours." "I have not an intimate friend in the world except yourself." "Not Marion Fay?" "I meant among men. I do not suppose that Marion Fay was out hunting in Cumberland." "I should not have ran away from her, I think, if she had. It was Mr. Crocker of the General Post Office." "Crocker in Cumberland?" "Certainly he was in Cumberland, unless some one personated him. I met him dining at Castle Hautboy, when he was kind enough to make himself known to me, and again out hunting, when he did more than make himself known to me." "I am surprised." "Is he not away on leave?" "Oh yes, he is away on leave. I do not doubt that it was he." "Why should he not be in Cumberland, when, as it happens, his father is land steward, or something of that sort, to my uncle Persiflage?" "Because I did not know that he had any connection with Cumberland. Why not Cumberland, or Westmoreland, or Northumberland, you may say. Why not? Or Yorkshire, or Lincolnshire, or Norfolk? I certainly did not suppose that a Post Office clerk out on his holidays would be found hunting in any county." "You have never heard of his flea-bitten horse?" "Not a word. I didn't know that he had ever sat upon a horse. And now will you let me know why you have called him my friend?" "Is he not so?" "By no means." "Does he not sit at the same desk with you?" "Certainly he does." "I think I should be friends with a man if I sat at the same desk with him." "With Crocker even?" asked Roden. Well, he might be an exception. But if an exception to you, why not also an exception to me? As it happens, Crocker has made himself disagreeable to me. Instead of being my friend, he is, I will not say my enemy, because I should be making too much of him, but nearer to being so than any one I know. Now what is the meaning of all this? Why did he trouble you especially down in Cumberland? Why do you call him my friend? And why do you wish to speak to me about him? He introduced himself to me and told me that he was your special friend. Then he lied. I should not have cared about that, but he did more. What more did he do? I would have been courteous to him, if only because he sat at the same desk with you, but what? There are things which are difficult to be told. If they have to be told, they had better be told, said Roden, almost angrily. Whether friend or not, he knew of your engagement with my sister. Impossible. He told me of it, said Lord Hampstead impetuously, his tongue now at length loosed. Told me of it. He spoke of it again and again to my extreme disgust. Though the thing had been fixed as fate, he should not have mentioned it. Certainly not. But he did nothing but tell me of your happiness and good luck and the rest of it. It was impossible to stop him, so that I had to ride away from him. I bade him be silent, as plainly as I could, without mentioning Fanny's name, but it was of no use. How did he know it? You told him. I? So he said. This was not strictly the case. Crocker had so introduced the subject as to have avoided the palpable lie of declaring that the tidings had been absolutely given by Roden to himself, but he had not the less falsely intended to convey that impression to Hampstead, and had conveyed it. He gave me to understand that you were speaking about it continually at your office. Roden turned round and looked at the other man, white with rage, as though he could not allow himself to utter a word. It was as I tell you. He began it at the castle, and afterwards continued it whenever he could get near me when hunting. And you believed him? When he repeated his story so often, what was I to do? Knock him off his horse? And so be forced to speak of my sister to every one in the hunt and in the county? You do not feel how much is due to a girl's name. I think I do. I think that of all men I am the most likely to feel what is due to the name of Lady Frances Trafford. Of course I never mentioned it to any one at the Post Office. From whom had he heard it? How can I answer that? Probably through some of your own family. It has made its way through Lady Kingsbury to Castle Hautboy, and has then been talked about. I am not responsible for that. Not for that, certainly, if it be so. Nor because such a one as he has lied. You should not have believed it of me. I was bound to ask you. You were bound to tell me, but should not have asked me. There are things which do not require asking. What must I do with him? Nothing. Nothing can be done. You could not touch the subject without alluding to my sister. She is coming back to Hendon in another week. She was there before, but I did not see her. Of course you did not see her. How should you? Simply by going there. She would not have seen you. There came a black frown over Roden's brow as he heard this. It has been understood between my father and Fanny and myself that you should not come to Hendon while she is living with me. Should not I have been a party to that agreement? Hardly, I think. This agreement must have been made whether you assented or not. On no other terms would my father have permitted her to come. It was most desirable that she should be separated from Lady Kingsbury." "Oh yes." "And therefore the agreement was advisable. I would not have had her on any other terms." "Why not?" "Because I think that such visitings would have been unwise. It is no use my blinking it to you. I do not believe that the marriage is practicable." "I do." "As I don't, of course I cannot be a party to throwing you together. Were you to persist in coming, you would only force me to find a home for her elsewhere." "I have not disturbed you." "You have not. Now I want you to promise me that you will not. I have assured my father that it shall be so. Will you say that you will neither come to her at Hendon Hall or write to her while she is staying with me?" He paused on the road for an answer, but Roden walked on without making one, and Hampstead was forced to accompany him. "Will you promise me?" "I will not promise. I will do nothing which may possibly subject me to be called a liar. I have no wish to knock at any door at which I do not think myself to be welcome." "You know how welcome you would be at mine, but for her." "It might be that I should find myself forced to endeavour to see her, and I will therefore make no promise. A man should fetter himself by no assurances of that kind as to his conduct. If a man be a drunkard, it may be well that he should bind himself by a vow against drinking. But he who can rule his own conduct should promise nothing. Good day now. I must be back to dinner with my mother." Then he took his leave somewhat abruptly, and returned. Hampstead went on to Hendon with his thoughts sometimes fixed on his sister, sometimes on Roden, whom he regarded as impracticable, sometimes on that horrid Crocker, but more generally on Marion Fay, whom he resolved that he must see again, whatever might be the difficulties in his way. Section 17. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Section 17 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This recording is in the public domain. Volume 1, Chapter 17. Lord Hampstead's Scheme. During the following week Hampstead went down to Gorse Hall and hunted 2 or 3 days with various packs of hounds within his reach, declaring to himself that, after all, Leicestershire was better than Cumberland, because he was known there, and no one would dare to treat him as Crocker had done. Never before had his democratic spirit received such a shock, or rather the remnant of that aristocratic spirit which he had striven to quell by the wisdom and humanity of democracy. That a stranger should have dared to talk to him about one of the ladies of his family! No man certainly would do so in Northamptonshire or Leicestershire. He could not quite explain to himself the difference in the localities, but he was quite sure that he was safe from anything of that kind at Gorse Hall. But he had other matters to think of as he galloped about the country. How might he best manage to see Marion Fay? His mind was set upon that, or perhaps more dangerously still, his heart. Had he been asked before, he would have said that there could have been nothing more easy than for such a one as he to make acquaintance with a young lady in Paradise Row. But now, when he came to look at it, he found that Marion Fay was environed with fortifications and a chevaux de frise of difficulties which were apparently impregnable. He could not call at No. 17 and simply ask for Miss Fay. To do so he must be a proficient in that impudence, the lack of which created so many difficulties for him. He thought of finding out the Quaker chapel in the City, and there sitting out the whole proceeding, unless desired to leave the place, with the quixotic idea of returning to holiday with her in an omnibus. As he looked at this project all round, he became sure that the joint journey in an omnibus would never be achieved. Then he imagined that Mrs. Roden might perhaps give him aid. But with what a face could such a one as he ask such a one as Mrs. Roden to assist him in such an enterprise? And yet, if anything were to be done, it must be done through Mrs. Roden, or, at any rate, through Mrs. Roden's house. As to this, too, there was a new difficulty. He had not actually quarrelled with George Roden, but the two had parted on the road as though there were some hitch in the cordiality of their friendship. He had been rebuked for having believed what Crocker had told him. He did acknowledge to himself that he should not have believed it. Though Crocker's lies had been monstrous, he should rather have supposed him to be guilty even of lies so monstrous than have suspected his friend of conduct that would certainly have been base. Even this added something to the difficulties by which Marion Fay was surrounded. Vivian was staying with him at Gorse Hall. "I shall go up to London to morrow," he said, as the two of them were riding home after hunting on the Saturday after the Sunday on which Hampstead had been in Paradise Row. "To morrow is Sunday. No day for travelling," said Vivian. "The Fitzwilliams are at Lilford Cross Roads on Monday. Draw back toward the kennels. Afternoon train up from Peterborough at 5:30. Branch from Oundle to meet it. 4:50. Have your traps sent there. It's all arranged by Providence. On Monday evening I go to Gatcombe, so that it will fit all." "You need not be disturbed. A solitary Sunday will enable you to write all your official correspondence for the fortnight." "That I should have done even in your presence." "I must be at home on Monday morning. Give my love to them all at Lilford Cross Roads. I shall be down again before long if my sister can spare me, or perhaps I may induce her to come and rough it here for a week or two." He was as good as his word, and travelled up to London and thence across to Hendon Hall on the Sunday. It might have been said that no young man could have had stronger inducements for clinging to his sport, or fewer reasons for abandoning it. His stables were full of horses. The weather was good. The hunting had been excellent. His friends were all around him, and he had nothing else to do. His sister intended to remain for yet another week at Castle Hautboy, and Hendon Hall of itself had certainly no special attractions at the end of November. But Marion Fay was on his mind, and he had arranged his scheme. His scheme, as far as he knew, would be as practicable on a Tuesday as on a Monday, but he was impatient, and for the nonce preferred Marion Fay, whom he probably would not find, to the foxes which would certainly be found in the neighbourhood of Lilford Cross Roads. It was not much of a scheme after all. He would go over to Paradise Row and call on Mrs. Roden. He would then explain to her what had taken place between him and George, and leave some sort of apology for the offended Post Office clerk. Then he would ask them both to come over and dine with him on some day before his sister's return. In what way Marion Fay's name might be introduced, or how she might be brought into the arrangement, he must leave to the chapter of accidents. On the Monday he left home at about 2 o'clock, and making a roundabout journey via Baker Street, King's Cross, and Islington, went down to Holloway by an omnibus. He had become somewhat abashed and perplexed as to his visits to Paradise Row, having learned to entertain a notion that some of the people there looked at him. It was hard, he thought, that if he had a friend in that or in any other street, he should not be allowed to visit his friend without creating attention. He was not aware of the special existence of Mrs. Demijohn, or of Clara, or of Mrs. Duffer. Nor did he know from what window exactly the eyes of curious inhabitants were fixed upon him. But he was conscious that an interest was taken in his comings and goings. As long as his acquaintance in the street was confined to the inhabitants of No. 11, this did not very much signify. Though the neighbours should become aware that he was intimate with Mrs. Roden or her son, he need not care much about that. But if he should succeed in adding Marion Fay to the number of his Holloway friends, then he thought inquisitive eyes might be an annoyance. It was on this account that he made his way down in an omnibus, and felt that there was something almost of hypocrisy in the soft, unpretending, and almost skulking manner in which he crept up Paradise Row, as though his walking there was really of no moment to any one. As he looked round after knocking at Mrs. Roden's door, he saw the figure of Clara Demijohn standing a little back from the parlour window of the house opposite.
"Mrs. Roden is at home," said the maid, "but there are friends with her."
Nevertheless, she showed the young lord up to the drawing room. There were friends indeed. It was Mrs. Vincent's day for coming, and she was in the room. That alone would not have been much, but with the two elder ladies was seated Marion Fay. So far, at any rate, fortune had favoured him. But now there was a difficulty in explaining his purpose. He could not very well give his general invitation, general at any rate as regarded Marion Fay, before Mrs. Vincent. Of course there was an introduction. Mrs. Vincent, who had often heard Lord Hampstead's name, in spite of her general severity, was open to the allurements of nobility. She was glad to meet the young man, although she had strong reasons for believing that he was not a tower of strength on matters of faith. Hampstead and Marion Fay shook hands as though they were old friends, and then the conversation naturally fell upon George Roden.
"You didn't expect my son, I hope," said the mother.
"Oh dear, no. I had a message to leave for him, which will do just as well in a note." This was to some extent unfortunate, because it made both Mrs. Vincent and Marion feel that they were in the way.
"I think I'll send Betsy down for the brougham," said the former.
The brougham which brought Mrs. Vincent was always in the habit of retiring round the corner to the Duchess of Edinburgh, where the driver had succeeded in creating for himself quite an intimacy. "Pray do not stir, madam," said Hampstead, for he had perceived from certain preparations made by Miss Fay that she would find it necessary to follow Mrs. Vincent out of the room. "I will write 2 words for Roden, and that will tell him all I have to say." Then the elder ladies went back to the matter they were discussing before Lord Hampstead had appeared.
"I was asking this young lady," said Mrs. Vincent, "to come with me for 2 or 3 days down to Brighton. It is absolutely the fact that she has never seen Brighton." As Mrs. Vincent went to Brighton twice annually, for a month at the beginning of winter, and then again for a fortnight in the spring, it seemed to her a wonderful thing that any one living even at Holloway should never have seen the place. "I think it would be a very good thing," said Mrs. Roden, "if your father can spare you." "I never leave my father," said Marion. "Don't you think, my lord," said Mrs. Vincent, "that she looks as though she wanted a change?"
Authorized by this, Lord Hampstead took the opportunity of gazing at Marion, and was convinced that the young lady wanted no change at all. There was certainly no room for improvement. But it occurred to him on the spur of the moment that he too might spend 2 or 3 days at Brighton, and that he might find his opportunities there easier than in Paradise Row. "Yes, indeed," he said. "A change is always good. I never like to stay long in one place myself."
"Some people must stay in one place," said Marion, with a smile. "Father has to go to his business, and would be very uncomfortable if there were no one to give him his meals and sit at table with him." "He could spare you for a day or two," said Mrs. Roden, who knew that it would be well for Marion that she should sometimes be out of London. "I am sure that he would not begrudge you a short recreation like that," said Mrs. Vincent. "He never begrudges me anything. We did go down to Cowes for a fortnight in April, though I am quite sure that papa himself would have preferred remaining at home all the time. He does not believe in the new fangled idea of changing the air." "Doesn't he?" said Mrs. Vincent. "I do, I know. Where I live at Wimbledon may be said to be more country than town. But if I were to remain all the year without moving, I should become so low and out of sorts that I veritably believe they would have to bury me before the first year was over. Father says that when he was young it was only people of rank and fashion who went out of town regularly, and that folk lived as long then as they do now."
"I think people get used to living and dying according to circumstances," said Hampstead. "Our ancestors did a great many things which we regard as quite fatal. They drank their water without filtering it, and ate salt meat all the winter through. They did very little in the washing way, and they knew nothing of ventilation. Yet they contrived to live." Marion Fay, however, was obstinate, and declared her purpose of declining Mrs. Vincent's kind invitation. There was a good deal more said about it, because Hampstead managed to make various propositions. He was very fond of the sea himself, he said, and would take them all round, including Mrs. Vincent and Mrs. Roden, in his yacht, if not to Brighton, at any rate to Cowes. December was not exactly the time for yachting, and as Brighton could be reached in an hour by railway, he was driven to abandon that proposition with a little laughter at his own absurdity. But it was all done with a gaiety and a kindness which quite won Mrs. Vincent's heart. She stayed considerably beyond her accustomed hour, to the advantage of the proprietor of the Duchess of Edinburgh, and at last sent Betsy down to the corner in high good humour. "I declare, Lord Hampstead," she said, "I ought to charge you 3 and 6pence before I go. I shall have to break into another hour, because I have stayed talking to you. Pritchard never lets me off if I am not back punctually by 4. Then she took her departure. "You needn't go, Marion," said Mrs. Roden, "unless Lord Hampstead has something special to say to me." Lord Hampstead declared that he had nothing special to say, and Marion did not go. "But I have something special to say," said Hampstead, when the elder lady was quite gone. "But Miss Fay may know it just as well as yourself. As we were walking to Hendon on Sunday, a matter came up as to which George and I did not agree." "There was no quarrel, I hope," said the mother. "Oh dear, no. But we weren't best pleased with each other. Therefore I want you both to come and dine with me one day this week. I shall be engaged on Saturday, but any day before that will do." Mrs. Roden put on a very serious look on receiving the proposition, having never before been invited to the house of her son's friend. Nor for some years past had she dined out with any acquaintance. And yet she could not think at the moment of any reason why she should not do so. "I was going to ask Miss Fay to come with you."
"Oh, quite impossible," said Marion. "It is very kind, my lord, but I never go out, do I, Mrs. Roden?"
"That seems to me a reason why you should begin. Of course I understand about your father, but I should be delighted to make his acquaintance, if you would bring him."
"He rarely goes out, Lord Hampstead."
"Then he will have less power to plead that he is engaged. What do you say, Mrs. Roden? It would give me the most unaffected pleasure. Like your father, Miss Fay, I too am unaccustomed to much going out, as you call it. I am as peculiar as he is. Let us acknowledge that we are all peculiar people, and that therefore there is the more reason why we should come together. Mrs. Roden, do not try to prevent an arrangement which will give me the greatest pleasure, and to which there cannot be any real objection. Why should not Mr. Fay make acquaintance with your son's friend? Which day would suit you best, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday?" At last it was settled that at any rate George Roden should dine at Hendon Hall on the Friday, he being absent during the discussion, and that time must be taken as to any further acceptance of the invitation. Mrs. Roden was inclined to think that it had best be regarded as impossible. She thought that she had made up her mind never to dine out again. Then there came across her mind a remembrance that her son was engaged to marry this young man's sister, and that it might be for his welfare that she should give way to these overtures of friendship. When her thoughts had travelled so far as this, she might have felt sure that the invitation would at last be accepted. As to Marion Fay, the subject was allowed to drop without any further decision. She had said that it was impossible, and she had said nothing more. That was the last dictum heard from her, but it was not repeated, as would probably have been the case had she been quite sure that it was impossible. Mrs. Roden, during the interview, did not allude to that branch of the subject again. She was fluttered with what had already been said, a little angry with herself that she had so far yielded, a little perplexed at her own too evident confusion, a little frightened at Lord Hampstead's evident admiration of the girl. As to Marion, it must of course be left to her father, as would the question as to the Quaker himself.
"I had better be going," said
Marion Fay, who was also confused. "So must I," said Hampstead. "I have to return round by London, and have ever so many things to do in Park Lane. The worst of having 2 or 3 houses is that one never knows where one's clothes are. Good bye, Mrs. Roden. Mind, I depend upon you, and that I have set my heart upon it. You will let me walk with you as far as your door, Miss Fay?"
"It is only 3 doors off," said Marion, "and in the other direction."
Nevertheless, he did go with her to the house, though it was only 3 doors off. "Tell your father, with my compliments," he said, "that George Roden can show you the way over. If you can get a cab to bring you across, I will send you back in the waggonette. For the matter of that, there is no reason on earth why it should not be sent for you."
"Oh no, my lord. That is, I do not think it is possible that we should come."
"Pray do, pray do, pray do," he said, as he took her hand when the door at No. 17 was opened. As he walked down the street he saw the figure still standing at the parlour window of No. 10. On the same evening Clara Demijohn was closeted with Mrs. Duffer at her lodgings at No. 15.
"Standing in the street, squeezing her hand,"
said Mrs. Duffer, as though the very hairs of her head were made to stand on end by the tidings, the moral hairs, that is, of her moral head. Her head, in the flesh, was ornamented by a front which must have prevented the actual standing on end of any hair that was left to her.
"I saw it. They came out together from number 11 as loving as could be, and he walked up with her to their own house. Then he seized her hand and held it, oh, for minutes, in the street. There is nothing those Quaker girls won't allow themselves. They are so free with their Christian names that of course they get into intimacies instantly. I never allow a young man to call me Clara without leave asked and given." "I should think not." "One can't be too particular about one's Christian name. They've been in there together at number 11 for 2 hours. What can that mean? Old Mrs. Vincent was there, but she went away. I suppose she didn't like such doings." "What can a lord be doing in such a place as that?" asked Clara. "Coming so often, you know. And one that has to be a marquis, which is much more than a lord. One thing is quite certain. It can't mean that he is going to marry Marion Fay." With this assurance Clara Demijohn comforted herself as best she might. End of Section 17. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Section 18 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 1, Chapter 18. How they lived at Trafford Park. There certainly was no justification for the ill humour which Lady Kingsbury displayed to her husband because Hampstead and his sister had been invited down to Castle Hautboy. The Hautboy people were her own relations, not her husband's. If Lady Persiflage had taken upon herself to think better of all the evil things done by the children of the first Marchioness, that was not the fault of the Marquis. But to her thinking this visit had been made in direct opposition to her wishes and her interests. Had it been possible, she would have sent the naughty young lord and the naughty young lady altogether to Coventry, as far as all aristocratic associations were concerned. This encouragement of them at Castle Hautboy was in direct contravention of her ideas. But poor Lord Kingsbury had had nothing to do with it. "They are not fit to go to such a house as Castle Hautboy," she said. The Marquis, who was sitting alone in his own morning room at Trafford, frowned angrily. But her ladyship too was very angry. "They have disgraced themselves, and Geraldine should not have received them." There were two causes for displeasure in this. In the first place, the Marquis could not endure that such hard things should be said of his elder children. Then, by the very nature of the accusation made, there was a certain special honour paid to the Hauteville family which he did not think at all to be their due. On many occasions his wife had spoken as though her sister had married into a house of peculiar nobility, because, forsooth, Lord Persiflage was in the Cabinet, and was supposed to have made a figure in politics. The Marquis was not at all disposed to regard the Earl as in any way bigger than was he himself. He could have paid all the Earl's debts, which the Earl certainly could not do himself, and never have felt it. The social gatherings at Castle Hautboy were much more numerous than any at Trafford, but the guests at Castle Hautboy were often people whom the Marquis would never have entertained. His wife pined for the social influence which her sister was supposed to possess, but he felt no sympathy with his wife in that respect. "I deny it," said the father, rising from his chair and scowling at his wife as he stood leaning upon the table. "They have not disgraced themselves." "I say they have." Her ladyship made her assertion boldly,
having come into the room prepared for battle, and determined, if possible, to be victor.
"Has not Fanny disgraced herself in having engaged herself to a low fellow, the scum of the earth, without saying anything even to you about it?"
"No," shouted the Marquis, who was resolved to contradict his wife in anything she might say.
"Then I know nothing of what becomes a young woman," continued the Marchioness. "And does not Hampstead associate with all manner of low people?"
"No, never."
"Is not this George Roden a low person? Does he ever live with young men or with ladies of his own rank?"
"And yet you're angry with him because he goes to Castle Hautboy? Though no doubt he may meet people there quite unfit for society."
"That is not true," said the Marchioness. "My brother-in-law entertains the best company in Europe."
"He did so when he had my son and my daughter under his roof."
"Hampstead does not belong to a single club in London," said the stepmother.
"So much the better," said the father, "as far as I know anything about the clubs. Hautboy lost £1,400 the other day at the Pandemonium, and where did the money come from to save him from being expelled?"
"That's a very old story," said the Marchioness,
who knew that her husband and Hampstead between them had supplied the money to save the young lad from disgrace. "And yet you throw it in my teeth that Hampstead doesn't belong to any club. There isn't a club in London he couldn't get into to morrow, if he were to put his name down."
"I wish he'd try at the Carlton," said her ladyship, whose father and brother and all her cousins belonged to that aristocratic and exclusive political association. "I should disown him," said the still liberal Marquis. "That is to say, of course, he'll do nothing of the kind. But to declare that a young man has disgraced himself because he doesn't care for club life is absurd, and coming from you as his stepmother is wicked." As he said this he bobbed his head at her, looking into her face as though he should say to her, "Now you have my true opinion about yourself." At this moment there came a gentle knock at the door, and Mr. Greenwood put in his head. "I am busy," said the Marquis very angrily. Then the unhappy chaplain retired, abashed, to his own rooms, which were also on the ground floor, beyond that in which his patron was now sitting. "My lord," said his wife, towering in her passion, "if you call me wicked in regard to your children, I will not continue to live under the same roof with you."
"Then you may go away."
"I have endeavoured to do my duty by your children, and a very hard time I've had of it. If you think that your daughter is now conducting herself with propriety, I can only wash my hands of her."
"Wash your hands," he said.
"Very well. Of course I must suffer deeply, because the shadow of the disgrace must fall more or less upon my own darlings."
"Bother the darlings," said the Marquis.
"They're your own children, my lord, your own children."
"Of course they are. Why shouldn't they be my own children? They are doing very well, and will get quite as good treatment as younger brothers ought to have."
"I believe you care for them the least in the world," said the Marchioness.
"That is not true. You know I care for them."
"You said bother the darlings when I spoke of them."
Here the poor mother sobbed, almost overcome by the contumely of the expression used toward her own offspring. "You drive a man to say anything. Now look here. I will not have Hampstead and Fanny abused in my presence. If there be anything wrong I must suffer more than you, because they are my children. You have made it impossible for her to live here."
"I haven't made it impossible for her to live here. I have only done my duty by her. Ask Mr. Greenwood."
"Damn Mr. Greenwood," said the Marquis. He certainly did say the word at full length, as far as it can be said to have length, and with all the emphasis of which it was capable. He certainly did say it, though when the circumstance was afterwards not unfrequently thrown in his teeth, he would forget it and deny it. Her ladyship heard the word very plainly, and at once stalked out of the room, thereby showing that her feminine feelings had received a wrench which made it impossible for her any longer to endure the presence of such a foul-mouthed monster. Up to that moment she had been anything but the victor, but the vulgarity of the curse had restored to her much of her prestige, so that she was able to leave the battlefield as one retiring with all his forces in proper order. He had bothered his own children and damned his own chaplain. The Marquis sat a while, thinking alone, and then pulled a string by which communication was made between his room and that in which the clergyman sat. It was not a vulgar bell, which would have been injurious to the reverence and dignity of a clerical friend, as savouring of a menial's task work, nor was it a pipe for oral communication, which is undignified, as requiring a man to stoop and put his mouth to it, but an arrangement by which a light tap was made against the wall, so that the inhabitant of the room might know that he was wanted, without a process derogatory to his self-respect. The chaplain obeyed the summons, and, lightly knocking at the door, again stood before the lord. He found the Marquis standing upon the hearth-rug, by which, as he well knew, it was signified that he was not intended to sit down. "Mr. Greenwood," said the Marquis, in a tone of voice which was intended to be peculiarly mild, but which at the same time was felt to be menacing, "I do not mean at the present moment to have any conversation with you on the subject to which it is necessary that I should allude, and as I shall not ask for your presence for above a minute or two, I will not detain you by getting you to sit down. If I can induce you to listen to me without replying to me, it will, I think, be better for both of us." "Certainly, my lord." "I will not have you speak to me respecting Lady Frances." "When have I done so?" asked the chaplain, plaintively. "Nor will I have you speak to Lady Kingsbury about her stepdaughter." Then he was silent, and seemed to imply by what he had said before that the clergyman should now leave the room. The first order given had been very simple. It was one which the Marquis certainly had a right to exact, and with which Mr. Greenwood felt that he would be bound to comply. But the other was altogether of a different nature. He was in the habit of constant conversation with Lady Kingsbury as to Lady Frances. Twice, 3 times, 4 times a day her ladyship, who in her present condition had no other confidant, would open out her sorrow to him on this terrible subject. Was he to tell her that he had been forbidden by his employer to continue this practice? Or was he to continue it in opposition to the Marquis's wishes? He would have been willing enough to do as he was bidden, but that he saw that he would be driven to quarrel with the lord or the lady. The lord, no doubt, could turn him out of the house, but the lady could make the house too hot to hold him. The lord was a just man, though unreasonable, and would probably not turn him out without compensation. But the lady was a violent woman, who, if she were angered, would remember nothing of justice. Thinking of all this, he stood distracted and vacillating before his patron. "I expect you," said the Marquis, "to comply with my wishes, or to leave me." "To leave Trafford?" asked the poor man. "Yes, to leave Trafford. To do that, or to comply with my wishes on a matter as to which my wishes are certainly entitled to consideration. Which is it to be, Mr. Greenwood?" "Of course I will do as you bid me."
Then the Marquis bowed graciously, as he still stood with his back to the fire, and Mr. Greenwood left the room. Mr. Greenwood knew well that this was only the beginning of his troubles. When he made the promise he was quite sure that he would be unable to keep it. The only prospect open to him was that of breaking the promise and keeping the Marquis in ignorance of his doing so. It would be out of his power not to follow any lead in conversation which the Marchioness might give him. But it might be possible to make the Marchioness understand that her husband must be kept in the dark as to any confidence between them. For in truth many secrets were now discussed between them, as to which it was impossible that her ladyship should be got to hold her tongue. It had come to be received as a family doctrine between them that Lord Hampstead's removal to a better world was a thing devoutly to be wished. It is astonishing how quickly, though how gradually, ideas of such a nature will be developed when entertainment has once been given to them. The devil makes himself at home with great rapidity when a hall door has been opened to him. A month or two back, before her ladyship went to Königsgraaf, she certainly would not have ventured to express a direct wish for the young man's death, however frequently her thoughts might have travelled in that direction. And certainly in those days, though they were yet not many weeks since, Mr. Greenwood would have been much shocked had any such suggestion been made to him as that which was now quite commonly entertained between them. The pity of it! The pity of it! The pity of it! It was thus the heart-broken mother put the matter, reconciling to herself her own wishes by that which she thought to be a duty to her own children. It was not that she and Mr. Greenwood had between them any scheme by which Lord Hampstead might cease to be in the way. Murder certainly had not come into their thoughts. But the pity of it! The pity of it! As Lord Hampstead was in all respects unfit for that high position which, if he lived, he would be called upon to fill, so was her boy, her Lord Frederic, made to adorn it by all good gifts. He was noble looking, gracious, and aristocratic from the crown of his little head to the soles of his little feet. No more glorious heir to a title made happy the heart of any British mother, if only he were the heir. And why should it be denied to her, a noble scion of the great house of Montresor, to be the mother of none but younger sons? The more her mind dwelt upon it, the more completely did the iniquity of her wishes fade out of sight, and her ambition appeared to be no more than the natural anxiety of a mother for her child. Mr. Greenwood had no such excuses to offer to himself, but with him too the devil, having once made his entrance, soon found himself comfortably at home. Of meditating Lord Hampstead's murder he declared to himself that he had no idea. His conscience was quite clear to him in that respect. What was it to him who might inherit the title and the property of the Traffords? He was simply discussing with a silly woman a circumstance which no words of theirs could do aught either to cause or to prevent. It soon seemed to him to be natural that she should wish it, and natural also that he should seem to sympathize with her who was his best friend. The Marquis, he was sure, was gradually dropping him. Where was he to look for maintenance but to his own remaining friend? The Marquis would probably give him something were he dismissed, but that something would go but a short way towards supporting him comfortably for the rest of his life. There was a certain living in the gift of the Marquis, the rectory of Appleslocombe, in Somersetshire, which would exactly suit Mr. Greenwood's needs. The incumbent was a very old man, now known to be bedridden. It was £800 a year. There would be ample for himself and for a curate.
Mr. Greenwood had spoken to the Marquis on the subject, but had been told, with some expression of civil regret, that he was considered to be too old for new duties. The Marchioness had talked to him frequently of Appleslocombe, but what was the use of that? If the Marquis himself were to die, and then the rector, there would be a chance for him, on condition that Lord Hampstead were also out of the way. But Mr. Greenwood, as he thought of it, shook his head at the barren prospect. His sympathies, no doubt, were on the side of the lady. The Marquis was treating him ill. Lord Hampstead was a disgrace to his order. Lady Frances was worse even than her brother. It would be a good thing that Lord Frederic should be the heir. But all this had nothing to do with murder, or even with meditation of murder. If the lord should choose to take the young man, it would be well. That was all. On the same afternoon, an hour or two after he had made his promise to the Marquis, Lady Kingsbury sent for him. She always did send for him to drink tea with her at 5 o'clock. It was so regular that the servant would simply announce that tea was ready in her ladyship's room upstairs. "Have you seen his lordship to day?" she asked.
"Yes, I have seen him."
"Since he told you in that rude way to leave the room?"
"Yes, he called me after that."
"Well?"
"He bade me not to talk about Lady Frances."
"I dare say not. He does not wish to hear her name spoken. I can understand that."
"He does not wish me to mention her to you."
"Not to me? Is my mouth to be stopped? I shall say respecting her whatever I think fit. I dare say, indeed."
"It was to my talking that he referred."
"He cannot stop people's mouths. It is all nonsense. He should have kept her at Königsgraaf and locked her up till she had changed her mind."
"He wanted me to promise that I would not speak of her to your ladyship."
"And what did you say?"
He shrugged his shoulders and drank his tea. She shook her head and bit her lips. She would not hold her tongue, be he ever so angry.
"I almost wish that she would marry the man, so that the matter might be settled. I don't suppose he would ever mention her name then himself. Has she gone back to Hendon yet?"
"I don't know, my lady."
"This is his punishment for having run counter to his uncle's wishes and his uncle's principles. You cannot touch pitch and not be defiled."
The pitch, as Mr. Greenwood very well understood, was the first Marchioness.
"Did he say anything about Hampstead?"
"Not a word."
"I suppose we are not to talk about him either. Unfortunate young man! I wonder if he feels himself how thoroughly he is destroying the family."
"I should think he must."
"Those sort of men are so selfish that they never think of any one else. It does not occur to him what Frederic might be if he were not in the way. Nothing annoys me so much as when he pretends to be fond of the children."
"I suppose he won't come any more now."
"Nothing will keep him away, unless he were to die."
Mr. Greenwood shook his head sadly.
"They say he rides hard."
"I don't know."
There was something in the suggestion which at the moment made the clergyman almost monosyllabic.
"Or his yacht might go down with him."
"He never yachts at this time of the year," said the clergyman, feeling comfort in the security thus assured.
"I suppose not. Bad weeds never get cut off. But yet it is astonishing how many elder sons have been taken away during the last quarter of a century."
"A great many."
"There never could have been one who could be better spared," said the stepmother.
"Yes, he might be spared."
"If you only think of the advantage to the family! It will be ruined if he comes to the title. And my Fred would be such an honour to the name. There is nothing to be done, of course." That was the first word that had ever been spoken in that direction, and that word was allowed to pass without any reply having been made to it, though it had been uttered almost in a question. End of Section 18. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Section 19 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 1, Chapter 19. Lady Amaldina's Lover. Trafford Park was in Shropshire. Llwddythlw, the Welsh seat of the Duke of Merioneth, was in the next county, one of the seats, that is, for the Duke had mansions in many counties. Here, at this period of the year, it suited Lord Llwddythlw to live, not for any special gratification of his own, but because North Wales was supposed to require his presence. He looked to the Quarter Sessions, to the roads, to the lunatic asylum, and to the Conservative interests generally of that part of Great Britain. That he should spend Christmas at Llwddythlw was a thing of course. In January he went into Durham, February to Somersetshire. In this way he parcelled himself out about the kingdom, remaining in London of course from the first to the last of the Parliamentary session. It was, we may say emphatically, a most useful life, but in which there was no recreation and very little excitement. It was not wonderful that he should be unable to find time to get married. As he could not get as far as Castle Hautboy, partly perhaps because he did not especially like the omnium gatherum mode of living which prevailed there, it had been arranged that he should give up 2 days early in December to meet the lady of his love under her aunt's roof at Trafford Park. Lady Amaldina and he were both to arrive there on Wednesday, December 3rd, and remain till the Tuesday morning. There had not been any special term arranged as to the young lady's visit, as her time was not of much consequence. But it had been explained minutely that the lover must reach Denbigh by the 5:45 train, so as to be able to visit certain institutions in the town before a public dinner which was to be held in the Conservative interest at 7. Lord Llwddythlw had comfort in thinking that he could utilize his 2 days' idleness at Trafford in composing and studying the speech on the present state of affairs, which, though to be uttered at Denbigh, would no doubt appear in all the London newspapers on the following morning. As it was to be altogether a lovers' meeting, no company was to be invited. Mr. Greenwood would of course be there. To make up something of a dinner party, the Mayor of Shrewsbury was asked for the first evening with his wife. The Mayor was a strong Conservative politician, and Lord Llwddythlw would therefore be glad to meet him. For the next day's dinner the clergyman of the parish, with his wife and daughter, were secured. The chief drawback to these festive arrangements consisted in the fact that both Lady Amaldina and her lover arrived on the day of the bitter quarrel between the Marquis and his wife. Perhaps, however, the coming of guests is the best relief which can be afforded for the misery of such domestic feuds. After such words as had been spoken, Lord and Lady Trafford could hardly have sat down comfortably to dinner, with no one between them but Mr. Greenwood. In such case there could not have been much conversation. But now the Marquis could come bustling into the drawing room to welcome his wife's niece before dinner without any reference to the discomforts of the morning. Almost at the same moment Lord Llwddythlw made his appearance, having arrived at the latest possible moment,
and having dressed himself in 10 minutes. As there was no one present but the family, Lady Amaldina kissed her future husband as she might have kissed her grandfather, and his lordship received the salutation as any stern, undemonstrative grandfather might have done. Then Mr. Greenwood entered with the Mayor and his wife, and the party was complete. The Marquis took Lady Amaldina out to dinner, and her lover sat next to her. The Mayor and his wife were on the other side of the table, and Mr. Greenwood was between them. The soup had not been handed round before Lord Llwddythlw was deep in a question as to the comparative merits of the Shropshire and Welsh lunatic asylums. From that moment till the time at which the gentlemen went to the ladies in the drawing room, the conversation was altogether of a practical nature. As soon as the ladies had left the table, roads and asylums gave way to general politics, as to which the Marquis and Mr. Greenwood allowed the Conservatives to have pretty much their own way. In the drawing room conversation became rather heavy, till at a few minutes after 10 the Mayor, observing that he had a drive before him, retired for the night. The Marchioness with Lady Amaldina followed quickly, and within 5 minutes the Welsh lord, having muttered something as to the writing of letters, was within the seclusion of his own bedroom. Not a word of love had been spoken, but Lady Amaldina was satisfied. On her toilet table she found a little parcel addressed to her by his lordship, containing a locket with her monogram A.L. in diamonds. The hour of midnight was long past before his lordship had reduced to words the first half of those promises of constitutional safety which he intended to make to the Conservatives of Denbigh. Not much was seen of Lord Llwddythlw after breakfast on the following morning, so determined was he to do justice to the noble cause which he had in hand. After lunch a little expedition was arranged for the two lovers, and the busy politician allowed himself to be sent out for a short drive with no other companion than his future bride. Had he been quite intimate with her, he would have given her the manuscript of his speech, and occupied himself by saying it to her as a lesson which he had learnt. As he could not do this, he recapitulated to her all his engagements, as though excusing his own slowness as to matrimony, and declared that, what with the property and what with Parliament, he never knew whether he was standing on his head or his heels. But when he paused he had done nothing towards naming a certain day, so that Lady Amaldina found herself obliged to take the matter into her own hands.
"When do you think it will be?" she asked.
He put his hand up and rubbed his head under his hat, as though the subject were very distressing to him.
"I would not for worlds, you know, think that I was in your way," she said, with just a tone of reproach in her voice. He was in truth sincerely attached to her, much more so than it was in the compass of her nature to be to him. If he could have had her for his wife without any trouble of bridal preparations or of subsequent honeymooning, he would willingly have begun from this moment. It was incumbent on him to be married, and he had quite made up his mind that this was the sort of wife that he required. But now he was sadly put about by that tone of reproach. "I wish to goodness," he said, "that I had been born a younger son, or just anybody else than I am." "Why on earth should you wish that?"
"Because I am so bothered. Of course you don't understand it."
"I do understand," said Amaldina. "But there must, you know, be some end to all that. I suppose the Parliament and the lunatic asylums will go on just the same always."
"No doubt, no doubt."
"If so, there is no reason why any day should ever be fixed. People are beginning to think that it must be off, because it has been talked of so long."
"I hope it will never be off.
I know the Prince said the other day that he had expected, but it does not signify what he expected."
Lord Llwddythlw had also heard the story of what the Prince had said that he expected, and he scratched his head again with vexation. It had been reported that the Prince had declared that he had hoped to be asked to be godfather long ago. Lady Amaldina had probably heard some other version of the story.
"What I mean is that everybody was surprised that it should be so long postponed, but that they now begin to think it is abandoned altogether."
"Shall we say June next?" said the ecstatic lover. Lady Amaldina thought that June would do very well. "But there will be the town's education improvement bill," said his lordship, again scratching his head.
"I thought all the towns had been educated long ago."
He looked at her with feelings of a double sorrow, sorrow that she should have known so little, sorrow that she should be treated so badly.
"I think we will put it off altogether," she said angrily.
"No, no, no," he exclaimed. "Would August do? I certainly have promised to be at Inverness to open the new docks."
"That's nonsense," she said. "What can the docks want with you to open them?"
"My father, you know," he said, "has a very great interest in the city. I think I'll get David to do it." Lord David was his brother, also a member of Parliament and a busy man, as were all the Powell family, but one who liked a little recreation among the moors when the fatigue of the House of Commons were over.
"Of course he could do it," said Lady Amaldina. "He got himself married 10 years ago."
"I'll ask him, but he'll be very angry. He always says that he oughtn't to be made to do an elder brother's work."
"Then may I tell mamma?"
His lordship again rubbed his head, but did it this time in a manner that was conceived to signify assent. The lady pressed his arm gently, and the visit to Trafford, as far as she was concerned, was supposed to have been a success. She gave him another little squeeze as they got out of the carriage, and he went away sadly to learn the rest of his speech, thinking how sweet it might be to do as others use, play with the tangles of Neæra's hair, or sport with Amaryllis in the shade. But there was a worse interruption for Lord Llwddythlw than this which he had now undergone. At about 5, when he was making the peroration of his speech quite secure in his memory, a message came to him from the Marchioness, saying that she would be much obliged to him if he would give her 5 minutes in her own room. Perhaps he would be kind enough to drink a cup of tea with her. This message was brought by her ladyship's own maid, and could be regarded only as a command. But Lord Llwddythlw wanted no tea, cared not at all for Lady Kingsbury, and was very anxious as to his speech. He almost cursed the fidgety fretfulness of women as he slipped the manuscript into his letter case, and followed the girl along the passages.
"This is so kind of you," she said.
He gave himself the usual rub of vexation as he bowed his head, but said nothing. She saw the state of his mind, but was determined to persevere. Though he was a man plain to look at, he was known to be the very pillar and support of his order. No man in England was so wedded to the Conservative cause, to that cause which depends for its success on the maintenance of those social institutions by which Great Britain has become the first among the nations. No one believed, as did Lord Llwddythlw, in keeping the different classes in their own places, each place requiring honour, truth, and industry. The Marchioness understood something of his character in that respect. Who, therefore, would be so ready to see the bitterness of her own injuries, to sympathize with her as to the unfitness of that son and daughter who had no blood relationship to herself, to perceive how infinitely better it would be for the order that her own little Lord Frederick should be allowed to succeed and to assist in keeping the institutions of Great Britain in their proper position. She had become absolutely dead to the fact that by any allusion to the probability of such a succession she was expressing a wish for the untimely death of one for whose welfare she was bound to be solicitous. She had lost, by constant dwelling on the subject, her power of seeing how the idea would strike the feelings of another person. Here was a man peculiarly blessed in the world, a man at the very top of his order, one who would be closely connected with herself, and on whom at some future time she might be able to lean as on a strong staff. Therefore she determined to trust her sorrows into his ears.
"Won't you have a cup of tea?"
"I never take any at this time of the day."
"Perhaps a cup of coffee?"
"Nothing before dinner, thank you."
"You were not at Castle Hautboy when Hampstead and his sister were there?"
"I have not been at Castle Hautboy since the spring."
"Did you not think it very odd that they should have been asked?"
"No, indeed. Why odd?"
"You know the story, do you not? As one about to be so nearly connected with the family, you ought to know it. Lady Frances has made a most unfortunate engagement to a young man altogether beneath her, to a Post Office clerk."
"I did hear something of that."
"She behaved shockingly here, and was then taken away by her brother. I have been forced to divorce myself from her altogether."
Lord Llwddythlw rubbed his head, but on this occasion Lady Kingsbury misinterpreted the cause of his vexation. He was troubled at being made to listen to this story. She conceived that he was disgusted by the wickedness of Lady Frances.
"After that I think my sister was very wrong to have her at Castle Hautboy. No countenance ought to be shown to a young woman who can behave so abominably."
He could only rub his head.
"Do you not think that such marriages are most injurious to the best interests of society?"
"I certainly think that young ladies should marry in their own rank."
"So much depends upon it, does it not, Lord Llwddythlw? All the future blood of our head families. My own opinion is that nothing could be too severe for such conduct."
"Will severity prevent it?"
"Nothing else can. My own impression is that a father in such case should be allowed to confine his daughter. But then the Marquis is so weak."
"The country would not stand it for a moment."
"So much the worse for the country," said her ladyship, holding up her hands. "But the brother is, if possible, worse than the sister."
"Hampstead?"
"He utterly hates all idea of an aristocracy."
"That is absurd."
"Most absurd," said the
Marchioness, feeling herself to be encouraged.
"Most absurd, and abominable, and wicked. He is quite a revolutionist."
"Not that, I think," said his lordship, who knew pretty well the nature of Hampstead's political feelings.
"Indeed he is. Why, he encourages his sister. He would not mind her marrying a shoeblack, if only he could debase his own family. Think what I must feel, I with my darling boys."
"Is not he kind to them?"
"I would prefer that he should never see them."
"I don't see that at all," said the angry lord. But she altogether misunderstood him.
"When I think of what he is, and to what he will reduce the whole family should he live, I cannot bear to see him touch them. Think of the blood of the Traffords, of the blood of the Montresors, of the blood of the Hautvilles. Think of your own blood, which is now to be connected with theirs, and that all this is to be defiled because this man chooses to bring about a disreputable, disgusting marriage, with the express purpose of degrading us all."
"I beg your pardon, Lady Kingsbury. I shall be in no way degraded."
"Think of us. Think of my children."
"Nor will they. It may be a misfortune, but it will be no degradation. Honour can only be impaired by that which is dishonourable. I wish that Lady Frances had given her heart elsewhere, but I feel sure that the name of her family is safe in her hands. As for Hampstead, he is a young man for whose convictions I have no sympathy, but I am sure that he is a gentleman."
"I would that he were dead,"
said Lady Kingsbury in her wrath. "Lady Kingsbury!"
"I would that he were dead."
"I can only say," said Lord Llwddythlw, rising from his chair, "that you have made your confidence most unfortunately. Lord Hampstead is a young nobleman whom I should be proud to call my friend. A man's politics are his own. His honour, his integrity, and even his conduct belong in a measure to his family. I do not think that his father or his brothers, or, if I may say so, his stepmother, will ever have occasion to blush for anything that he may do." With this he bowed to the Marchioness, and stalked out of the room with a grand manner, which those who saw him shuffling his feet in the House of Commons would hardly have thought belonged to him. The dinner on that day was very quiet, and Lady Kingsbury retired to bed earlier even than usual. The conversation at the dinner was dull, and turned mostly on church subjects. Mr. Greenwood endeavoured to be sprightly, and the parson and the parson's wife and the parson's daughter were uncomfortable. Lord Llwddythlw was almost dumb. Lady Amaldina, having settled the one matter of interest to her, was simply contented. On the next morning her lover took his departure by an earlier train than he had intended. It was, he said, necessary that he should look into some matters at Denbigh before he made his speech. He contrived to get a compartment to himself, and there he practised his lesson till he felt that further practice would only confuse him.
"You had Fanny at the Castle the other day," Lady Kingsbury said the next morning to her niece. "Mamma thought it would be good natured to ask them both. They did not deserve it. Their conduct has been such that I am forced to say that they deserve nothing from my family. Did she speak about this marriage of hers?" "She did mention it." "Well?" "Oh, there was nothing. Of course there was much more said about mine. She was saying that she would be glad to be a bridesmaid." "Pray don't have her." "Why not, aunt?" "I could not possibly be there if you did. I have been compelled to divorce her from my heart." "Poor Fanny!" "But she was not ashamed of what she is doing?" "I should say not. She is not one of those that are ever ashamed." "No, no. Nothing would make her ashamed. All ideas of propriety she has banished from her as though they didn't exist. I expect to hear that she disregards marriage altogether." "Aunt Clara!" "What can you expect from doctrines such as those which she and her brother share? Thank God you have never been in the way of hearing of such things. It breaks my heart when I think of what my own darlings will be sure to hear some of these days, should their half brother and half sister still be left alive. But, Amaldina, pray do not have her for one of your bridesmaids."
Lady Amaldina, remembering that her cousin was very handsome, and also that there might be a difficulty in making up the 20 titled virgins, gave her aunt no promise. End of Section 19. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Section 20 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 1, Chapter 20. The Scheme is Successful. When the matter was mentioned to George Roden by his mother, he could see no reason why she should not dine at Hendon Hall. He himself was glad to have an opportunity of getting over that roughness of feeling which had certainly existed between him and his friend when they parted with each other on the road. As to his mother, it would be well that she should so far return to the usages of the world as to dine at the house of her son's friend. "It is only going back to what you used to be," he said.
"You know nothing of what I used to be," she replied, almost angrily.
"I ask no questions, and have endeavoured so to train myself that I should care but little about it. But I knew it was so." Then after a pause he went back to the current of his thoughts. "Had my father been a prince, I think that I should take no pride in it."
"It is well to have been born a gentleman," she said.
"It is well to be a gentleman, and if the good things which are generally attendant on high birth will help a man in reaching noble feelings and grand resolves, so it may be that to have been well born will be an assistance. But if a man derogates from his birth, as so many do, then it is a crime."
"All that has to be taken for granted, George."
"But it is not taken for granted. Though the man himself be knave and fool and coward, he is supposed to be ennobled because the blood of the Howards run in his veins. And worse again, though he has gifts of nobility beyond compare, he can hardly dare to stand upright before the lords and dukes because of his inferiority."
"That is all going away."
"Would that it could be made to go a little faster. It may be helped in its going. It may be that these days the progress shall be accelerated. But you will let me write to Hampstead and say that you will come?" She assented, and so that part of the little dinner party was arranged. After that she herself contrived to see the Quaker one evening on his return home. "Yes," said Mr. Fay, "I have heard thy proposition from Marion. Why should the young lord desire such a one as I am to sit at his table?"
"He is George's intimate friend."
"That thy son should choose his friend well, I surely believe, because I see him to be a prudent and wise young man who does not devote himself overmuch to riotous amusements. George did occasionally go to a theatre, thereby offending the Quaker's judgment, justifying the overmuch, and losing his claim to a full measure of praise. Therefore I will not quarrel with him that he has chosen his friend from among the great ones of the earth. But like to like is a good motto. I fancy that the weary draught horse, such as I am, should not stable himself with hunters and racers."
"This young man affects the society of such as yourself and George, rather than that of others nobly born as himself."
"I do not know that he shows his wisdom the more."
"You should give him credit, at any rate, for the good endeavours."
"It is not for me to judge him one way or the other. Did he ask that Marion should also go to his house?"
"Certainly. Why should not the child see something of the world that may amuse her?"
"Little good can come to my Marion from such amusements, Mrs. Roden, but something perhaps of harm. Wilt thou say that such recreation must necessarily be of service to a girl born to perform the hard duties of a strict life?"
"I would trust Marion in anything," said Mrs. Roden, eagerly.
"So would I. She hath ever been a good girl."
"But do you not distrust her if you shut her up, and are afraid to allow her even to sit at table in a strange house?"
"I have never forbidden her to sit at thy table," said the Quaker.
"And you should let her go, specially as a kindness to me. For my son's sake I have promised to be there, and it would be a comfort to me to have another woman with me."
"Then you will hardly need me," said Mr. Fay, not without a touch of jealousy.
"He specially pressed his request that you would come. It is among such as you that he would wish to make himself known. Moreover, if Marion is to be there, you, I am sure, will choose to accompany her. Would you not wish to see how the child bears herself on such an occasion?"
"On all occasions, at all places, at all hours, I would wish to have my child with me. There is nothing else left to me in all the world on which my eye can rest with pleasure. But I doubt whether it may be for her good." Then he took his departure, leaving the matter still undecided, speaking of it with words which seemed to imply that he must ultimately refuse, but impressing Mrs. Roden with a conviction that he would at last accept the invitation. "Dost thou wish it thyself?" he said to his daughter before retiring to rest that night.
"If you will go, father, I should like it."
"Why shouldst thou like it? What dost thou expect? Is it because the young man is a lord, and that there will be something of the gilded grandeur of the grand ones of the earth to be seen about his house and his table?"
"It is not for that, father."
"Or is it because he is young and comely, and can say soft things as such youths are wont to say? Because he will smell sweetly of scents and lavender? Because his hand will be soft to the touch, with rings on his fingers and jewels perhaps on his bosom, like a woman?"
"No, father, it is not for that."
"The delicacies which he will give thee to eat and to drink, the sweetmeats and the rich food, cannot be much to one nurtured as thou hast been."
"Certainly not, father. They can be nothing to me."
"Then why is it that thou wouldst go to his house?"
"It is then that I may hear you, father, speak among men."
"Nay," said he, laughing, "thou mayest hear me speak better among men at King's Court in the City. There I can hold my own well enough. But with these young men over their wine I shall have but little to say, I fancy. If thou hast nothing to gain but to hear thy old father talk, the time and money will be surely thrown away."
"I would hear him talk, father."
"The young lord?"
"Yes, the young lord. He is bright and clever, and coming from another world than our world, can tell me things that I do not know."
"Can he tell thee aught that is good?"
"From what I hear of him from our friend, he will tell me, I think, naught that is bad." "You will be there to hear, and to arrest his words if they be evil. But I think him to be one from whose mouth no guile or folly will be heard."
"Who art thou, my child, that thou shouldst be able to judge whether words of guile are likely to come from a young man's lips?" But this he said smiling and pressing her hand, while he seemed to rebuke her.
"Nay, father, I do not judge. I only say that I think it might be so. They are not surely all false and wicked. But if you wish it otherwise, I will not utter another syllable to urge the request."
"We will go, Marion. Thy friend urged that it is not good that thou shouldst always be shut up with me alone. And though I may distrust the young lord, as not knowing him, my confidence in thee is such that I think that nothing will ever shake it." And so it was settled that they should all go. He would send to a livery stable and hire a carriage for this unusual occasion. There should be no need for the young lord to send them home. Though he did not know, as he said, much of the ways of the outside world, it was hardly the custom for the host to supply carriages as well as viands. When he dined, as he did annually, with the elder Mr. Pogson sent him home in no carriage. He would sit at the lord's table, but he would go and come as did other men. On the Friday named, the two ladies and the two men arrived at Hendon Hall in something more than good time. Hampstead hopped and skipped about as though he were delighted as a boy might have been at their coming. It may be possible that there was something of guile even in this, and that he had calculated that he might best create quickly that intimacy with the Quaker and his daughter which he felt to be necessary for his full enjoyment of the evening. If the Quaker himself expected much of that gilding of which he had spoken, he was certainly disappointed. The garniture of Hendon Hall had always been simple, and now had assumed less even of aristocratic finery than it used to show when prepared for the use of the Marchioness. "I'm glad you've come in time," said he, "because you can get comfortably warm before dinner." Then he fluttered about round Mrs. Roden, paying her attention much rather than Marion Fay, still with some guile, as knowing that he might thus best prepare for the coming of future good things. "I suppose you found it awfully cold," he said. "I do not know that we were awed, my lord," said the Quaker, "but the winter has certainly set in with some severity."
"Oh, father!" said Marion, rebuking him.
"Everything is awful now," said Hampstead, laughing. "Of course the word is absurd, but one gets in the way of using it because other people do. Nay, my lord, I crave pardon if I seem to criticise thy language. Being somewhat used to a sterner manner of speaking, I took the word in its stricter sense." "It is but slang from a girls' school, after all," said Roden. "Now, Master George, I am not going to bear correction from you," said Hampstead, "though I put up with it from your elders. Miss Fay, when you were at school, did they talk slang?"
"Where I was at school, Lord Hampstead," Marion answered, "we were kept in strict leading strings. Fancy, father, what Miss Watson would have said if we had used any word in a sense not used in a dictionary."
"Miss Watson was a sensible woman, my dear, and understood well and performed faithfully the duties which she had undertaken. I do not know that as much can be said of all those who keep fashionable seminaries for young ladies at the West End. Miss Watson had a red face and a big cap and spectacles, had she not?" said Hampstead, appealing to Marion Fay.
"Miss Watson," said Mrs. Roden, "whom I remember to have seen once when Marion was at school with her, was a very little woman with bright eyes, who wore her own hair, and always looked as though she had come out of a bandbox."
"She was absolutely true to her ideas of life, as a Quaker should be," said Mr. Fay, "and I only hope that Marion will follow her example. As to language, it is, I think, convenient that to a certain extent our mode of speech should consort with our mode of living. You would not expect to hear from a pulpit the phrases which belong to a race course, nor would the expressions which are decorous, perhaps in aristocratic drawing rooms, befit the humble parlours of clerks and artizans." "I never will say that anything is awful again," said Lord Hampstead, as he gave his arm to Mrs. Roden and took her in to dinner.
"I hope he will not be angry with father," whispered Marion Fay to George Roden, as they walked across the hall together. "Not in the least. Nothing of that kind could anger him. If your father were to cringe or to flatter him,
then he would be disgusted.
"Father would never do that," said Marion, with confidence.
The dinner went off very pleasantly, Hampstead and Roden taking between them the weight of the conversation. The Quaker was perhaps a little frightened by the asperity of his own first remark, and ate his good things almost in silence. Marion was quite contented to listen, as she had told her father was her purpose. But it was perhaps to the young lord's words that she gave attention, rather than to those of his friends. His voice was pleasant to her ears. There was a certain graciousness in his words, as to which she did not suppose that their softness was specially intended for her hearing. Who does not know the way in which a man may set himself at work to gain admission into a woman's heart without addressing hardly a word to herself? And who has not noted the sympathy with which the woman has unconsciously accepted the homage? That pressing of the hand, that squeezing of the arm, that glancing of the eyes, which are common among lovers, are generally the developed consequences of former indications which have had their full effect, even though they were hardly understood and could not have been acknowledged at the time. But Marion did perhaps feel that there was something of worship even in the way in which her host looked towards her with rapid glances from minute to minute, as though to see that, if not with words, at any rate with thoughts, she was taking her share in the conversation, which was certainly intended for her delight. The Quaker in the meantime ate his dinner very silently. He was conscious of having shown himself somewhat of a prig about that slang phrase, and was repenting himself. Mrs. Roden every now and then would put in a word in answer rather to her son than to the host; but she was aware of those electric sparks which, from Lord Hampstead's end of the wire, were being directed every moment against Marion Fay's heart. "Now, just for the fashion of the thing, you must sit here for a quarter of an hour while we are supposed to be drinking our wine." This was said by Lord Hampstead when he took the two ladies into the drawing room after dinner.
"Don't hurry yourselves," said Mrs. Roden. "Marion and I are old friends, and will get on very well." "Oh yes," said Marion. "It will be pleasure enough for me just to sit here and look around me."
Then Hampstead knelt down between them, pretending to doctor up the fire, which certainly required no doctoring. They were standing, one on one side and the other on the other, looking down upon him.
"You are spoiling that fire, Lord Hampstead," said Mrs. Roden.
"Coals were made to be poked. I feel sure of that. Do take the poker and give them one blow. That will make you at home in the house for ever, you know." Then he handed the implement to Marion. She could hardly do other than take it in her hand. She took it, blushed up to the roots of her hair, paused a moment, and then gave the one blow to the coals that had been required of her. "Thanks," said he, nodding at her as he still knelt at her feet and took the poker from her. "Thanks. Now you are free of Hendon Hall for ever. I wouldn't have any one but a friend poke my fire." Upon that he got up and walked slowly out of the room.
"Oh, Mrs. Roden," said Marion, "I wish I hadn't done it." "It doesn't matter. It was only a joke." "Of course it was a joke, but I wish I hadn't done it. It seemed at the moment that I should look to be cross if I didn't do as he bade me. But when he had said that about being at home, oh, Mrs. Roden, I wish I had not done it." "He will know that it was nothing, my dear. He is good humoured and playful, and likes the feeling of making us feel that we are not strangers."
But Marion knew that Lord Hampstead would not take it as meaning nothing. Though she could see no more than his back as he walked out of the room, she knew that he was glowing with triumph. "Now, Mr. Fay, here is your port, if you like. but I recommend you to stick to the claret." "I have pretty well done all the sticking, my lord, of which I am competent," said the Quaker. "A little wine goes a long way with me, as I am not much used to it." "Wine maketh glad the heart of man," said Roden. "True enough, Mr. Roden; but I doubt whether it be good that a man's heart should be much gladdened. Gladness and sorrow counterbalance each other too surely. And even serenity is best fitted to human life, if it can be reached." "A level road without hills," said Hampstead. "They say that horses are soonest tired by such travelling." "They would hardly tell you so themselves if they could give their experience after a long day's journey." Then there was a pause, but Mr. Fay continued to speak. "My lord, I fear I misbehaved myself in reference to that word awful which fell by chance from thy mouth." "Oh dear no; think nothing of the kind." "I was bethinking me that I was among the young men in our court in Great Broad Street, who will indulge sometimes in a manner of language not befitting their occupation at the time, or perhaps their station in life. I am wont then to remind them that words during business hours should be used in their strict sense. But, my lord, if you will take a farm horse from his plough, you cannot expect from him that he should prance upon the green." "It is because I think that there should be more mixing between what you call plough horses and animals used simply for play that I have been so proud to make you welcome here. I hope it may not be by many the last time that you will act as a living dictionary for me. If you won't have any more wine, we will go to them in the drawing room." Mrs. Roden very soon declared it necessary that they should start back to Holloway. Hampstead himself did not attempt to delay them. The words that had absolutely passed between him and Marion had hardly been more than those which have been here set down. But yet he felt that he had accomplished, not only with satisfaction, but with some glory to himself, the purpose for which he had specially invited his guests. His scheme had been carried out with perfect success. After the manner in which Marion had obeyed his behest about the fire, he was sure that he was justified in regarding her as a friend. End of Section 20. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Section 21 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 1, Chapter 21. What they all thought as they went home. Lord Hampstead had come to the door to help them into the carriage. "Lord Hampstead," said Mrs. Roden, "you will catch your death of cold. It is freezing, and you have nothing on your head." "I am quite indifferent about those things," he said, as for a moment he held Marion's hand while he helped her into the carriage. "Do go in," she whispered. Her lips, as she spoke, were close to his ear, but that simply came from the position in which chance had placed her. Her hand was still in his, but that, too, was the accident of the situation. But there is, I think, an involuntary tendency among women to make more than necessary use of assistance when the person tendering it has made himself really welcome. Marion had certainly no such intention. Had the idea come to her at the moment, she would have shrank from his touch. It was only when his fingers were withdrawn, when the feeling of the warmth of this proximity had passed away, that she became aware that he had been so close to her, and that now they were separated. Then her father entered the carriage, and Roden. "Good night, my lord," said the Quaker. "I have passed my evening very pleasantly.
I doubt whether I may not feel the less disposed for my day's work to morrow." "Not at all, Mr. Fay; not at all. You will be like a giant refreshed. There is nothing like a little friendly conversation for bracing up the mind. I hope it will not be long before you come and try it again." Then the carriage was driven off, and Lord Hampstead went in to warm himself before the fire which Marion Fay had poked. He had not intended to fall in love with her. Was there ever a young man who, when he first found a girl to be pleasant to him, has intended to fall in love with her? Girls will intend to fall in love, or, more frequently perhaps, to avoid it. But men in such matters rarely have a purpose. Lord Hampstead had found her, as he thought, to be an admirable specimen of excellence in that class of mankind which his convictions and theories induced him to extol. He thought that good could be done by mixing the racers and plough horses, and as regarded the present experiment, Marion Fay was a plough horse. No doubt he would not have made this special attempt had she not pleased his eye, and his ear, and his senses generally. He certainly was not a philosopher to whom, in his search after wisdom, an old man such as Zachary Fay could make himself as acceptable as his daughter. It may be acknowledged of him that he was susceptible to female influences. But it had not at first occurred to him that it would be a good thing to fall in love with Marion Fay. Why should he not be on friendly terms with an excellent and lovely girl without loving her? Such had been his ideas after first meeting Marion at Mrs. Roden's house. Then he had determined that friends could not become friends without seeing each other, and he had concocted his scheme without being aware of the feelings which she had excited. The scheme had been carried out. He had had his dinner party. Marion Fay had poked his fire. There had been one little pressure of the hand as he helped her into the carriage, one little whispered word which had it not been whispered would have been as nothing, one moment of consciousness that his lips were close to her cheek, and then he returned to the warmth of his fire, quite conscious that he was in love. What was to come of it? When he had argued both with his sister and with Roden that their marriage would be unsuitable because of their difference in social position, and had justified his opinion by declaring it to be impossible that any two persons could, by their own doing, break through the conventions of the world without ultimate damage to themselves and to others, he had silently acknowledged to himself that he also was bound by the law which he was teaching. That such conventions should gradually cease to be would be good. But no man is strong enough to make a new law for his own governing at the spur of the moment, and certainly no woman. The existing distances between man and man were radically bad. This was the very gist of his doctrine. But the instant abolition of such distances had been proved by many experiments to be a vain dream, and the diminution of them must be gradual and slow. That such diminution would go on till the distances should ultimately disappear in some future millennium was to him a certainty. The distances were being diminished by the increasing wisdom and philanthropy of mankind. To him, born to high rank and great wealth, it had been given to do more perhaps than another. In surrendering there is more efficacy, as there is also more grace, than in seizing. What of his grandeur he might surrender without injury to others to whom he was bound, he would surrender. Of what exact nature or kind should be the woman whom it might please him to select as his wife, he had formed no accurate idea. But he would endeavour so to marry that he would make no step down in the world that might be offensive to his family. but would yet satisfy his own convictions by drawing himself somewhat away from aristocratic blood. His father had done the same when choosing his first wife, and the happiness of his choice would have been perfect had not death interfered. Actuated by such reasoning as this, he had endeavoured in a mild way to separate his sister from her lover, thinking that they who were in love should be bound by the arguments which seemed good to him who was not in love. But now he also was in love, and the arguments as they applied to himself fell into shreds and tatters as he sat gazing at his fire, holding the poker in his hand. Had there ever been anything more graceful than the mock violence with which she had pretended to strike heartily at the coals? Had there ever anything been more lovely than that mingled glance of doubt, of fear, and of friendliness with which she had looked into his face as she did it? She had quite understood his feeling when he made his little request. There had been heart enough in her, spirit enough, intelligence enough, to tell her at once the purport of his demand. Or rather she had not seen it all at once, but had only understood when her hand had gone too far to be withdrawn, that something of love as well as friendship had been intended. Before long she should know how much of love had been intended. Whether his purpose was or was not compatible with the wisdom of his theory as to a gradual diminution of distances, his heart had gone too far now for any retracting. As he sat there he at once began to teach himself that the arguments he had used were only good in reference to high-born females, and that they need not necessarily affect himself. Whomever he might marry he would raise to his own rank. For his rank he did not care a straw himself. It was of the prejudices of others he was thinking when he assured himself that Marion would make as good a countess and as good a marchioness as any lady in the land. In regard to his sister it was otherwise. She must follow the rank of her husband. It might be that the sores which she would cause to many by becoming the wife of a Post Office clerk ought to be avoided. But there need be no sores in regard to his marriage with Marion Fay. His present reasoning was, no doubt, bad, but such as it was allowed to prevail absolutely. It did not even occur to him that he would make an attempt to enfranchise himself from Marion's charms. Whatever might occur, whatever details there might be which would require his attention in regard to his father or others of his family, everything must give way to his present passion. She had poked his fire, and she must be made to sit at his hearth for the remainder of their joint existence. She must be made to sit there if he could so plead his cause that his love should prevail with her. As to the Quaker father, he thought altogether well of him too, an industrious, useful, intelligent man, of whose quaint manners and manly bearing he would not be ashamed in any society. She too was a Quaker, but that to him was little or nothing. He also had his religious convictions, but they were not of a nature to be affronted or shocked by those of any one who believed that the increasing civilization of the world had come from Christ's teaching. The simple, earnest purity of the girl's faith would be an attraction to him rather than otherwise. Indeed, there was nothing in his Marion, as he saw her, that was not conducive to feminine excellence. His Marion! How many words had he spoken to her? How many thoughts had he extracted from her? How many of her daily doings had he ever witnessed? But what did it matter? It is not the girl that the man loves, but the image which imagination has built up for him to fill the outside covering which has pleased his senses. He was quite as sure that the 10 Commandments were as safe in Marion's hands as though she were already a saint, canonized for the perfection of all virtues. He was quite ready to take that for granted, and having so convinced himself, was now only anxious as to the means by which he might make this priceless pearl his own. There must be some other scheme. He sat thinking of this, cudgelling his brains for some contrivance by which he and Marion Fay might be brought together again with the least possible delay. His idea of a dinner party had succeeded beyond all hope, but he could not have another dinner party next week, nor could he bring together the guests whom he had to day entertained after his sister's return. He was bound not to admit George Roden to his house as long as she should be with him. Without George he could hardly hope that Mrs. Roden would come to him, and without Mrs. Roden how could he entice the Quaker and his daughter? His sister would be with him on the following day, and would no doubt be willing to assist him with Marion if it were possible. But the giving of such assistance on her part would tacitly demand assistance also from him in her difficulties. Such assistance he knew he could not give, having pledged himself to his father in regard to George Roden. He could at the present moment devise no other scheme than the very simple one of going to Mrs. Roden and declaring his love for the girl. The four guests in the carriage were silent throughout their drive home. They all had thoughts of their own sufficient to occupy them. George Roden told himself that this, for a long day, must be his last visit to Hendon Hall. He knew that Lady Frances would arrive on the morrow, and that then his presence was forbidden. He had refused to make any promise as to his assured absence, not caring to subject himself to an absolute bond, but he was quite aware that he was bound in honour not to enter the house in which he could not be made welcome. He felt himself to be safe with a great security. The girl whom he loved would certainly be true. He was not impatient as was Hampstead. He did not trouble his mind with schemes which were to be brought to bear within the next few days. He could bide his time, comforting himself with his faith. But still a lover can hardly be satisfied with the world unless he can see some point in his heaven from which light may be expected to break through the clouds. He could not see the point from which the light might be expected. The Quaker was asking himself many questions. Had he done well to take his girl to this young nobleman's house? Had he done well to take himself there? It had been, as it were, a sudden disruption in the settled purposes of his life. What had he or his girl to do with lords? And yet he had been pleased. Courtesy always flatters, and flattery is always pleasant. A certain sense of softness had been grateful to him. There came upon him a painful question, as there does on so many of us, when for a time we make a successful struggle against the world's allurements, whether in abandoning the delights of life we do in truth get any compensation for them. Would it not after all be better to do as others do? Phoebus, as he touches our trembling ear, encourages us, but with a faint voice. It had been very pleasant. The soft chairs, the quiet attendance, the well-cooked dinner, the good wines, the bright glasses, the white linen, and pleasanter than all that silvery tone of conversation to which he was so little accustomed either in King's Court or Paradise Row. Marion, indeed, was always gentle to him as a dove cooing, but he was aware of himself that he was not gentle in return. Stern truth, expressed shortly in strong language, was the staple of his conversation at home. He had declared to himself all through his life that stern truth and strong language were better for mankind than soft phrases. But in his own parlour in Paradise Row he had rarely seen his Marion bright as she had been at this lord's table. Was it good for his Marion that she should be encouraged to such brightness, and if so, had he been cruel to her to suffuse her entire life with a colour so dark as to admit of no light? Why had her beauty shone so brightly in the lord's presence? He too knew something of love, and had it always present to his mind that the time would come when his Marion's heart would be given to some stranger. He did not think, he would not think, that the stranger had now come. But would it be well that his girl's future should be affected even as was his own? He argued the points much within himself, and told himself that it could not be well. Mrs. Roden had read it nearly all, though she could not quite read the simple honesty of the young lord's purpose. The symptoms of love had been plain enough to her eyes, and she had soon told herself that she had done wrong in taking the girl to the young lord's house. She had seen that Hampstead had admired Marion, but she had not dreamed that it would be carried to such a length as this. But when he had knelt on the rug between them, leaning just a little towards the girl, and had looked up into the girl's face, smiling at his own little joke, but with his face full of love, then she had known. And when Marion had whispered the one word, with her little fingers lingering within the young lord's touch, then she had known. It was not the young lord only who had given way to the softness of the moment. If evil had been done, she had done it, and it seemed as though evil had certainly been done. If much evil had been done, how could she forgive herself? And what were Marion's thoughts? Did she feel that an evil had been done, an evil for which there could never be a cure found? She would have so assured herself, had she as yet become aware of the full power and depth and mortal nature of the wound she had received. For such a wound, for such a hurt, there is but one cure, and of that she certainly would have entertained no hope. But as it will sometimes be that a man shall in his flesh receive a fatal injury, of which he shall for a while think that only some bruise has pained him, some scratch annoyed him, that a little time with ointment and a plaster will give him back his body as sound as ever, but then after a short space it becomes known to him that a deadly gangrene is affecting his very life, so will it be with a girl's heart. She did not yet tell herself that half a dozen gentle words, that 2 or 3 soft glances, that a touch of a hand, the mere presence of a youth whose comeliness was endearing to the eye, had mastered and subdued all that there was of Marion Fay. But it was so. Not for a moment did her mind run away, as they were taken homewards, from the object of her unconscious idolatry. Had she behaved ill? That was her regret. He had been so gracious. That was her joy. Then there came a pang from the wound, though it was not as yet a pang as of death. What right had such a one as she to receive even an idle word of compliment from a man such as was Lord Hampstead? What could he be to her, or she to him? He had his high mission to complete, his great duties to perform, and doubtless would find some noble lady as a fit mother for his children. He had come across her path for a moment, and she could not but remember him for ever. There was something of an idea present to her that love would now be beyond her reach. But the pain necessarily attached to such an idea had not as yet reached her. There came something of a regret that fortune had placed her so utterly beyond his notice. But she was sure of this, that if the chance were offered to her, she would not mar his greatness by accepting the priceless boon of his love. But why had he been so tender to her? Then she thought of what were the ways of men, and of what she had heard of them. It had been bad for her to go abroad thus with her poor foolish softness, with her girl's untried tenderness, that thus she should be affected by the first chance smile that had been thrown to her by one of those petted darlings of fortune. And then she was brought round to that same resolution which was at the moment forming itself in her father's mind, that it would have been better for her had she not allowed herself to be taken to Hendon Hall. Then they were in Paradise Row, and were put down at their separate doors with but a few words of farewell to each other.
"They have just come home," said Clara Demijohn, rushing into her mother's bedroom. "You'll find it is quite true. They have been dining with the lord."
End of Section 21. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina.